once before this year in Marseille, who'd be getting the win in that particular tournament. But Mahac, definitely a different opponent today than he probably was back in February of this season, with the confidence that he's built up in recent months. High quality wins in what will be a high quality encounter.
So gentlemen, after the coin toss, there's going to be a picture with the kid here, and just one picture, just the two of you. We have the net machine, 25 seconds between points. You have the automatic clock. Towels, the 4 boxes, but also the assistant in the corner can bring the box. Yeah, bring the box with the towel inside. Only that side, okay? Yes. Do you have any questions? No? It's going to be your choice. It's going to be John Newcomb or AO. John Newcomb. John Newcomb. Here we go. AO. Serve? Yeah, serve. Serve? Serve, yes. Stay. Picture, please. You stay in the middle here. Here we go. Thank you. Just players, come with me. Come with me. Take the coin. Have a good one.
Well, I think it's going to be interesting. I would think, Jim, is just how Mahac pulls up after that epic encounter with Casper Ruud. We know he hasn't been feeling that well.
Yep, and it was a lengthy match, 6-4 in the third. He also had some elbow treatment within that match. So where is he within this one? Because one would think this match might be vital, though. You have to give Mahova a fair shot against Swiatek in the women's singles as well.
Well, interesting courtside. The ball kids forgot to put the balls out. We were talking yesterday about players walking out with no rackets. Well, today the balls took a little bit longer. But also, you guys will see straight away that Hubie's got the stencil on the racket today. So between the first match and this match, he's obviously signed a contract.
Well, you know what that tells me? The contract didn't start until 2025.
There you go, exactly,
all right.
Jim.
All right, we figured it out.
Yeah.
So what you're saying is the ink is dry?
It's dry, just.
It's going to be a long year if you hang around me too long. It's been a nice little rise up the rankings for this guy, Jim. 24 years of age.
It's been wonderful. 24 years age. He's hitting the heights up to 25 in the world. He started last year ranked 78th. 33 matches on tour from a win standpoint last year, including a finals in Geneva where Casper Ruud beat him in semifinals in Shanghai. That was really a standout result where he defeated Carlos Alcaraz before Jannik Sinner stopped him in the semis. So this guy has a lot of upside potential, and he is certainly proving it now. He's a wonderful talent, and this is, I agree with you, Petch, I think this is a different matchup now for Hurkacz than it was nearly a year ago, because he is a much more confident player, Mahac, than he would have been.
He'll be now 27 years of age, career high of number 6. He won his first ever 5 finals when on the ATP Tour. Not too many people start off like that. I think there's only ever been 7 that have managed to be flawless in their opening 5 before finally losing one. But he has got 8 pieces of silverware at home, has Hubie Hurkacz. But as he said, the big change came with the 2 coaches, because he felt as though he needed something else. He's out there wanting to win a major. Huge success with Craig Boynton, as Jim and Todd have been saying, and he is a wonderful coach. I don't think it'll be too long before we see Craig back out on tour. I would think that his phone would have been ringing relatively consistently. More a question of whether he wants to get back and when he wants to get back out, having worked so successfully with Hubie over the years. There's the confirmation of the 1 win, 3 and 4 for Hurkacz. Indoors in Marseille on a pretty quick call. Todd, just quickly, is it humid down there today?
It is incredibly humid. I was just sitting here with my floor manager courtside here, and we're both sweating and we're not doing anything. So it's going to be quite taxing on the court here today.
Todd, what'd you get up to last night?
No, I was in bed by 9:45 asleep. I promise.
Just checking.
I promise I'm not sweating out too many drinks or anything like that.
All right, 2 minutes. Just checking.
But I will tell you this, is that because it's so humid, there is no air circulation in here whatsoever. And so it's going to be quite taxing on these guys. I think more so during the day than it will be in the evening. So we'll see how that plays out, because Mahac the other day did struggle a little bit, and you need to keep your fluids up inside this Ken Rosewall arena.
does have another sort of side effect, doesn't it? It does feel as though it's a little bit slow. We saw it in the match with, obviously, Casper the other day, and Mahac, that it can get just a little bit heavy. Thomas Mahac's coach, the team captain down there, is Daniel Vacic. Hello, Daniel. How are you?
Good morning to you guys.
How is he?
Happy New Year.
Happy New Year to you as well. How is he feeling? We know that he's been unwell coming into this particular tournament. How is he feeling today?
Oh, he's feeling much better now, and he got used to the conditions here a little bit more, and we've been here already 8th day. And because before he was sick, so he didn't have that much time to prepare for the tournament, but now I think he's fully ready.
And has he been able to get some practice here the last day or so and feel comfortable? I noticed that you guys were looking at his elbow, I think, during his match with Casper.
No, I think he was just, in general, he was tired. I think it was nothing particular, but you know, it felt different because he didn't play such a long match in a long time, almost 2.5 months. So he has to get used to it a little bit more. I think today he will be okay.
Obviously, they played once before, Daniel. What did Mahac learn from that?
Oh, I hope he learned. It was an extremely difficult match. It was, yeah. I think Hurkacz played extremely well the tournament, and was a quick indoor court. Were completely different conditions. Almost a year ago, Thomas was in a different stage of his career. He was just beginning on the tour. So I hope today it's going to be completely different.
All right, well, he's next to you now, so we'll let you get to coaching. Good luck.
Thank you, thanks.
We are going to play match now.
Can you tell us the strategy? That would be nice. We could listen in.
I think we'll all find out here pretty soon together. Just getting that last-minute energy in there, a little boost from the gel. As Hurkacz loads up on the hydration, and we are almost away here. The new season has already started, but this is the first match of the new year here in the United Cup. Pleasure to be alongside Todd and Mark and everyone at home listening. It's going to be a great year.
First set. Representing Poland. Hurkacz to serve. Ready? Play. Third delay.
First rally of 2025. It goes Hurkacz's way. And it was another feature of his match. We're going to dig into, obviously, the racket change from Hubie, but forehands down the line. He's usually a 50-50 split, is Hurkacz. In his match the other day against Casper, he was almost at 70% of his forehands going down the line. High-risk strategy, didn't pay off. But the serve working nicely in that opening game.
He had a good day of serving against Casper Ruud, but you're right, the forehand direction was a little bit eye-opening because he tends to be a bit more conservative with it than he showed us in that matchup, and time will tell whether that is a new strategy emerging from his new coaching team. And I know Craig Boyden, who I spent time with on tour, he was coaching me, so I'm very deep in the weeds with Craig about Hubie for years, and Craig had knew that Hurkacz's forehand was an area of growth, and he tried to get him to be more aggressive with it, but it was like pulling teeth. It was difficult. Hubie resisted it. More comfortable with his backhand, as we see the win predictor just right in the middle of a coin flip. So Ivan Lendl, when he was with Andy Murray, seemed to have the key to unlocking power in Murray's forehand, and maybe that will also be the case here with Hurkacz. He could certainly use a little more of a threat on that side. We'll see whether he can control it, because there is that aspect too.
In different forehands is not something that we've seen from Majic too much in the last sort of 3 months of the season. Smooth shot. Some violent velocity when he needs to. We saw it against Alcaraz in Shanghai. Some subtle brilliance there from the 24-year-old. He held that shot for so long. Hurkacz had made a very definite move into his backhand side and got caught.
Yeah, that's interesting that you say that, because when I sit here watching Hurkacz, and we did his match the other day, at the moment his confidence level is that he's reacting to the ball. He's not anticipating and moving in those areas as well as you might when you're feeling really good about your game. So some of his movement for me is he's late, and so he's getting caught particularly and quite often out wide to the forehand, because he's sort of leaning into the backhand corner far too often. He's not reading where his opponent might be trying to expose him. And even in a situation like that forehand there, waiting for that ball to get to him, not up on it a little earlier. That ball's dropping severely by the time he struck it. So feet need to work a little quicker for Hurkacz at this early stages.
Game on.
March in the end getting a solid hold, but he got a little bit of a helping hand there from Hurkacz, whose forehand has always been kind of the barometer to his success. I know back in 2022 he managed alongside Craig to get about 200 RPMs extra on it to get a little control. And it'll be interesting to see with this racket, Jim, just digging into the numbers here compared to when he was playing with the Yonex last year, and we can say that now. It's almost identical, the numbers against Casper Ruud. Speed, spins, doesn't seem as though it's giving him anything that the Yonex was.
So it sounds like the change was really more of a financial change than potentially a pickup of power or spin change.
I would be surprised. Yonex historically have been the people that pay more than other racket companies.
Yeah, but clothing and shoes and rackets, don't want to go too far down the business of tennis path, but it's complicated. But things are simple when you can serve like Hurkacz, though. Hold and serve, not typically a problem for him. Certainly not in this game, it appears.
Beautiful two-hander down the line there from Hurkacz, holding to love, and it is 2-1 in the opening set.
Team Boran leads 2-1.
Nie lubię iść w piłkę. Jak się rozładowuje i jak jest tam zgięty, to mi ucieka trochę. Bardziej sobie boję przerystrajku.
only one thing, 15 on, take it and make him forehand crossing. You open him already. The next one, take him run. It's allowed. You play his in again and then he start to be a little bit more recovered. And more aggressive. There's a lot of job. The good yeah, the return serve was good, but also they put only one first serve, the 43rd. Also was playing with only second serve. It's important. Try to get your chance. If you decide to go back in the second serve, okay, then the next ball, long. So you have more time to recover. Very good. But you are changing directions amazing, huh? Believe it or not.
Quite a really interesting change over there. Nicholas Massou much more engaged, it feels, today, Jim, than he was actually in Hubi's first match.
Well, one match under the belt too,
yep.
right? I'm sure you start to feel more and more comfortable as a team the more time you spend together. So the instructions from Massou, apart from a lot of positivity, and you're doing great out there, was if you do go back on the serve, get a little more height on the return. But he's just trying to kind of work his way into it, which makes a lot of sense.
Just want to see where he stands for the second serve. As Massou was saying, if you want to go back, you've got to be more active with your feet. Will Hubi decide to jump in? Can't do anything about that.
Nothing to do about those 2 points. You're just a passenger if you're Hurkacz Mahacz, knocking down first serves and then following up with that forehand on the next shot. Unplayable. There's a nice combo. Little line return and then an inside-in forehand doing major damage there for Hurkacz. He's done it again. We saw him hit a lefty forehand in his match against Casper Ruud, and it looked fluid, and he just did it again and won the rally. Amazing. Look at this pickup. Why he opted to do that, I don't know, but if I could hit that shot, I probably would too. It looks good and effective and eventually successful.
Plenty of variety in those servings from Mahacz. 2 apiece as Todd Woodbridge has made his way, I think, into the Team Poland bench.
I have, and I've got Nicholas Massou with me. Nico, one of the key things we've been talking about is there's a lot of changes for Hubi this year. Coaching, new racket, new equipment. Tell us about the racket change.
Well, when I talked to him at the end of last year, he told me about that he was trying some different stuff of rackets. So when we started the off-season, he was trying these rackets. So I think that it's playing very, very good for him. I mean, he's used to it. Of course, he needs matches. Also, I think this racket is very important for his game. The forehand, for example, gets a lot of spin. Yeah, many things. Also, more speed. So we are happy with that.
Exactly like that there. So what are the key things that you two are working on for this new season?
Yeah, the first thing is that he's healthy, because he didn't play so much since August. I mean, he got a surgery after Wimbledon, so he needs matches, and now to get rhythm again. Of course, work on the forehand, his movements. Also, sorry. So yeah, and to play very smart in the important moments, to believe in his shots, and well, he improved a lot on clay also, so he's a very complete player, and for his side, he's moving really well.
Well, I know you like to be invested, so I'm going to let you get back into it. Thanks very much for chatting.
Thanks. Bye-bye.
Well, showboating there from Hubi. And some nice insights there from Nicholas Massou.
Certainly some good spin on that forehand. That thing dove down short in the court. Mahach was tracking for a deeper ball, wasn't expecting it. So that's something that we'll be tracking this season as well, comparing his speeds and spins at similar tournaments and see if he is getting what seems like the team is asking for. A little more pop, a little more spin on the forehand. Certainly no problem with the serve there. Everything going to serve so far here in 2025.
Sense that wouldn't just be a feel thing that Nicholas was talking about. They would have had, whether it's Bolt 6, Hawkeye, somebody looking at those numbers in the off season to produce the kind of results that he's saying that they are. We didn't see it from the previous match compared to what we have on our system, but they surely have seen it.
Yeah, absolutely.
I tell you what, guys, sitting next to Nico there while that was all playing out, he's almost hitting every shot. He's so invested in every single point, every single moment. It's a different intensity when you're doing that interview to what most of them are when you're at courtside.
So far, so good for both players in the opening 5 games. As we take a little look at the Group B standings, this group is super easy. It's just a win today for either of these two teams, and they go through to the quarterfinals here in Sydney. Of course, they are ahead in Perth. It's already quarterfinal day over in Western Australia, but for today, it is just trying to pick up a couple of wins for either Czechia or Poland, and it is going to be mighty tight, you would think. Muchova against Świątek is up next in what will be a blockbuster start to 2025. And this perhaps at the genesis of something a little special between these two in just their second meeting.
Forehand already looking sharper so far for Hurkacz in this matchup. It is a different matchup than playing Casper Ruud, who was in excellent form when he took on Hubi. You have to contend with so much more spin coming off the ball. This one coming at a little more of a hittable style, and he's taken full advantage of it so far.
Let's talk about the injury, of course, that he picked up against Artifice in the second round of Wimbledon when he dove for the ball and ended up tearing his meniscus for Hurkacz. Just played 11 matches after that on the season, won 6, lost 5. That, however, was a miracle in itself, because when he went to see the doctors, he also spoke to Novak Djokovic, who also obviously had that problem with his knee about what to do. Most of the surgeons said he wouldn't have played for the rest of the season last year. So the fact that 3 weeks later he stepped onto the courts in Canada to play against Kokkinakis, was remarkable. Ended up winning that in a final set breaker. Beat Rinderknecht before losing to Popyrin, who won the tournament.
It certainly did set him back, even though he was able to get back so quickly. He was ranked 7 in the world at Wimbledon, and by the end of the season dropped down to the top 10 to 16 in the world, where he's currently residing. So don't expect him to stay down there for too long if he stays healthy. Knocking on the door of a break point here at 30 all. Oh, that's snuffed out. A beautiful ace from Mahac. Paints that line right up the center.
Destructive serve. It doesn't look that great, but it is incredibly accurate. And it also looks as though they've been going against some of their trends. So we've seen Mahac in the past love to go wide on the deuce side, but as you've seen already in a couple of crucial points against Hurkacz in this opening set, he's fired it through the tee.
As Hurkacz finds another forehand long. I think Jim used the word simplicity of the serve a little earlier. And when you watch him play technically, and you guys know I like to look at the technique, the backhand is so simple, the serve is so simple, but the forehand isn't. It's a big swing that sometimes gets too late. And so often I'm watching from side of the court here, and you'd like it to just be a little bit more abbreviated, would certainly give him more control. And he's got plenty of power anyway. Tightened it up there, but you know, sometimes I find with players and on their forehands in particular, they have the same swing path no matter what type of shot is coming to them. So if they have time, yes, you've got time for a longer, lengthier swing, but if it's onto you quicker, you need to abbreviate. Something that when you watch like Novak Djokovic, he does so very, very well.
Oh, yes. So sweet from Mahac. Great anticipation. But you better have good hands to pull this shot off, too, and he certainly did. Look how deep he was on the return to serve, and then quickly right back up, trying to regain the ground. Hurkacz pressing the attack button, and that was spectacular. Pretty similar point here with Mahac starting deep in the court and never quite being able to get back in to an even keel in the rally. Hurkacz leaps his way forward on that backhand and sets up 40-30.
That was the area that he harvested all his points against Casper Ruud out wide on the outside, but Machac there with a beautiful fluid return of serve, just hurrying it onto Hurkacz. Dragged himself back to juice. Pressure on the Team Poland.
Need the wide serve to come into play here with Machac standing so deep to return. That's quite a wall that Team Poland just put up in that point, because the serve was the right idea, it just didn't hit the right target. And Machac was in charge there. Hurkacz hanging in there like a loose tooth in that point, but he gets to add in.
Good struggle, nice arm wrestle between these two in that particular service game of Hurkacz, but the pole comes through and is successful. 4-3. Well, it's been a nice solid start between these two. Not quite the fireworks that we had last night, when an estimated 1.5 million people flocked to the Sydney Harbour to watch the fireworks. An underwater themed display. And when a picture is literally a postcard from the barges from the top of the Harbour Bridge, the Sydney Opera House as well, where they launched the fireworks, it was simply sensational and a perfect way to usher in 2025.
Pressure to him, because 30 all playing with the first serve in a good spot, and also 40-30. So as soon as he starts to play with the second serve in important moments, we need to be ready. Let's go.
Couple of quick losses at the back end of the season for Hurkacz against Jack Draper, and perhaps at that stage a little more worrying Alex Mikkelsen when he went down picking up just the 4 games. So there was a need for a quick reset, and this is the stage that he finds himself at. It's been a little bit more of a composed beginning to this match for Hurkacz as the new balls come into play.
Way deep for the second serve return. And draws a double.
Love 15.
No one's gotten to break point yet. They've been hovering nearby, a couple 30-alls. But no damage done to any of the servers just yet.
And amongst it in 2024 has Machac. He played just 7 matches against guys in the world's top 50 in 2023, picked up just the 1 win. Saw him pick up 18 wins against players in the top 50, but a wealth of data, because he's teed it up 35 occasions against those sort of players, so he's got a great understanding of what his game needs to be, what parts hurt other opponents.
14, Toto.
Used to play a couple of great matches, Mahatch, against Tommy Paul over in the Asian swing. It's always complicated taking on Tommy Paul. He's going to make you work for it. Great athlete in his own right.
Against
Nice jabs from both players at the moment, but no one really laying a glove on anyone else.
Both guys serving over 65% first serves in play, so that's helping them maintain control much of the action on their service games. Look how deep Mahatch is going here. He's going about as deep as you'll see. He's back there in Medvedev territory for the second return. Way back there, as Daniil Medvedev told us last year in Melbourne, you're able to just hit a normal ground stroke. You stand in close on the returns, you have to abbreviate it, bunt the return back to absorb the big pace coming your way.
Particularly against Hokac's serve, Jim, because it's still rising all the way back to where he was on that second serve on the first court just then. It's an incredible amount of spin and flight that the ball still gets from Hurkacz. So he comes from such a height, and the leverage that he has with his reach is extreme.
49.
What was also funny is Hurkacz was the player that Medvedev played after he sort of outlined his strategy of why he stands deep, and he stood in to return his serve. And the reason he said afterwards is Hurkacz's serve is still going up. Even if you're standing that far deep, that's what he can bring with the angle. And he's bringing it. Still no breaks, still no break points on serve here. Opening set.
For the moment, almost every 40-30, he goes wide. He goes wide, huh? You have to check. You can change to the team, but just in case we know that his favorite serve in the important moments outside is wide. Yeah. Now that the ball are the three games used, if you have the ball in the hand, for example, in the rally now, go firm with margin and play the point. So you are taking the center of the problem to really much. You are running a lot. You are dictating. Continue with that. You are making a good job. Let's go.
He spent a fair bit of time waiting to pick his time to speak to Hurkacz after that ninth game of this opening set, trying to find the right words at the right time for his man.
Some of the main information was related to serve direction, wasn't it? He was talking to his player about on the big points so far late in the games in the ad court that Mahatch has been serving out wide with his first serve. So he said, look, he might go T, but just know that his favorite serve is definitely that wide one in the ad. So maybe just lean that way if you get to another big point. These players, for me, quite similar once they're in rally. Their backhands are more sturdy. The forehands are more threatening, but Also more fallible. You can extract more errors in the forehand side, but they can also do more damage there. There's a big delta in success on both of these guys' forehands. There's the good and the bad of it. First point, dumped it in the middle of the net, and that time just lays waste to that forehand.
When he's been at 30-all, that has been his pattern to escape the clutches of Hurkacz. Fast through the tee, then a big one out wide, and we're at 5 apiece.
5 games on. Let. First service.
It's such a good play in the ad court, different than the deuce court, right? The ad court, when you hit the second serve to the backhand, you're taking court position, and it's much harder for players to rip backhands than it is forehands. You serve it down the middle. In this scenario, if he were standing deep, he's not. He's standing in, so the serve and volley is not really on here. But in the deuce court, you're most likely going to hit the tee serve, and you're not really getting a good angle for a put-away volley after that. If you try to go wide, then they've got the forehand in play. They see you coming. You're really at risk. So that's why the ad court serve and volley on a second serve is more of an option against the deep returner. And he's going to take away that option here, Mahatch. He's going to stand in tight. See if he gets another double. Different tactics paying off, Teddy.
30-all.
Well, he did so well to make that return, first and foremost. And then he sneaks in here. But I really like the way March moves around there. Look how low he is and how stable he is, the balance that he has. He always has his eyes right behind the flight of the ball, and that's so important for a volleyer. Big point coming here.
Now's when the second serve to the forehand is actually the best strategy. Take time away from the less reliable shot.
Where the frequency of his forehand going down the line at times for Hurkacz just hurts him. It just opened up the door for a very routine two-hand across court that got him on the run, and then Mahec made his way, wandered into net.
Finds himself with the first break point of today's contest, and it's a big one at 5-all. He got it. What a rifle. And first blood goes to Team Czechia. They'll serve for the opening set.
Team Czechia leads
to the break.
6 games to 5.
Perfect forehand here, and well, we've seen it numerous times over the course of 2024. This particular shot wrecking havoc against great opponents. Why Hurkacz decided that his +1 backhand should go to that side after the return, only he knows, but Mahec was not going to get another second invitation to pull the trigger on his forehand, and rightly so. Nice little bit of game management from Mahec on the return, stepping up on that baseline, just taking away the serve and volley play from Hurkacz. Who honed his craft, watching his sister play, who was a tennis player in her own right, but he would be hanging around the tennis club and smashing balls like so many players in the past against a wall for many hours, so that he didn't get bored. Eventually got spotted at the club, and his parents paid for the lessons, and this is a sport that he ended up falling in love with. Fell out with a little bit of love with it when he was around 12 to 15, played a little bit more soccer back then before coming back to the tennis courts. We are now the beneficiaries of that decision. Serving for the opening set for Team Czechia. You feel he's going to need a little bit of help from his opponent if he's going to get the boomerang break.
When Mahec has time on the ball on that forehand, he is deadly. It is an elaborate swing, and if you can rush it, there are errors to be had there. But man, look at the wrist lag, and that's where the power comes from. Plenty there.
Hurkacz at times can just look a little disjointed, the feet not quite in the right place, where the arm is in the head.
That's exactly what I was talking about just tightening up that swing. That was an absolute example there.
A little extravagant, and he has got 3 set points in a row.
set.
And he seals it with an ace on his second. Team Czechia go a set up. And that was an impressive sprint to the line in the opening set from the 24-year-old. Interesting to see as we get towards the second set whether Hurkacz is going to start taking away that channel down the tee, because Mahac's at the moment, you feel, got his run of whatever he wants to do. Hurkacz has got to try and insert some doubt into Mahac's mind with that first serve. Look at those numbers. That's impressive from both sides, but most importantly from the right-hand side.
Yep, Mahac winning such a high percentage of first serves and perfect at the net, 6 for 6. And the 4 forehand winners, the one most vital one was the break point, and that was lethal, and that was the difference.
Somewhat surprised by the unforced error count being in Hurkacz's favor there.
No, he's not been on offense probably, Todd, as much as he would have liked, I'm guessing.
Yes, it's true. He's been forced running out right to his forehand wide, which has given him a bit of trouble, as I mentioned earlier, in the first couple of games with his movement, because I feel like he's lacking that little bit of confidence. When you're confident, you're sort of already anticipating and into the right places, and he's just a little bit on the back foot with that. And that's natural if you haven't won a lot of matches for a period of time.
Okay, guys, Jim, strategize for me if you're sitting in Nicholas Massou's seat right now.
I think first and foremost, when you're returning serve, as you were suggesting, you've got to take away the preferred serves, which is up the middle
Second set.
in the deuce court out wide in the ad. So start there. Once you're in the rallies, maybe just be a little bit. Maybe be a little bit more disciplined and a little less aggressive with your change of direction shots for right now. When you do get a chance to attack, I do like trying to challenge Mahac's forehand with speed, because I think he's shown not only can he handle speed with his two-hander, he can handle it with a left-handed forehand if he has to. There wasn't much in that set, right? There was just the one late break, so no major changes, but just a couple little minor ones. What about you guys? What do you think, Petch? Start with you, and then we can wander down courtside to Todd.
I mean, I think he's got to just, again, go with the return through the middle when he can get it on. I think that I agree with you. I think he wants to change direction too quickly in rally.
30-15.
I'd like to see him try and find a way to get to the net a little bit more against Mahac, just try and break some of the rhythm up.
Yeah, I agree with both of you. I think, though, to do that for Hurkacz, I'm going to focus on is that he needs to structure some points to get the shot that he's after, because at the moment he's playing just free tennis. Whatever comes, he hits wherever he feels. There's no actual pattern. And that's what he needs to do. So if you think about Casper Ruud, he's always looking to set up a play to use his forehand, and he's always waiting for that moment, and he's patient to that. That's the type of thing that Hurkacz could be thinking of. Okay, I'm going to go here until I get the ball. And he wants to use his forehand as a big weapon, but at the moment, he needs to set that up. Then he can start advancing, I think, into the net that, like you've sort of mentioned, Jim. But you can't do that if it's all over the place. You have to actually set your play to get there.
One thing that we have seen, Todd, is Mahac advancing as the set wore on the first set. Remember how deep he was returning early, and this is the first 9 games of the set. They're on serve That was his average contact hit point once he was in rally, because he was returning from so deep. Once he shifted to returning in close, look at that. He was well and truly inside the baseline. Now, a couple of those are obviously service games, so you're going to be more aggressive there. Just the one return game involved. But he was able to get into the net, knock off some key volleys, and thump some forehand. So that adjustment for him, it was literally the one adjustment. Moving forward with the second serve return elicited a double fault from Hurkacz immediately, and then from there he was able to take control of some rallies, and that's put him in control of the scoreboard.
Yeah, just underlining what you're saying, it doesn't need to be seismic shifts in strategy at times, can be just a little subtle one, enough to tilt the balance towards you, and that's certainly what happened at the back end of the opening set. It's just absolutely world class.
Yeah, I mean, I like Mahacz's backhand far more than I like his forehand, but the forehand's the one that gives the oohs and the ahs. But this is like a blindfold shot, I feel like, for Mahaczz. He could just close his eyes, hit that one in the center of the racket, and find the court.
Nice way to take the initiative there from Hurkacz. In the absence of alternatives can narrow the focus.
And where did he go?
Cross court.
Exactly. Let's keep a pattern of play like that for a while will help him enormously. Now, ball boy, we had this issue yesterday. The ball kids are moving so fast they're coming out of their shoes. Oh, he's going to help him out. That, or as Thomas alluded to, maybe they need to do their laces up a little tighter.
Net. First service.
Well, we've been here before at 30 all on Mahacz's serve, and it'll be fascinating to see what comes out. A little smile on the New Year's Day.
Yeah, you've laid it out. It's been a serve up the tee, followed by a serve out wide in the ad court that has extracted the risk for Mahaczz. Let's see if he keeps that pattern. That's a different toss. That was a wide ball toss going out to the right for him. That's more of a tee toss.
Can't ask for more from Hurkacz. Picked the tee. Mahaczz didn't hit his spot as well as he had done at 30 all in the past, but boy, isn't he an athlete. Unbelievable flexibility once again on display.
The volley wasn't bad, was it? I mean, that was a difficult volley, and you're covering the right place. He just beat him with pace, basically through the middle. And Captain Vacek up out of his seat because it's 40-30 instead of break point. reversed it.
Game. Team Czechia. 1 game over.
If you were going to go back and watch game tape after this, at 30-all, when you watch Hurkacz's net position there, Todd, you can tell me I'm wrong, I felt as though he was over covering the line. He's a tall guy.
And he also got too close, didn't he? Which is why he got beaten by pace. So yeah, so it's about your positioning. If you think of great net players, of how they cover, they almost suck you into going to a certain spot, hold. Wow. Hard to get over Hurkacz, what a lob.
15.
But I was saying hold, and that's where you get into a position and you lure your opponent in, and then you time it. And again there, almost getting in too close too quick. He's so big, he probably doesn't need to, because he can put his racket out in front and cover and close the net down.
15 all.
It looked like one of Todd's chip lob returns over the net man back in the 90s, time and time again, just a little low stab lob.
Yep.
That's why you're sitting in such a cushy seat right now.
Yep, paid a few bills that one.
It's almost an identical sort of look to Todd's, because the shorts are about the same length, aren't they?
I didn't have those legs, I can tell you that. My quads didn't pop out of my shorts like that. This is an interesting period for me for Hurkacz, because I think he's actually played some really good points, structured them, and if he could keep going cross, find his way forward, make Hurkacz come up with those incredible passing shots, you're just building pressure that's going to come your way. You can't keep coming up with that when you're playing such a big guy like this, and you know, let's hope he sticks to those patterns. That's if you're going for Team Poland. Because when you get so many free points like that, the pressure goes on the other end of the court so often. You've got to remember that.
Tucked it across the incoming Hutch, who gives him a little tap of the racket to say great shot, which of course it was. Big hold for Team Poland, 2-1, second set. The all-court play from both players actually in this little segment of the match. And Hutch showed over the course of the season just how comfortable he is in the full court. Lady here showing how comfortable she is in the spotlight consistently. Currently the world number 2, of course, former world number 1, looking to get back to that particular spot. Of course, also changed her coach with Wim Visser. It's going to be fascinating to see how that translates to the quicker conditions down here in Australia, taking on Karolina Muchova for a 4th time. Świątek leads that head-to-head 2-1. This time they played back in Montreal on the hard courts. Every single one has gone to a deciding set.
Okay, very good. The guy needs to play like this to win games. And remember, the guy all the time, if his serve is 30-all, you're winning serve so easy. It's the first time, I think, 30-all again from the break. That's it. And before, so easy for you. So you are making the difference. So you will have chances to break.
It's positive reinforcement from Nicholas Massoud, and coach for Hubert Hurkacz, just saying, look, you're holding serve easily. This guy's holding serve at 30-all nearly every game. Hang in there. You're right there on the edge of a break.
18 love.
It's crafty. Little slice, squash forehand.
There's a new fan.
Kitty. Oh, that's an edge taker on that serve.
I can tell you too that the fans are waving their fans in the stadium at the moment. It has got really toasty. It's just on 30 plus degrees out in Homebush, Western Sydney. It's a lot warmer out west than it is if you're in around the coastline with a bit of a sea breeze. Just catches that one. And if you throw in the fact that it's now up to 40% humidity, it is difficult conditions.
It's difficult for Hurkacz to keep up with the pace of shot coming from Mahac. Look at those numbers, bottom right. Thumping the forehand, getting him on the backhand side by 4 kilometers an hour as well.
New balls, please.
Something a little special. So on average 136 Ks against Alcaraz in Shanghai. He is capable of pretty high numbers without missing. A fairly irresistible combination. So it inserts a lot of questions into your opponent's mind when you can come up with shots like that as your +1. Where does Hurkacz go to try and give himself a good chance to build some momentum?
There's new balls to serve with here.
So he had some pretty quick success with Dominic Thiem, didn't he? Pretty much came on the bag, and then the Masters 1000 title for Dominic at Indian Wells.
It was the same thing with Craig Boyton. Started at Indian Wells with Hubie Hurkacz, and they got to the quarterfinals when Hubie was young and his ranking was nowhere near supporting that kind of result. So those kind of early results, that's jet fuel for chemistry. Turbocharges the relationship in a way. That was a little hot doggery. Seen quite a few of the front-facing twinners. That one finds the net. Hurkacz finds a hole.
of families that have come in to watch this particular contest on New Year's Day. They probably got a little bit more sleep than some of the other 1.5 million people that wandered into Sydney Harbour last night, but it has been a very well supported event out here at Homebush. There's no doubt at all Igor Świątek is a big global star, but obviously from a Polish contingent, they have come out here and supported hard. And she'll be up next. Success for Poland in recent times. Hubi's been definitely a part of that, semi-finalist at Wimbledon.
And a bit of Queen with We Will Rock You, which is in fact Thomas Mahac's favourite band. There you go. Don't know if the DJ knew that.
Didn't inspire him. Real chance here for Hurkacz. Love 15-second serve after a double fault. Superb.
And there you have it, don't you? The structure of a point. Good strong return, cross-court, forehand, hard cross, and it opens up some space. And he was on his way in too. So there's building that pressure. This is exactly the sort of thing that you would be wanting him to play.
So love 30, not 30 all, but same type of pressure on Mahac. 2 points away from a break. I would expect the tee serve coming again.
Can't believe it out, but it is out. There's no question about that. And he is going to face a couple of break points here. He's lost the rhythm on his first serve. And Hurkacz has been patient, waiting for his opportunity. Here it comes.
The first one. Nothing you can do about that level of play for Mahac if you're Hurkacz, other than applaud it and go back to work. This forehand was risky, and then once he saw it go over, this volley was absolutely perfect.
How good was the movement too, because he was behind the baseline and he was well inside the service line for the volley. Those first two steps are amazing.
Yes.
serves that were conspicuous by their absence suddenly reappearing, and he has done very well at managing a low ball with not much on it and not overplaying it. That was his reward, a simple overhead for something that was very complicated the shot before.
Again, Team Czechia.
Rises to the challenge and pulls up alongside Hurkacz, who looked as though maybe he was just going to move away for the first time today. It is a quirk of Hurkacz's game that he doesn't often hit forehands down the line on the return on the deuce side. He's very much a kind of hook it middle cross court. And obviously, Jim, when you look at the great returners like Novak, how often he finds opponents' backhands in those moments.
It's a real asset if you can do that, for sure. Far easier to do when you're returning in the ad court if you're a right-handed player. Change direction on a serve coming into your forehand in the deuce. You got to remember, even the slow serves are traveling faster than big ground strokes for the most part. Second serves in the mid to high 90s usually in men's tennis of miles per hour. You're 160 kilometers an hour, and changing direction on that is tricky and it's risky. So that just underscores the ability of some of the players like Novak to be able to do that time and time again. It's not easy. Someone as gifted as Hurkacz has trouble with it. There off of that 167K serve was going big cross court rather than catching it a little later. Didn't miss it by much. Caught that one cleanly.
One thing that Hurkacz's +1 position is well inside the baseline, and obviously doesn't hurt him that often because he's such a great server that he gets so many free points. But if you can get depth like that, you can see him having to shuffle back quickly. One of the reasons why he's never beaten Novak, 0-7.
Haven't seen him hit that lefty forehand the way we've seen Hologic do it a couple times, including once today.
Great anticipation from Hologic. Picked the inside out forehand. He was waiting to collect it.
And what also was good too, I don't think Hurkacz is great at volleying when you go straight at him, and that's what he did there through the center. He gets caught a lot. He's much better if he's able to use the wings.
Team Poland a breaking point. So often for Hurkacz, the rescue remedy is first serves.
Again, Team Poland.
And he finds 3 in a row to take himself out of trouble, just as Hologic did in the previous game. Good contest right now, 4-3.
Just to touch on his volleys, it's an interesting one with Hurkacz. I think he volleys reasonably well when he is at stretch because he gets the racket in the right position. When he's coming in he has his racket very close to his body, almost sort of sitting on his right-hand hip. And so his racket work becomes slow, and he doesn't get out in front to be able to take the ball in the right position. So he often catches it late. And you see him get caught. Obviously, he's a big man, so he's got to get down behind the ball. But he can make that an easier option if he gets his hands and racket out in front when he's moving forward into the net. And I think his racket work gets a little sloppy, so he gets caught quite often when he comes straight through the middle at him, something that he can really work on.
Interesting to see Nicholas's versatility as a coach. Obviously, Dommy Thiem, somebody that had a nice, predictable kind of style. In fact, the Austrian said after that win in Indian Wells, what did, by the time he got to the French Open that year, one of the things that Nicholas had brought to his game, he felt was a little bit of unpredictability, but it's almost like the counter opposite, isn't it, in this one, Jim?
Yep, it sure is. Probably, as Todd's been laying out nicely, could use just a little bit more of some patterns he can rely on, and then he can freelance it once he gets into a good position in the point. He's got to figure out how to break serve more. He's one of the greats at holding serve in men's tennis and has been for quite some time, but returning, he's definitely nowhere near the top of that group. He's towards the bottom in the top 100, in fact, as far as breaking serves go. So how does he get there? That is what you have to crack. That's the code you got to crack if you're his team.
Saw the lane was open, took his shot nicely, and once again carves out a love 30 situation.
Love 30.
Did find a backhand with the return. Well, the fans of Team Poland are about to find their man serving for the second set. Chances coming thick and fast for him right now. He wilts under the pressure of it all in the end, the 24-year-old, as Hurkacz breaks for a first time.
Very good. Team Poland leads 5-3.
75 minutes of patience from Hurkacz, and he finally gets his reward.
He's made significantly more first serves this set, has Hubert Hurkacz up near 75%. Opening set, just a shade over 60%. That matters.
30 love. Please. 40.
And the complexion of his tie has completely changed. in the space of about 10 minutes. Almost a set and a breakdown. And now running riot on serve. Triple set point.
Wait, please. Oh. 14-15. Let's go, let's go. Come on.
Just the second double of the match as he has an opportunity to put this second set to bed.
That goes down to pattern of play again. He's still got a chance to finish this off. But see that forehand there, if you're going to approach on that, that's got to go down deep into the backhand corner. And then when he's so big, you sit and cover the net. They come up with a pass too good, but cross-court opens up the geometry for the pass anyway.
Hatch a little frustrated about something at the other end of the court. Sheer delight for Team Poland.
One set.
They do level up, set a piece. There's the frustration in evidence for Mahach. Quite sure exactly what he was doing because
jsem tam čekal, já mám tam nebyl, já to dost čekal. Kvůli kondici, opět. Zasraný moc, to tak sere. Tam dvakrát hráči má přesně.
It could be a frustrating sport at times. And he was close, wasn't he? Had the break point, did Mahach at 3 apiece. Would have given him a chance to maybe close it out, but things turned quickly after that first serve went unreturned. And Hurkacz picked up the pace with his serve. 69% serving in the set. 6 aces as well. So, 1 set for the men. And then Muchova and Swiatek. A lot to savor, a lot to relish here on the first day of 2025 at the United Cup.
Both players staying outside, unlike most of the matches we've seen where they've taken their leave of the court after the end of the second set. Not unknown territory for Hubi Hurkacz, who is a player that often goes to 3 sets in his matches. 2023, more than 50% of the matches he played on tour went to a decider, so he is going to be very comfortable with how this match has wandered along. As for Mahach, we saw at the end of that second set the irate nature of something that he was hugely frustrated about. I'm going to be interested to see he calm himself down here at the start of the second. And this is just an example of what he was frustrated about. We're not entirely sure, but there was something to do either with his court positioning on his backhand side, but he's going to have to put that to bed pretty quickly.
Left. Team Poland has requested to see the replay on the right baseline.
Must say, how good is it to actually just go straight into the third set without having a 7-8 minute break? It's meant to be. Maybe that's something new for the new year, guys. It's going to be very good.
Petchum Simpson, we might get a lot of. Back in my day,
I was waiting for it. Yeah, I was waiting for the screen to go to black and white.
Come on, you agree with me? Come on. If there was a day to do it, it actually is today, because it's so humid and damp. I would have expected them both to go for the change of a full clothing kit.
Well, we touched on it at the start of the match about Hurkacz and his missed returns, particularly off the forehand side against Casper Ruud. Look at that uptick. That is phenomenal from him, and one of the reasons why Mahac again is in a little bit of trouble. That is contrary to what we just showed you.
And clearly the commentator's curse hasn't left for 2025.
Those are significant moments, aren't they? He's just been a little cavalier with a little overhead. He's then missed the next shot. You make him play. You put the ball in bounds, and you just never know what may happen. And the art of making your opponent miss is at times, Jim, I think overlooked in tennis. So often it's about what you can do, how proactive you can be. But actually just playing some of those moments a little more successfully for Hurkacz could be the difference.
Yeah, situational awareness matters in life. It certainly matters out here in this one-on-one combat, understanding the ebbs and flows, not only of what you're feeling and experiencing, but also your opponent. As the win predictor is shifted towards Team Poland in this particular singles encounter, you have to be aware of what's happening on the other side of the net, and you also have to have a full understanding that when your opponent misses, it counts exactly the same as you hitting a winner.
Whether the win predictor had inputted Mahac's record in deciding sets for 2024. It was a highly credible 15 wins and just the 5 losses throughout the season.
Body blow on the second serve. 168K on that second. And Mahac did well to not get hit by it. Oh, he's an angry little elf. Oh. He wouldn't like him when he was angry.
Can we get those numbers on those 2 strikes?
40-15.
Return speed 166. Todd, how about that?
That's impressive, isn't it?
Game Team Poland.
Nice to have the luxury of that pace up your sleeve, isn't it? He doesn't use it all the time, but
it's when you see the capabilities of what these players can do. If you ever had the chance to watch Rafa Nadal practice and then go watch him play, you'd notice how much more conservatively he played in a match and how much power he had available and how he could flatten out the shots whenever he wanted to, and he just chose not to play that way. He certainly had the ability to hit those types of shots that Mahac just hit. All these players do. They're playing a restrained brand of percentage tennis for whatever their style of play is. 40 love down. We got to see the full arsenal from Mahac, didn't we?
13.
It's the same thing with top golfers. They can hit the ball further than they usually do. They typically hit about 90% of their possible club speed for control. Because hitting fairways matters, just like keeping the ball on the lines here matters. There's Hologic at love 30, letting fly.
13.
I wouldn't mind seeing him do a bit more of that.
Crush and rush?
Yeah. I mean, he's tall. The ball's not going to play him. He's got a very simple backhand, as Todd's been saying.
I agree. He doesn't even have to crush it. You know, he just takes that early with a bit of a smooth swing, and that builds more pressure, particularly as you get into the middle and latter stage of a third set. There's the difference on the two returns as well. We saw it the previous one on the backhand. I call it a unit turn. He simply rotates his shoulders on the backhand and just puts the racket behind and goes through. Then on that forehand, we saw him take the racket back over his shoulder and head, and then he catches it late. That is why he doesn't have the same control. Just needs to be a simple unit turn, the same as he does on the backhand, to that forehand side. And that just takes a little bit of practice. He's most definitely skilled enough, but it's something I don't think we would have seen him work on. That'd be a practice court thing.
So what are you saying there, Todd? It's shoulder turn rather than racket back?
Yeah, it's simply, you know, if you were to put your racket out in front of you, rotate your shoulders, feel like you're using your trunk and that you're not swinging with your whole arm, and then you just meet the ball quite simply. You've got a lot of pace coming at you from the serve, and then you can redirect it into the part of the court that you so wish. That's what he does off the backhand. That's too good, but he actually did it nicely there, so it's very doable, just has to put it into play more often.
Well, Hutch once again showing how good he is in the forecourt. Lovely little delicate touch to lead 2-1 in the decider. Right, let's take you back to the morning after the night before, the place that so many people want to come to. 1.5 million visitors last night, seeing the fireworks around the Sydney Opera House where they were fired off. There's the Harbour Bridge. Was closed, but at 9 o'clock and at midnight, a spectacular sight. Of course, about 20 swimmable beaches in the harbour these days, 4 bridges across it, and it is truly one of the most iconic places to be. Jim Courier has been right to the top, not just of the World Tennis Rankings, but of the Harbour Bridge
and then also
as well.
Jumping a little bit here.
And as I was saying, it also has its own unit of measurement, the Sid Harb, which Todd Woodbridge was trying to get into with the red wine. He's shaking his head down there. I know you weren't, Todd, I know you weren't. Don't worry. Nice little thrust and parry with Daniel Vacek, a 3-time Grand Slam winner in doubles with Yevgeny Stefelnikov and his charge. It's a little testing moment here. Mahatch wants answers.
Yeah, he's energized. That was a very active changeover in the team zone, a team Poland there. Team Czechia, and Vacek also administering a little bit of a light massage on the left quads, the left calf muscle. His man is on serve and in the lead here in the final set. Two of the more balanced teams in Sydney going toe-to-toe here.
15-11.
That was the point that I called for just a little earlier. They're your basic plays.
14 love.
So good. Clean as you like from Hurkacz. Dominating hold of serve.
New balls, please.
Again, great use of the feet there. Good space, good load. Everything that Masu would be happy to see.
Let first service.
That's one of the shots that has really led to his ranking rise is the forehand. It is far more consistent in its output than it was this time last year. And you put that together with his reliable and offensive-minded two-hander and get yourself a player rising up the rankings. Sitting at number 25 right now, will be seated at the Australian Open.
Again, the setup for it absolutely perfect, but it stays the same, and then suddenly he just torques the upper body, and the ball just shooting through against Hurkacz.
Be the first time for Mahac that he'll be seated at a major in singles. Last major he played is the best one he's had. Made it out to the 4th round in the U.S. Open for Jack Draper. Clipped him in 3 sets, but did have a pretty handy win over Fognini and Korda en route to that one.
A couple of super holds of serve from both players. And this continues to be very tense in the opening match of the day between Team Poland and Team Czechia. Given that he's had pressured a little pre-season, he has performed incredibly well in his opening couple of matches here. From a physical standpoint, you can see here Daniel Vacek again having to do a little bit of massage on the calves. A couple of very physical encounters.
A little bit inner side here. This one? No, outside. This one? No, inside. Oh, this one? Yeah. And then go up a little bit. I touched.
DIY massage. Okay. Learning on the job here, Vacek. things that's happened in recent times as well, Jim, on the tour, of course, with the increase in prize money, not just on the tour, but also obviously from the majors. It's made it a little bit more flatter. There's a little bit more money down the pipeline, which has enabled these players that are coming through perhaps to hire a higher caliber of coach faster in their career than they've previously been able to do before.
Yeah, that's absolutely correct. Everyone seeing the value of investing in good coaching, a good physio, strength and conditioning coaches, mental coaches. There's a lot more apparatus around the players. When the term team first started getting bandied about by players, it seemed a little bit silly. But now you start to see, well, they do have sort of 6, 7 people with them at the top. And it is a team.
Rolling through service games.
Always. Only dropped 1 point on serve, the setter. All right. He's made 11 out of 12 first serves. Yeah, just 1 point. Rock solid. Here comes the jinx, Todd. See if it's still alive and well. No, aced him.
No, it's going to be a good year for you, Jim. But I tell you what, I was thinking here now is that the man that you've faced so many times in big matches, Pete Sampras, reminds me in this sense right now. What I'm going to go to is that Pete used to just cruise along and you could hold your serve, and then all of a sudden he would lift his intensity towards this part of a set from 3-all onwards, and you'd start to feel him pressure and he would tighten things up. That's what I'd like to see Hubie do a little bit more of. He sort of just meanders along, but right now this is that time when you try to lift, and you can reiterate a little bit more about what Pete would do.
It's hard to know if it was intentional or not with Pete, but he did make a lot of returns early in the sets, and then all of a sudden at 3-all, 4-all, 5-all, or
they were there, weren't they?
He just would start blocking returns, chip and charge, get into the net, and his opponents would have no rhythm because they played no rallies in the set, because you're not rallying much when Pete was serving either. You're kind of marching left and right, watching him ace you.
So it's a similar feel in a more modern game with Hologic. But you would feel that intensity rise. You don't kind of see it in the physical aspect of Hubie. He just seems to be, he carries that same demeanor. You'd love to see a little bit more of intensity from him. And it's not in his nature, is he? He's not an in-your-face type of guy. But at the same time, when you're out competing, you need to find ways to lift.
Scarce any opportunities in this final set. Both players looking rock solid on serve. 4-3. We're talking a lot about obviously Team Poland, Team Czechia. We'll see Wim Fawcett, who has worked with some of the biggest names on the WTA, is now working with Iga as they take a little look, perhaps through a little bit of data, or maybe it's just a YouTubing or Instagramming, who knows. But Iga up next against Volkova in what should be a phenomenal match. And it's going to be interesting to watch another partnership as the year goes by, to see what he can bring to Iga's game. Pretty much on a hard court, Jim. Clay, she's sorted.
Yeah. Watching her practice earlier, it looks like the take back on the forehand is a little quicker, a little bit different. Maybe that's to try and give her more time to execute that devastating forehand on a surface that takes time away from you, like this one here. Czech doing double duty in Team Czechia's team zone, administering a massage on the quad of his player.
Time.
And he's pretty much having to do what players did against Sampras in this final set, isn't he? Mahachi's just trying to wait for an opportunity that this man starts missing a few first serves and can get himself involved in a few rallying situations. The downside of the semi-open stance forehand. It takes you a little bit of time to get going when you decide to come in, and he was a bit further away from the net than he would have liked to have been, and that space exploited beautifully by Mahach. This is a chance.
Oh, that return got the line, and here comes a pivotal moment in this match. 2 breakpoint chances for Team Czechia.
Mahach gave him a wide serve. Lent to his right. Brilliantly saved from Hurkacz.
Used the slow slice serve, took pace off of it to try and get it out of the strike zone of Mahach, and that worked well. And once Mahach leapt up in the air to get it, Hurkacz knew he was going to try and take it down the line because it'd be tough to get there, and he was proved correct. Great save, great strategy, and great execution leading to it.
Advantage, Team Poland. Again, Team Poland.
When the opportunity comes and goes, Mahach, how much will he rue that miss forehand on the first of those 2 break points?
4 against all.
Pace on that forehand is exciting to watch. Once again, making it look easy.
Some excellent shot making from Hurkacz, and also some emotion now emanating from the big man.
Strength from a strategic shift is also the technical ability to do it, and that will be one of the challenges for Nicholas Massou on that forehand side. He was trying to do the right thing there, but everything just coming out of the shot there for Hurkacz, contributing to the miss. Well, there was a mini opportunity at the start of that particular service game for Hurkacz to potentially exploit something, unable to do so. And Mahac leads 5-4.
Press from the bottom to the top, and that's it. Don't need that? Yeah, like that. Not too hard. Yeah.
Jestli chceš. To je tohle je něco jiného? To je ti tam míka.
The one there.
Já mám tohle. Jo, máš.
Match between these two nations, and this opening match certainly proving to be the case. Still nothing between them after almost a couple of hours of play out here. And Hutch getting more work done by Vakdic in that particular sit down. Super depth on the return. Hurkacz forced into a very defensive +1 shot.
And an instant injection of tension into this game if you're Hubert Hurkacz, serving at love 15 with no room to wiggle. conundrum for Hurkacz. You need confidence to get through moments like this, and the only way you get confidence is by getting through moments like this, and he hasn't done it for quite some time.
And further evidence of that nervousness in these moments that Jim has just pointed out. Wild forehand. Team Czechia with 3 match points. Absolute delight for match. Terrific contest between these two. And a huge point as well for Team Czechia.
He just bided his time, didn't he? And he got that vital first point in the last game, and then Hurkacz did the rest for him. The lack of confidence in Hurkacz from the lack of wins as of late really rising to the fore, and Mahacz has put his team in a great spot because as he celebrates, Iga Swiatek is going to start sweating. She has to win, and she would be confident against most players in this event, but Karolina Muchova, one of the few players who has the all-court assets to disturb the very, very best.
And again, evidence of just how far he's come in such a short period of time. He lost comfortably against Hurkacz in Marseille in February this year. But there was so much maturity about the performance. He never panicked. And here he is with Todd to talk about what was a wonderful win.
Thomas, congratulations. What a victory, and so sudden at the end.
Yeah, it was a difficult match from the beginning. I was a little bit tired from the match with Kasper. It was a great match, and Hubi is an unbelievable player. It's always a pleasure to share the court with him, and in the end I was fighting. I was just fighting, so really happy with my mental health in the end.
Yeah, when you say fighting, at the end of the second set, you got a little angry with yourself. You gave yourself a bit of a talking to. You let a few balls go really hard into the court. Did that help you relax as you got into the third?
Yeah, it was a little bit unlucky because I had break points on 4-3 in the second set, and I was a little bit not tired, but maybe I was too defensive. But in the end, I was trying to be more aggressive to push myself to the court, and it was great.
It's a nice way to start 2025. 2024 season was very good for you. Your ranking's risen, you've had some great results. What do you hope to achieve this season?
For me, I would like to be just healthy and enjoy to play the best tournaments in the world, and for me it's already enough, and to play against these kind of players, I really enjoying that, and for me this is the achievement, so I will push myself to be better and better. Let's see what is my peak.
And you've given Team Czechia a very good chance. Obviously, you've got Karolina coming out against Iga next, and then yourself in the mixed doubles potentially. You feeling good about the next 2 matches?
Oh, definitely. For me to represent my country is one of the main goals in my career, and from the childhood I was watching Davis Cup and those kind of events. So for me, I will not hesitate to not play doubles with Karolina. She's an amazing player, so I would like to share the court with her, and let's see what's going to happen.
Well, congratulations on a very good victory. Well done. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for Team Czechia.
Yeah, they are a couple of very, very strong nations, and there's not too many holes in any stage through their team. They've got options on both sides. If it does get to one apiece, going to be interesting to see which way they go. Mahech, of course, a gold medalist in the mixed doubles from Paris. Iga showed us again the other evening in the mixed doubles just how strong she is in that particular discipline. So there is much still to play for. He is quite some character, Thomas Mahech. He has burst onto the scene in the last 12 months, and he is only getting closer and closer to the top of the game. He is going to be a handful for the marquee names, Jim.
Yep, that's exactly right. With his forehand lifting in quality to match his already excellent backhand. And he is quite a good mover. Excellent at the net. There's a lot to admire, and there's a lot for him to celebrate right now. His job may not be fully done, though. Might need to come back out for a live mixed doubles if Swiatek gets on top of Machova. That's what's coming up next. Here's the match summary, and it really boiled down to really one game at the very end. Both of them holding serve comfortably in that final set until it was all said and done. And Hurkacz got a little bit nervous, and 3 of his unforced errors finished the match off for him to get up to 25.
We're all set for a blockbuster here in a tie that's taken quite a test. It's Czechia against Poland, and it's the Czechs with the one-love advantage. And we do have a blockbuster women's singles, maybe the best match in the tournament so far, potentially on the cards here. And very happy New Year to you. I don't know if you stayed up to watch the fireworks last night, wherever you were, but I tell you, if you didn't see those, there'll certainly be someone caught out here today. Let's await the two players.
It's time to introduce the players for this United Cup women's singles match inside Ken Rosewall Arena. Please welcome from Team Czechia, Karolina Mukova. And from Team Poland, Iga Świątek.
Former world #1 5-time Grand Slam champion has got to get cracking here. They both had one match to break the spell of the new tennis season, but it's going to be all business as Iga has to save the matchup and give herself a chance, give the Team Poland herself a chance of progressing through to the quarterfinals. Remember, last year's beaten finalists, they had a couple of match points in the mixed doubles against Germany, going up against Zverev and Seguin. A real heartbreak for the Poles, and I'm sure they felt that this year was their chance. They brought a top team. It's going to be foot down now. There's no easing in here at all. Both women looked very impressive in their opening match. The snow is Marlena Helger, but this is a different matter altogether, and we'll see a little more of the work that's been done in the pre-season.
Mila with us for coin toss.
The second best check out early. Left of your picture, Wim Fawcett, who is the new coach of Iga Świątek, and it's Captain Mateusz Teraniski, who used to play sort of lower pro events back in the day, but he finds himself in the captain's chair.
Iga, we have Mila with us for coin toss. So ladies, first, Happy New Year. Second, please stay with Mila here at the end of the coin toss, facing Peter for a photo, all right? Just a couple of things. Serve blocks at the back of the courts and on the sideboards. If you want your towels to be brought to you, just give it to those ladies that are sitting on the chairs, usually. Not now, but they're there. TV changeovers, so please stay seated on outside. And 3 crowd movements whenever, all right? If you ladies need anything, something's wrong, let me know. Any questions? No? So Mila, now we turn focus there. And we ask Kaya if she wants AO or John Newcomb. AO or Jen? AO. Come on. Toss it up. As high as... Fantastic. There you go. Sir? Yep.
Let's make one in the toss. Going to be the one to get us underway here. Miller having done a very good job. I wonder if Miller knows who John Newcomb is. He probably does that then. And certainly celebrating one of the greats of Aussie tennis, as they do over this tennis summer. Well done, Miller. Your job is done, but business at hand. I'm Sam Smith. I am delighted to be alongside former top tenor Andrea Petkovic, who's next to me in pastel mauve and a big smile, as always.
In pastel mauve, and former top tenor who just found out that she needs to work out again, because I had to run here from the studio and my pulse is at around a 200. So endurance could be better, Sam. Could be a lot better.
You're not the only one on the team. I tell you what, who's in great shape is Karolina Mukova, 28 years of age. We pray that she is injury-free. Ignore that ranking. The level level is top 10 always, and I think she could be very dangerous over this summer of tennis.
Yeah, absolutely. And considering that she's only played not even half really of the season, 22 is incredible that she has gotten up to there so quickly the last 3-4 months of the season. She showed the tremendous tennis that she's capable of. It's not a secret that she's one of the most talented women on the tour. Just that body needs to stay healthy for us to enjoy her tennis more.
Huge challenge for her today, the world number 2, a woman who spent 125 weeks on the top spot, relinquished it at the end of last season to Aryna Sabalenka, and we look forward to that developing rivalry. Another top season for her, picked up a 4th Roland Garros, but by her standards probably wasn't quite good enough. But Iga comes in here looking fresh and hungry and ready to take on the world.
Absolutely, she looked really good in that first match, and this is the first bigger challenge. She played Marlene Helge, who is ranked outside the top 400. She's a good player, but not the caliber of a Karolina Muchova, and so that will be interesting.
It's all on the line here, and a very healthy attendance, I have to say, in Ken Rosal Arena. There might be a few sore heads and tired eyes out there, but they've come to enjoy this New Year's Day. 4th meeting between the two. They've always been 3-set battles. The last time was about a year and a half ago in the heat and humidity. Actually, I have a different... actually, the last time they played was in Montreal in the heat and humidity. So that was the one after they played the final of Roland Garros.
But it was very hot and humid that day too, actually.
Thank you.
Final day.
Thank
you were right, as always.
No, you were bailing me out there. This is a warm one today. This is a good tester, isn't it, for what is ahead in Melbourne? And it looks like Muchova hasn't quite got her sun cream absolutely spot on. That's okay. We've all done it, Karolina. It doesn't take long, does it, to frazzle our European skins, and even on a cloudier day. The weather's been pretty kind so far to the players, apart from the first couple of practice days. But we're all set now for a boiler here out at Sydney's Inner West at the Olympic Park. So it's all on the line. Czechia against Poland to go through the quarterfinal, and Mateus, Sam Smith and Andrea Petkovic. We are right behind you, actually. If you look up, we're going to give you a wave, Mateus. I believe this is your first time as captain. You're going to be really tested here. How are you preparing the team to make a comeback?
I mean, we've had a great atmosphere in the team, which really helps. Everyone is getting along, so we know the plan before the match, and everyone's really well prepared. So I think the preparation was key, and now we just got to execute.
And Mateus, all of us are looking forward to this match. We think it's the best match of the round-robin groups. What do you think? How did you prepare Iga, and how did you prepare Team Poland for this blockbuster of a match, really?
I mean, we knew it's going to be a very hard match, as you could see in the first match against Hubie and Thomas. And now Iga has been really prepared well with her coach Wim. And yeah, we're gonna fight really hard, and we're gonna expect for the best.
Quick question, Mateus. We're all a bit puzzled about the pink flamingo. Where's it come from?
I mean, it's our team mascot, and we used it at one of the media day, and I think it's gonna stick with us.
Does it have a name?
Flammy. Yeah.
Flammy, yeah. Very original. Okay, all the very best. You've got a lot of work to do here. It's going to be exciting. Thanks, Mateus.
Thank you. Thanks.
Well, that's quite an Aussie name, isn't it? Just to shrink it. That's Flammy the Flamingo. Let's see if it's going to bring Poland luck. Iga Świątek doesn't normally need too much luck. She's one of the best players in the world, but never easy going on court when you're behind in the match score.
Set. Representing Team Poland, Iga Świątek, 2-7. Ready? Play. 15.
All eyes are on the top players at this time of year. What have they changed? What have they done in the off-season? You had plenty of time to prepare. She also went to Abu Dhabi for the World Tennis League. Got some matches in. Oh, it's a nasty little opener there from Mukova. Tactically, Andrea, what are we looking for?
15.
Well, I think that both players will try to play their game because it is so devastating if they can manage to bring it on the court. Iga will try to make this very physical, try to take time away from Karolina, who will use all the shots in the book, as we saw here with the drop shot, changing the rhythm and pace. Try to rattle Iga, if that's even possible. But this promises to be a fantastic match. I've seen the last two between those two, and the quality of tennis was mind-blowing at times.
Won't be too much of easing themselves into this matchup. It's Mac 10 all the way here. Just got a bit close into the body. This shot right there. Still tried to go down the line, Iga Świątek. Already some tense moments here. You can see it right there. Just doesn't have the right distance to the ball. We'll keep an eye on that, but I do think that the slice of Muchova is better placed into the backhand side, as we saw in the previous point. When Iga has time on the forehand, she actually handles the change of rhythm quite well. opening service game safely away for the Polish #1.
First game.
Laura Robson is courtside from a British #1. Laura, how are you seeing this contest?
It's quite humid here down by the court, guys. A little bit sweaty already, which is probably more information than you needed. But I think both striking the ball really nicely early on. Sam, you and I were watching a lot of Iga's practice earlier, and it looked like she was working on the forehand line, trying to get it a bit higher off to Mukova's backhand. I'm thinking opposite now as a lefty, and just trying to generate a bit more height, it seemed. But yeah, I thought she was super relaxed pre-match and enjoying her new partnership with Wim.
Yeah, when Laura and I were up there, she was doing a lot of cross-court, forehand, and then line, and same backhand, line. You know, very quick transitions.
Yeah.
Looks, you know, her and Wim had a good sort of comfortable chemistry out there. They've had a few months to start working. First tournament was back at the WTA finals.
Team Czechia, Karolina Muchova-Tusa.
Nicely done. And what Laura just spoke about, that higher topspin to the backhand side, that is, I don't even want to say weakness, because she really doesn't have weaknesses, Karolina, but she doesn't like playing Coco Gauff, and one of the reasons she doesn't like playing Coco Gauff is because of that higher topspin forehand down the line into the backhand of Muchova. So possibly on the strategic plan today for Świątek and team Poland.
Karolina Okaya, to her friends, currently ranked at 22 in the world, but has been as high as top 10. She's a former semi-finalist at the Australian Open, and was a runner-up at Roland Garros, and a terrific three-setter to her opponent today.
That is her bread and butter, that forehand from the center of the court, particularly when she can control the center of the court with her forehand. Really hard to read.
Starting to light up now. And a very convincing service game from the Czech.
Game. Love hitting.
Well, and speaking of bread and butter, controlling the forehand, the center of the court with the forehand. That, of course, is also Świątek's big strength, and these two women will try to look for as many forehands from the middle of the court as they can.
Oh, so explosive.
Laura, that looked quite heavy, those two forehands.
Yeah, she's just accelerating so well, and we saw in the previous match that the forehand swing looks a little bit more abbreviated than the end of last season, and it just looks like she's got a bit more time to work with it. Sometimes she looks a bit rushed on that side, but definitely not today.
Yes, this is a very good test, isn't it, for also the modifications on the serve from the pre-season. I don't call it the off-season anymore because
there's no off-season.
There isn't an off-season, but it'll get its first proper test here.
Lights. Fasten.
Oh, that's special.
Yes.
And there's a few warning shots already from Mukova here. And once again, a comfortable service game is a little more tricky.
That's a nice serve, and Laura just talked about the slightly abbreviated motion on the forehand for Świątek. Muchova, on the other hand, seems to have worked on her return positioning. She starts quite far behind the baseline, but moves into the court even more than she did in the previous season. You can see it there. She ends on the line. Starts close to the Sydney sign, but then ends up on the line, returns there, tries to be more aggressive.
Oh, she's going to cause all sorts of problems.
Yes.
That change-up was delicious. It was like she wasn't quite expecting the slice to drop in on the back of the baseline the way that it did, but straight away the transition. I mean, she was coming forward there no matter what.
And it's always a bad sign for the opponent when Karolina is taking her backhand down the line. It's always a sign of confidence in her game, in her backhand, in her ground strokes.
Well, the gloves have come off very early here from both women. So much at stake, a place in the quarterfinal. Whoever wins this Czechia-Poland matchup. Poland with all the work to do to keep it alive. An early chance now for the Czech. There's the break. And Czechia put down an early marker.
Team Czechia leads 2-1.
Well, that gives us much to talk about, doesn't it? Wow. A meaty opening 3 games.
Yes. Cracking start from Muchova, I have to say. She's trying to be so aggressive. And she is taking Iga's desire to control every single aspect of those rallies away from her. That's why she has gotten this break. Iga looks a bit rushed.
Watching women Iga on the practice court an hour or so ago, Wim is a very methodical and thorough kind of coach. I think he also realizes less is more with Iga. Well, you've joined us at absolutely the right junction here in what could be one of the best matches of this entire United Cup. Iga Świątek with new coach Wim Fawcett on the far end there. They have real-time data, and then you know Wim pretty well. He loves the stat, doesn't he? He's very keen and very across that part of the game and all the innovations.
Yeah, very up-to-date, and that will be a challenge of this relationship. How many or how much information does he give to Iga Świątek, who tends to overthink? She loves the analysis part of the game as well. Has to keep it nice and simple, but he's very experienced. And this is the first big challenge of this new season for Iga Świątek.
Comes quickly, doesn't it? You don't get to ease your way in.
Exactly. This is just we're I don't know how many hours into the new year here in Australia, and it's already. You see here the top players in general are very good front runners. So is Muchova, wins 90% of sets when she breaks early.
They're keen to bite back here very quickly, as the champions are so good at. We're very aware that the pole's coming right at her. chance for the immediate breakback, right on cue for Świątek. Oh, it's a fabulous response.
Team Poland. Two games on.
Laura, you're with Team Poland. You've picked a good moment to be there.
Yes, exactly. Great moment to chat to Alicia Rozalska. Perfect timing with the break of serve. What do you feel like Iga's doing well so far in this match?
Yes, I think Iga is trying to still find her the highest level, because today the opponent is really good. We know that Karolina can challenge her with basically every shot. She's returning very good. She's coming to the net, so it's putting pressure. So Iga definitely will have to raise the highest level of today to show, and hopefully kind of catch the first point for Poland today.
I mean, it doesn't get much tougher start to the new year, does it? Playing Karolina, first match back. I mean, what in this specific matchup do you think she has to do well? It seemed like she was looking to go for the forehand line a bit more today.
Yes, I was surprised, because when I watched last time Karolina, I thought that she's more defensive with the backhand, but today she already showed that she's like taking forward, she's coming to the net, so she will try to take the balls earlier and basically close the points at the net. But Iga have to also stay aggressive and not let her do that. We could see already that she also, when she has chances, she's trying to get to the net first before Karolina, so it's gonna be, I think, the fight between who's gonna stay more aggressive and yeah, do less mistakes with this aggressive play.
Best of luck for the rest of the match.
Thank you.
I think, Elisa, we're very welcome in our commentary box. That was a brilliant summary and précis and a dissection of exactly what needs to happen out here.
Yeah, absolutely.
You're hired. Oh, yes.
Again, that really high aggressive stance. You can see Iga motioning to the box like, what can I do? This was a great second serve, and it was 157 k's an hour. That is a change that Karolina is looking for in this new season. More aggressive returns.
That's it, 15.
There it is again.
13.
And Iga loves that kick serve on the second serve, or sometimes she switches us to the slice. I think she'll have to look for some body serves here with that way of return Karolina is going for. She starts on the line and then has this big leap forward. Have to try and jam her if you can.
Hogg back on serve after a couple of breaks in this first set.
Team Poland leads 3 games to 2.
Poland versus Czechia is perfectly poised right now. The Czechs currently topping the group, but it's all to play for in this matchup. Whoever wins 2 of the 3 matches will go through to join Italy in the quarterfinals here in Sydney. For once, it's really simple. They both had very comfortable wins over Norway, as expected.
I still want to see your calculator come out, Sam.
She will need it when Australia and your home country, Laura, Great Britain, face off, because that is very complicated. You need a math degree for that one.
Love it.
Half season last year for Karolina. She injured her wrist on her semi-final run to the US Open back in 2023. That was in September. Elected to have surgery in February. Came back on the grass at Eastbourne, and it was her right wrist. So that has taken an awful lot of sorting out. And confidence as well.
It goes quick for her, right? She's had these injury timeouts, comes back and plays well fairly quickly, but it is a setback every time and a battle back to the top. Beautiful, and we talked in the previous match about Karolina's preferred service area. She goes wide, so she opens the court and then likes to go into the open space, whether that is with a volley, as shown right here, or with a ground stroke. And you know it's coming, but you can't do anything against it.
That's the last forehand that you feel like Iga needs to use a bit more of today, just with a bit more angle on it, slightly lower over the net from down here, and just to continue varying the height over the net so that Mukova isn't able to take the ball on the rise like she wants to.
14.
That's a great example of what you were saying. And you know that because you faced Caroline at the French Open a few years ago, and you're standing well over in that tram, ready to go.
Absolutely, but the thing is, she keeps you honest because she plays the T serve often enough, so you can't fully protect the wide one.
That really messes with your mind, doesn't it?
I know. Tell me about it. But in the important moments, she tends to go for those wide serves.
Yes.
These two are such different kinds of players, aren't they? Look at her, it's all silky, smooth. And with Iga, it's far more sort of industrial and gritty. Both games so effective, but very different.
And we saw a few of these misses by Mukova, those close next to the line, and that is what Iga Świątek does to you with her incredible defensive skills, makes the court feel so small on the other side that you feel you have to do just a bit more.
Poland is very much here at this Ken Rosewall Arena. It's another break.
Team Poland.
And what a response from the world number 2.
Very impressive, Laura.
Team
I
Poland
think
leads.
that Iga seems to have some more energy, more resilience. I don't know, maybe that's just the beginning of the year, but played even better after going down that break.
Yeah, I think for me, from the side, it was that she wasn't so fussed about it. She wasn't stressed. You know, she got straight back to work. Obviously, it helps when you've got your coach sitting right next to you. But sometimes in previous matches, even early on in the scoreline, you could see that she was a bit frustrated. And she is such a perfectionist that if it wasn't 100% from the first point of the match, it was like already quite nerve-wracking from the side. Whereas I'm not getting that energy whatsoever. And you know, this is arguably one of the toughest matchups that she can face. And I was chatting to Wim well, a couple of weeks ago now in Riyadh, and he said one of the main things that he wants to work on is when the scoreline does get tough, that Iga doesn't get sucked into overplaying, especially when she's up against the big hitters this year. He doesn't want her to go strike for strike against a Sabalenka and try and outpower people, because that's just not what her game style needs to be. You know, her weapons are the athleticism, the topspin over the forehand. And I feel like even this early on in the season, you're kind of seeing already what they've been working on.
Yeah, absolutely. I agree.
Great nuggets from your research in Saudi, Laura. I like that. Team Poland now breaking clear. And real momentum for Świątek.
30-13.
Kim Daniel Barczyk, a good player, some top 30. That closes the door on that service game. And Team Poland 5-2 first set.
Team Poland leads 5 games to 2.
Well, the tennis season began a few days ago, but we saw in the new year last night, spectacular as ever. And I'm told about 1.5 million crammed round the quayside, and if you couldn't get a vantage point anywhere in the CBD, you could hear the fireworks at 9 o'clock for the youngsters, and for those who had to get up and work this morning, and then the midnight show.
So you also went to the children ones. As did I, Sam, as did I.
It's called working on New Year's Day. It changes your life, Andrea. An ideal start for Team Poland because they are trailing in this matchup. They need to win the women's singles and the mixed doubles to book their place in the quarterfinals. So that's where we are, really well poised here.
And if you saw the fireworks last night over Sydney, I'm seeing the fireworks in Iga Świątek's game. I have to say I'm very impressed ever since she went down the early break. She's been absolutely brutal from the ground. Looking very good out here.
I'm impressed with that segue, Andrea.
That was nice, right?
That was lovely.
I'm getting a hang of TV after 2 years in it.
Love 50.
Thomas Mahash, his work in the men's singles is done. We'll probably see him back for the mixed doubles. You can never completely switch off in these team events, but it's certainly given Muhova a platform and put the Poles under real pressure coming into this women's singles. Well, broken in her last couple of service games after a very good start in the early break. That's perfect.
14-13.
Nicely done here. Came out on top in the cross-court rally off the forehands. Got the short one to attack. That's what she needs to look for. She needs more neutral balls. Swiatek hasn't given her many ever since she was a breakup here, Mokova.
Oh, it is fast and furious here on New Year's Day.
Yes.
And just strategically, I wonder what Laura thinks. I don't think the backhand slice to Iga's forehand is working. I don't think she has won any of those.
Wholeheartedly agree.
Yeah.
And she's going for more of the short backhand slice as well, which plays even more into Iga's hands because she accelerates so well. She already has that natural drop in her wrist when she's following through.
Advantage team Czechia.
So would you like to see her use the slice to the backhand?
Yeah, I do think so. I think generally, this is very simplified, but generally speaking, you want to rush Iga Swiatek into the forehand with flat hard shots, and you want to change the rhythm via Iga's backhand. Trying to do that is very hard because she is one of the best players in the world.
That's an excellent hold. And on we go in this first set.
Team Poland leads 5 games to 3.
A few words from Captain Daniel. Wonder whether he has told her to maybe do that little tactical adjustment on those backhand slices. Just a bit of hesitation. And Swiatek goes to the towel. Takes some time.
And Laura, is this the moments that you, when you had that conversation with him, that he's talking about, that not getting into a kind of a bashing contest?
Yeah, I don't think that was what that mistake was, though. It just looked like she wanted to do too much with it.
Okay.
Because to me, from the side here, she's still looking really relaxed. She's going to the towel. She's still sticking to the routines. It doesn't look like that was a mistake from stress, like sometimes you can see.
Okay. Oh, she's got her again.
15-14.
Three breaks so far in this opening set. An opportunity to get back on level terms. Yeah.
Yes. That is just so good. Both break points saved with winners.
It was a bit surprising to not see the return go down the line, though.
Yeah, true. She did that all, maybe just to try to keep it a bit safer by aiming for the center of the court. That's the one. That is that top spin, heavy forehand into the backhand side that Mukova sometimes mistimes.
50 minutes on the clock. It's been fascinating. Team Poland with a chance to close out this first set. Iga taking the first by 6 games to 3.
6 games to 3.
Did very well, didn't she, from a breakdown. It was pretty hectic out there in that opening set. It'll be fascinating to see what the numbers look like behind it. I think there's 2 fans quite keen to climb over the barrier there.
As they should, because this was a cracking contest. I really loved this entire set from both players, but particularly from Iga Swiatek. Laura talked about it. So much more balance within her, so much more calmness, no stress, no panic, despite Mukova playing really well. She's hit 11 winners to only 12 unforced errors. Against anybody else, this is a very solid, good set. But she is playing one of the best players in the world, Iga Swiatek, who has come out with a bang into this new year, into this new season. And I'm having a lot of fun watching this.
It was Mukova who got the best of the early exchanges with the first break of serve. Goodness me, Swiatek came right back at her. Great opening set of tennis, 3 breaks in there in the end. And both players, I guess what you want as a top player is that when you need some good tennis, you need to elevate your level coming out the pre-season, it's got to be there when you press that button. And that looked to be the case for Świątek.
Yeah, absolutely. Especially those 2 break points that she saved serving for the set at 5-3, was down 15-40. But hit 2 backhand winners to save them and then went on to win the set.
Second set.
And I can't wait for 1-0 to hear Laura Robson's thoughts on what Muchova has to do differently here to turn this match around.
Muchova currently the number 2 Czech behind reigning Wimbledon champion Barbora Krejcikova. But there is certainly strength in numbers. She's one of 7 Czechs on the women's tour inside the world's top 50.
Just take a look of how quickly she's up to that short ball. There is no step back, no reaction time. Just right back on it.
So a few of these double faults have peppered her performance so far. Broken twice in the opening set. Difficult than it looked on the face of it. So used to Carolina serving and volleying that we're a little surprised when she, she doesn't quite execute. She makes it look so smooth and straightforward and so instinctive.
Advantage, Team Czechia.
I've had a game to think about what I want to tell Andrea here. No, I feel like the biggest difference from courtside is that Iga's footwork around the ball just looks that little bit more sharp than her opponent's. And you mentioned it on the short ball off the net cord. There's no hesitation, but it's like that for every single shot right now, where it's very hard to get her off balance. So if anything, I would say Karolina can go faster down the line. She's used the backhand line a lot with the return, but not so much in the rallies. Now and again, she's throwing it in, but I think she's kind of going too stuck playing on Iga's terms. When Iga's adding height, then Karolina's straight back behind the baseline. So it's definitely a challenge right now to find a way to get Iga off balance. But if anyone can do it, it's going to be Makova.
Wonderful start to the game.
There was that down the line that Laura just talked about. Just trying anything in her power, Mokova, to get Swiatek off balance, which it was not been easy today.
Well, you mentioned it before, that it's very hard to do, but the play in simple terms is to rush Iga's forehand side. And I think you can afford to go back behind more often and then open the line when she's finally on that outside leg.
Love 13, her last service game, serving out for the first set. Handled it very well. She knows these little doors will be there from time to time, because she's just got to push them right open.
That's the type of pressure that Iga Swiatek puts on you with her intensity and how she goes about each and every point. Sammy mentioned it in one of her matches. Reminds me too a lot of Steffi Graf in that regard. So when you do have that door of opportunity, sometimes you overplay because you just feel so rushed and pressured by her at all times.
A Belgian in the Polish camp. We've got used to this in tennis, haven't we? It's so international these days. good hold from love 30.
I used the football analogy to describe Iga's game. Pep Guardiola has invented a type of game which is called pressing, where the defenders are so up high and they keep putting pressure on you until you make a mistake, and that's how it feels playing Iga Świątek. She's so up on your throat at all times that eventually you will have an error of decision, you will rush something you shouldn't have rushed, and boom, the door is slammed again, the door of opportunity.
It really feels like Iga's winning the battle of depth today as well. With her backhand side, she's just not giving up any ground, and even when she's rushed on the two-hander, she's creating some really nice shape over the ball still. And then, you know, vice versa, when it drops short on Iga's side, it's point over.
Beautifully done.
13, 15.
That rally was a perfect example of what Laura just talked about. The moment anything drops short in the Polish side, it's game over.
Oui.
14, 13.
Looked like that was going to go long.
The Mokova shot.
Yeah.
Maybe that's why. Let's take a look if she pulled back. Yeah, didn't quite commit to it.
My eyesight's not what it once was. But
Too good.
Yes. Thank you. Thank you. Advantage team.
high press paying dividends here. Świątek coming up a third break of the Mukova serve.
Team Poland.
Another double doing the damage. And Team Poland in charge now of this women's singles.
Team Poland leads 2-2.
Discussions will continue, but this is a fairly well-trodden path by so many of the tennis players. The French were at Taronga Zoo before the start of this United Cup. It's quite handy because it's so close to the CBD. I don't know if they saw any of those though. That is Flammy, the pink inflatable blow-up flamingo that has become the Polish mascot. He's not watching the tennis though, is he? He's looking the wrong way. So Team Poland fighting their way back, and it's winner takes all out here. Oh, mascots everywhere. I think Flammy the Flamingo might win the battle with the mini koala. Świątek looking to take this to the mixed doubles, where I'm pretty sure we're going to see her again.
Really interesting, that changeover. Iga was telling her coach that she could feel her focus dipping in and out, and it's been a slightly more up and down in the second set, but I mean, from the side, she's doing a pretty decent job if that's the case.
I would take that wobbling concentration anytime for my job here.
Love the team.
Sensational.
15.
Come on. Jasna.
Let's see if it's in.
Swinging freely now, Mukova. This could be, in a few weeks' time, quarterfinal at the Australian Open, semi-final.
Absolutely, yeah.
Both have been to the last four.
the beauty of United Cup. You have these big clashes in the early rounds already, in the round robins.
That's Let's
Wow, what a high level.
Yes.
I have a sense that both of them will be happy if they could find this sort of form even in a couple of weeks' time, and they're just building up now here.
Absolutely.
They've hit top gear very quickly. Superb.
Czechia.
And a check now with her first break point since she broke Swiatek for the last time since she broke him. Actually, scrap that. It's a long time since she's had a break point. I think so, since she broke Swiatek in right at the start of that first set, all over the place here.
Tabulation winning Team Poland.
She dug out that backhand so well there. It was a proper little nudge, and there was not much room to maneuver that one around.
And we saw a few defensive down-the-line shots from both players, really. Do not try this at home. Only these high-class athletes can pull that actually off, to have that stability in the lower and upper body. It's really mesmerizing to watch. Yeah, some frustration showing for Nikova. You rarely see that. It's a type of pressure she's been under today.
Yes.
This potentially could be one of those matches where, say hypothetically, Swiatek wins 3-3, 3-2, and the scoreline does not reflect how tight the match has been. I mean, things can still turn. This may be the last moment that we might get a big gear change. See what Mukova can do right here.
Advantage, Team Poland.
The bird.
Lovely combination. And staying close here on this game of the contest so far. Fourth deuce.
Caught that one in the last moment. The birds tried their best to distract the players.
Thank you.
And we're still in this game.
Advantage, Team Czechia.
And this is the third successive service game that Świątek's really got to find a way to battle out of. The Polish say 3 from 4 break points so far in the contest.
Yes.
And Laura, that is straight from the practice court, isn't it, earlier on today?
Yeah, we saw that probably 30 times in a row, didn't we?
A couple of cross courts and then bang! Look at the strength on that outer leg.
Just wow.
Advantage Team Poland.
We're getting the full works from Iga Świątek. And something else we picked up from the practice court. I think she's done a lot of volley work with Wimkus now taking one hand off that backhand side.
Yeah, you wouldn't see that.
No, normally she'd bunt it through with two hands. I think you had a two-handed backhand volley, didn't you?
I did, yeah.
So,
A fabulous
it was superb. Nothing against the double-handed backhand volley, I must say. digging out another service game. Big hold.
Team Poland leads 3-2.
And we talked about Mukova's backhand down the line. Some came in, some didn't, but she needs to continue to do that because look at this, Świątek backhand hit points. There are a few behind the baseline, but there are a lot inside the baseline. On the contrary, have a look at this. Mukova backhand hit points are almost all behind the baseline. She's being pushed back further and further and further, and she needs to bail out of these backhand cross-court rallies. That's why we see the backhand down the line.
And that's the high press that you were talking about. Just
that's the high
pushing your opponent back. What's your football team? Are you a football fan?
I am, but you wouldn't know them because they are so bad. I'm not a fair weather fan, Sam.
Okay. No, I wouldn't think you are. The Darmstadt Rovers or something like that?
Darmstadt 98.
Okay,
correct.
your
the
local
Lilies.
team. You're a real fan. Well, hello.
Well done. Well done. Now listen, I wouldn't want to be part of the WTA tour when Iga Świątek figures out that she can play at the net too.
She was the MVP of the doubles match the other night.
That's true.
Look at this. Volleying combination there. Great man, Ken Rose will be very impressed. Look at that. She is a calm soul, isn't she? Almost too laid back sometimes. That's going to really face her. Needs a hold here. The Czechs can still go to the mixed doubles and progress to the quarterfinals. Pressure still all on Poland to get this singles win. Has this suddenly become a grass court? What's happening out here?
She could afford to do a bit more of that, though. The serve and volley, when you're playing such a good returner who's getting so much deep. Take that away from them.
Well, Mahova thought that it was wide on a forehand tramline, almost stopped. Can't do that in a rally against Iga Świątek. Very tight second set, 3 of the 4 games. On to deuce. And this a 5th.
Advantage team Czechia.
haven't seen many of those, but that is the type of shot. That's why I think for Mukova it would be better to try the slice backhands via the Swiatek backhand, where she doesn't have quite the wrist work she has on the forehand side.
Huge hold. And the Czechs stay in touch in this second set.
Team Poland leads 3-2.
Still very much on the line here. A place in the quarterfinals to join Italy here in Sydney. Kazakhstan are going to take on Germany over in the west. And China will be up against the Americans.
Time.
Great Britain taking on Australia. A very complicated Group F. In the evening session later on this afternoon.
Taylor. Taylor.
Great footwork once again. And a lot of success here at the United Cup. It's been 9 of her 10 matches. The only one that she slipped up on was on debut a couple of years ago against Jessica Pegula, but an asterisk against that because she'd flown from Perth the previous day. You always get the sense that any chance to put on the Polish tracksuit, Iga's there.
Yeah,
every time. It's great to have one of the best players in the world wanting to be here. And Hubie have a great relationship, quite a duo, so close 12 months ago. steadying hold from Nicole.
A few of those backhands by Mukova down the line, flying long. That's the thing with the backhand down the line. If you go down the line, you have to commit fully. The distance is shorter, the net is higher. If you decide to go there, it has to be 100% decisively. Otherwise, it's a very challenging shot to pull off.
That is a gorgeous volley.
One time to have the balance in life that Mukova has at the net. That is my goal for 2025. Look at that.
She comes from a long line of top Czech female volleyers, doesn't she? Would have grown up watching, I suspect, Jana Novotná and Helena Sukova. Oh, what a wonderful point. It needed a better ending.
15-0.
After all that, you've got to pick yourself up and serve again and get back to the line.
That's not easy.
She was back really quick though.
Yep.
Didn't even take the full 25.
Let's pass it.
And you see that rally from Iga. She is adapting to, Laura mentioned it, Iga normally likes to return with a lot of depth. Dipping some of those returns into the feet of Mukova.
That's it.
Whoever's staying close in the second set.
New balls, please. Team Poland leads 4 games to 3.
mezi těma bodama nejposljedně.
Já si skočím.
Dobíhaš ty backend, ještě raz. Nemusíš tam cílo moc dávat tu pravou nohu. Ona si do toho behni a zahraj to do krosu. Vytočne tam sa snažíš zahrať takú bombu po tej láne a není si tam dobré. To je jasné, to skazíš.
Já až to zahraju, jak si budu mít to dobro. Strašně prostě, strašně pozdě. Je hlavou vytěnat.
Radšej skús zahrať ten slice, keď to nestiel, ten skús zahrať ten slice do krosu, taký ten krátky, alebo to len normálne nakopni do krosu z tejto nohy.
The plotting and planning continues to how to get the Czechs over the line. They're in the driving seat. They need one more match win to make it through the quarterfinals. It's all on the line here.
Time.
Czechia or Poland through to the last day. Poland need to win this singles and the mixed doubles to go through. A lot of discussion there.
Yeah, well, from the very limited Czech that I speak actually Serbian, but it is a Slavic language, so you can pick up something sometimes. I think that Mukova's coach told her to try and get the slice when she plays it on the backhand, more to the backhand of Iga. I mentioned that one shot she missed on the backhand side. And if you're so inclined, just watch Świątek's footwork after the serve. That is some of the best in the world, and I'm speaking across all genders. So dynamic.
That's yours.
Are they sensing a moment here? Yes, they are.
30-14.
And she had a couple of chances to break earlier on this set. What can she do here? She's back level.
Czechia.
Some incredible returning of Mukova's racket throughout the entire game here.
4 games on.
She gets rewarded with the break. Just read all the serves, Laura, didn't she?
Yeah, read the serves, and that's kind of the first bit of frustration that we've seen from Iga as well, the reaction after that point. I think she's more annoyed with how she played the ad points, those 15-30 And then when she had the 15 love as well, just those loose errors came creeping in.
Mahova always unfazed by dropping the opening set against Iga Świątek. She's done it in all their meetings now, and only on one occasion has she come back to win, and that was a long time ago, 5-6 years ago, in Prague on the clay. And the first encounter came back to win 6-4 in the decider. There's a long way to go before anything like that unfolds here.
Okay.
Love 13.
Anything you can do, I can do better.
That was a little bit of return of wrath as well. There was some frustration from the previous game in that one.
15-13.
Well, we're getting a treat here, aren't we? And it's a match that has promised a lot and so far has delivered.
I've been waiting for that sort of serve. It feels like on the juice side, she's kind of rolling the first serve in a bit more, not going for the all-out power. And just to change the trajectory of it, the speed of it, catches Iga off guard.
That was just the one that Laura was talking about. Opted for that roll in into her favorite side, the wide one, but just didn't have enough on it. And Iga Świątek was the one dominating the point from the get-go.
Thank you.
Chance to go up a break once more here. What a response.
Team Poland.
Świątek, one game away from leveling this Poland-Czechia matchup.
Team Poland leads 5-4.
Poland are on the way back. And Andrea, this is the most that we've seen a Wim actually, you know, have a discussion with Iga. He's been, you know, a few words here and there, sat down, but he was there the entire changeover.
Yeah, giving some last instructions, and I saw Laura keeling over, trying to understand something. I did the same thing. Unfortunately, it's too noisy in the stadium. Or did you pick anything
I think I got it.
Oh,
he was saying,
nice.
keep focusing on your side of the net. If she hits a big return off a good serve, then you don't worry about it, and you just move on.
What ears, so, Laura Robson.
Yeah, so the eavesdropping position that I dropped into, yeah, it did the job.
Nice.
I think it's part of what we've been talking about through the match, though. Their new philosophy is to just worry about her game style a bit more and not try and get sucked into overplaying when you feel like your opponent's done one good shot.
Done. And it is the art of tennis, really, to recognize when you have to do more and when it's just enough, and you have to accept that the opponent played a good game. This is more than good enough what Iga Świątek has been showing today.
Right on cue. 13. What a great test of the new service motion. Team Poland with match point.
Thank you.
Not yet.
Yes.
red and white flags. We'll just have to wait a little longer, or maybe much longer, who knows.
Yeah, what a beautiful angle. Look at that. That's the three-quarter position that many players are opting for now. What a match.
Advantage team Czechia.
Well, let's start the new year off with some drama, shall we? Are we in line here for a third consecutive break at the back end of this second set?
Yes. Advantage team Poland.
Second chance to close here. It's a New Year's Day special.
6-3, 6-4.
Poland are back in business, and it's going to go down to the mixed doubles. A straight sets win for Świątek over Mukova, but the scoreline does not tell the story of this contest. What a battle! Just shy of 2 hours, and what a way to get this new season up and running. Andrea, that gets the blood moving, doesn't it?
I feel like I played myself. What a match. You're absolutely right. The scoreline does not reflect the quality of tennis we watch, the drama, the tension. I can't wait to hear what Iga has to say about this, but what a way to start the new year for Iga Świątek with a volley to end the whole thing. The serve held up nicely, and we will see a lot more from Mukova as well. Beautiful tennis.
It's a great test also of this early new coaching relationship as well. How does that operate in practice? He wouldn't normally get the chance to talk to as much during a match. It's a test of where her level is coming into the first major of the year, and she wants your third round last year at the Australian. That's not good enough for Świątek. She's here to take Grand Slams. Wonderful performance by both women so early on in the season. And she did not disappoint the Polish fans who have packed in here today, probably after a late night. They've been in great voice, and maybe, just maybe, they'll see the Poles into the quarterfinal. Mixed doubles will be about 20 minutes or so, 20-30 minutes away. We suspect Świątek will be back on court. Look what it means for Iga to represent her country, and we're going to hear all about it right now. She's with Laura.
Iga, congratulations. You've kept your team in it. It's one of those cliches to say that it was closer than the scoreline suggested, but it really was. Hour and 55 minutes. Karolina's one of the toughest opponents in tennis right now.
Yes, for sure. You know, honestly, I love playing against Carolina because she always brings, you know, precision and intensity in a little bit different game than most of the girls. So for sure it was a challenge, and I'm happy that even though I lost my serve, you know, when I thought, you know, I can keep, it's going to be kind of, you know, maybe not easy, but I can just keep going, keep winning my serves, and then finish it. I was happy that I got my intensity even higher in the last 2 games to break again.
And the intensity got higher, but it looked like in the key moments you actually got more relaxed. We saw you come forward, you even finished with a volley. You might not have felt that way, but it seemed like that from the side. I mean, you looked like you're just enjoying your tennis at the moment.
No, I mean, obviously, I knew what's at stake, so in tough moments, I just tried to loosen up my hand and just force myself to, you know, not change any movements because of any thoughts, and I guess this is the most important thing in tennis, you know, to try to use your intuition as much as possible, and I think I did that on the last rallies for sure.
And we have to say Happy New Year. Any New Year's resolutions that you're taking into 2025?
Nothing specific, honestly, but for sure, you know, I feel like I can have more distance after what happened to me, you know, last couple of months, so I'm gonna just try and enjoy tennis as I did today. Obviously, it's not always easy to do that, but for sure here in Sydney, I feel like a lot of positive energy, and from you guys as well, from the Polish team, so thanks for cheering for us, and hopefully we're gonna have fun on mixed doubles.
Will we see you back out here shortly?
Well, yeah, come on. Yeah, I want to play for sure, you know. Last year we also had some deciding mixed doubles. It's always nice, so I'm not going to miss this chance.
We'll let you get ready. Congratulations. Stay around for the mixed doubles, everyone. She'll be back soon.
Well, we like it when Iga's enjoying her tennis, and why not have some fun when you're playing that one? I love the fact that she's going to come back for the mix. She wants to get the full experience here. She's totally bought into it. They were so close 12 months ago. Had heartbreak in that mixed doubles where they had a couple of match points. But this is really good signs, isn't it, for women's tennis, to have these two playing so well.
Oh, absolutely, absolutely. And I love that she is enjoying her tennis. I think we can feel that. Laura talked about it from the court side. She said that Iga doesn't look as panicked as she sometimes does. And I love that she thought about, for a hot second there, to pretend like she's not going to play. To surprise the Czech team, possibly. But then she was like, yeah, I'm coming back. And here we have these fabulous numbers from both women. A few fewer unforced errors from the Iga Świątek side, and that in the end possibly made the difference. But a brilliant contest between the two.
Andrea, thank you very much for coming. Laura courtside as well. It will be the mixed doubles decider between Poland and Czechia, and that is not too far away.
Well, all to play for here at the United Cup. We are one match all after the singles. Team Czechia up against Team Poland. A very warm afternoon here under the roof at Ken Rosewall Arena, where Iga Świątek was super impressive in her singles match over Karolina Muchova. Hubert Hurkacz teaming up with Iga Świątek.
It's time to introduce the players into Ken Rosewall Arena for this deciding mixed doubles match at the United Cup. Please welcome from Team Czechia, Karolina Muchova and Tomáš Machač. And from Team Poland, Iga Świątek and Hubert Hurkacz.
So Iga Świątek in ominous form, and there is so much to play for as we take a look at Group B here in Sydney. Poland sitting at the top of the tree, but that could certainly change if Czechia win this deciding mixed doubles. Norway have been eliminated in really what I feel is probably the strongest group here in Sydney. It's a very good afternoon to you, Laura Robson, and it doesn't get much tougher than Group B here in Sydney. Here, but we'll get there. And Group B, as you can see, the standings there on the right, it's Poland sitting at number 1, Czech number 2, and as we mentioned, Norway have been eliminated.
Good afternoon, our guests. I think you can speak in Polish together. Yeah.
That sounds better, yeah.
Right, so after the coin toss, there's going to be a picture, please, all together in front. We have the net machine, 25 seconds between points. I call the score, I start the clock. Towels, you have the 4 boxes, also the assistant in the corner. They can bring the box with the towel in. All right? Any questions? No? It's going to be your choice. It's going to be John Newcomb or AO? AO. AO. Here we go. Your turn. In the air. AO. Serve. Take it. Stay. Picture, please. You stay. Cheese. Thank you. Just the players, please. Come with me. Good job. Thank you.
So players just about set here. My name's Josh Eagle, and it's a warm welcome to Laura Robson. Laura, very good afternoon.
Yeah, I'm on now.
Great.
Which is reassuring.
Yes, great.
Yeah, I was just saying Poland had that epic win in the match tiebreak against Norway just the other day in the mixed doubles. Slightly surprised to see that they haven't gone with that same team, with Jan Zelensky playing with Iga Świątek, so Hubert Hurkacz wanted to go with it today. I wouldn't say he's the most agile at net, and not really a traditional doubles player, but of course he's got a massive serve, and that always helps in a mixed.
Yeah, I tend to agree with you. When they didn't change the team, I was slightly surprised. I thought he was obviously a very good partner for Iga Świątek, Jan Zelensky. However, let's focus on Muchova here. Very skillful, can do it all, and a very handy mixed doubles player. Not that she's played a lot of mixed in her career thus far.
By the end of the match the other day, she was looking a lot more comfortable, though. It started a little shaky in terms of positioning. She didn't know where to put herself.
at the net, but we know she's super crafty with her volleys. She's got a great strong wrist and a really reliable serve. So yeah, all positives. Mahach, he played okay himself. It's just how much he's got in the legs after the singles today. He's got to be feeling it. Has played a couple of really long singles matches this week. But again, it's two great singles players, so they're always going to match up well. It's just about communicating, making sure that they cover each other and try and impose themselves at the net.
A big mixed doubles victory at the Olympics.
Huge with Katerina Siniakova.
Gold medalist. Wow. Iga Swiatek, very solid also in mixed and outside of the regular tour. Mentioned after her previous mixed doubles win that she does really enjoy playing the doubles. She finds it a lot more relaxing, and the support of her partner is very helpful. And Laura, she's actually changed sides. She's playing on the backhand side this time, as opposed to playing on the forehand where she did with Jan Zelensky. So that'll be a slight change.
Yeah, I think she's just got to go big on serve and return, doesn't she? And that's what she tried to do the other day against Norway, beating Casper Ruud in some of those ground stroke exchanges. And as you said, enjoying it. It looked like she was super relaxed. The volleys in the singles today looked much improved, actually, and it was great to see her close out the match with one.
Yeah, they certainly dodged a bullet in the previous mixed doubles. I felt Casper Ruud and Team Norway were up 8-6 in that match tiebreak. Couldn't quite get it done, so Team Poland, their hopes very much alive here in Group B. Winner of this mixed doubles here in Group B goes safely through to the quarterfinals.
One minute.
I know you were courtside for the singles. It's warm under the roof here at Kent Roosevelt today.
Yeah. There's a good amount of sweat. There's just not much air under the roof, so it does sit. I mean, in terms of playing conditions, you couldn't ask for anything better, but sitting on the side there, it was tough.
Tough going. He spent some time on the court, hasn't he, Mahach, in his two singles matches against Casper Ruud and Hurkacz, both going to 3 sets.
Hurkacz loves a long singles.
It sounds like you've called a few.
All right, let's kick this off. I'm excited.
Yeah, give us your tip.
I will go Team Poland, actually. I think Iga played really well in the mix the other day. Again, that's why I'm surprised that Zelensky is not playing.
You can see he's standing there. He's going to be
driving the tactics,
yeah,
it looks like.
Coaching, yeah. Definitely Hurkacz looking for matches early in the season as well.
I mean, what a great combo, though, to have these 4 singles players.
Yeah. That's what's
First
great,
set.
isn't it? Getting to see the best players in the world on a doubles court. It's what we
Czechia.
want. So, players set.
Ready.
Let's get it on.
Let first set.
What a start.
Love 15.
Well, he has struggled with the forehand over the years, but that's as clean as you'll ever see.
Love it. A lot of Polish fans in the crowd today who will have enjoyed that exchange.
They've come out of the blocks quick, haven't they? Team Poland, plenty of firepower, both players.
An unusual volley error from Makova. Just interested to see the positioning of Makova at the net. It feels like it's a little bit closer than it was in their first mixed doubles match, but she's still quite high up.
It's a perfect start for Team Poland, getting an early break. Swiatek, she's so difficult in that backhand-to-backhand cross-court rally. She does it better than most. She's not going to lose a lot of points, especially when you got her catch a big opposing man at the net.
Going to get almost all returns in play.
And she likes hitting that forehand, the off forehand from the backhand side. So it's really, for me, it's the better side. I mean, she's very good also on the forehand side. We saw her in the mix the other night, but I just feel like when she's returning on the ad court, even better.
Representing Team Poland, Hologic. 15 love.
Her catch is going to go for the serve and volley. It's not supernatural for him, even though he does have such a big first serve. And you could just see there that he needs to be a bit closer to the net by the time the opponent's making contact. Otherwise, he's going to have a tough first volley from underneath the net.
A little bit
of a slip midpoint, you can see on the right of the screen. Did well to get up. That's a brilliant second serve, isn't it? Just his placement.
14-15. 40-30.
Great start here for Team Poland. 2-love, consolidating the break. Just so much firepower from both players. Good friends off the court.
Yeah, they get on really well. They were desperately hoping to play mixed together at the Olympics, and then unfortunately Hologic had to withdraw. You have to think they would have given themselves a good go of it. Oh, made it.
Yeah, that would have been a very, very solid team.
What we've seen over the last couple of days is just that the mix can change so quickly. There's dramatic swings of momentum. Just have to look at their last mixed doubles match. Climactic lost the second set 6-love.
Well, that's the beauty of the no-ad scoring when it gets to juice. Certainly can't afford to go down a double break here.
Yeah, it's a tough one with the second serve because she wants to kick it, but then you can't afford to let it sit up. Oh no, good chance that that return's going line. Great shot. Disguised well, and when you're going for the inside-in forehand from that corner, you can afford to just wait an extra half a second for the net player to make a move.
Quite sure he meant it to be that cute, but he'll take it.
40-30. Deciding point.
Double break point.
This is a really large point in the context of this set. Deciding point. It's excellent from Team Poland once again. And they surge ahead. 3-love, double break.
Well, that's where Climactic's just so lethal, because the returning anyway is a strength of hers, and one of the reasons for that is because of how deep she gets it. So you see, she had a real clear intention of where to go. Makes it simple for Hologic to close on the next volley.
All right, we're lucky enough to have Sam Smith courtside with us. Sam, a very good afternoon to you, and a match I know that you've been desperately wanting to watch. And how is it courtside?
Well, Laura, Josh, lovely to be with you. But tell you what strikes me about this one is that you've actually got the women that are very evenly matched and the men as well. And Todd Woodbridge always has a theory in mixed doubles that it's all about the strength of the woman. So there's very little between the two teams. It's not often that you get, you know, 4 top players, singles players, on the mixed doubles court.
So it's been the ideal start here in this deciding match in Group B. Iga Swiatek and Herbert Hurkacz off to a flyer. 3-love double break. And they have really come out of the gates quickly in this must-win match here in Group B. Warm day in Melbourne, plenty of fans out. As they always do, they love to support their respective teams. Poland with plenty of support today. Such a well-rounded game. Can do it all. The skills, the finesse. It was actually great to see Mukova serving and bowling today, I thought, in the singles as well.
Could have done it more, potentially.
Daniel Vacek knows a thing or two about winning a doubles Grand Slam. Teamed up back in the day with Yevgeny Kafelnikov to win a whole host of doubles tournaments. Good singles player as well. And Sam, you watch a point like that and you just think, boy, Mukova, he would be very dangerous on the grass at Wimbledon
Yeah,
this year.
she certainly will. But I tell you what, this just feels so much about momentum. You know, Swiatek winning that. You know, Czechs had the early momentum. The Poles have got it back with the Swiatek win. The Poles have retained it now, in getting an early break here. And for this, I mean, this is vital for Mukova and Mahac to get back quickly, to bring the momentum their way.
Yeah, that's a great response. Breaking to love. I'll be feeling a little better about life getting one of those breaks back.
Yeah, if you've heard Todd Woodbridge over the last few days, you'd know that's the toughest game to try and hold. The women's serve, and especially because Hurkacz, in my view, doesn't help out as much as he could with his net positioning. Think about the long levers that he has. He's just not someone who comes forward a lot in singles anyway, and also doesn't play a huge amount of doubles on the ATP tour. I think given who's out there, these 4 singles players, they have the ability to break on anyone's serve. Look how good they can return. That's a better move.
14th left.
And Laura, you just touched on it. I just have a sense that actually both the Czechs are going to be are better positioned around the net, and they're going to move a lot more.
Well, you mentioned it at the start. Nikova in the first mixed doubles looked a little uncomfortable at the start of the match, but by the end, she was playing with a lot more freedom at net, realizing which space she needed to fill.
So another strong service game for Mahac. They're still down a break. Team Poland with the lead. 3-2 first set. Wow, it's an epic scene, isn't it, here on Sydney Harbour. The Harbour Bridge, the Opera House, it's iconic. As you can see, these pictures go all around the world. Australia, one of the first places to bring in the new year. And what a celebration. Over 1 million people gathered by the harbour. And those fireworks, they go for like a good 10 or 15 minutes.
Oh, I saw them.
Right. Glad you did.
I had a nice view.
They actually start lining up like early in the day just to get a position down there. That's how prestigious it is. We're in the final stages here of Group B, the United Cup. This is the last of the group matches in this group. So we're locked at 1-1 after the singles. And the winner of this will qualify to move on through to the quarterfinals.
Team Poland was so close last year. And it's a real priority for them to eventually try and win this tournament.
I mean, there's so much prize money and ranking points at stake, it's huge. Did they have a match point against Team Germany? They had a match point, didn't they, against Germany in the final?
They had 2.
Yeah. They wouldn't have slept
Can
well
always
that night.
count on Sam. I knew she'd know.
That's such a weapon of his game, her catch. He's just wins so many free points. It's an easy service motion. He generates plenty of pace and great accuracy, as we know. Unreturnable. So just steadies the ship, and Team Poland still with the break lead, 4-2.
doing exactly the right thing there. Going, I mean, Laura, we've spent so much time with Todd, haven't we, and you, Josh, as well. He always says you always go at the woman at the net.
100%. Yeah, and I mean, it's nothing personal, but if you've got two options, why would you ever not go to the woman, especially if it's, you know, someone like Mukova. She's got great volleys, but she doesn't play a lot of doubles. She's serving volleys from time to time in singles, but if it's coming straight at her, there's not going to be a huge amount of comfort.
13-15.
That's what makes mixed doubles so interesting, is you have to try and help your partner out constantly. The match went, but the return was too good.
It's not easy to serve to when she's in this type of form. Iga Swiatek equally dangerous off both sides, and she gets another crack at it here with a deciding point. Quality from Team Poland, excellent return game, and they get another break. They lead 5-2 first set.
Team Poland leads 5-2.
They just look so comfortable playing together, don't they? They played here last year, United Cup, and they've teamed up brilliantly today. I definitely think Swiatek is better on the ad court, more dangerous.
Yeah, I agree with that, mostly because of her returning on that side. I don't think it changes much for her at the net.
No. Yeah, on the juice court you could serve a kick tee or to her backhand. And she couldn't quite hurt, but here she really rips her cross-court backhand so well. And we saw that in that return game there. That was brilliant from Swiatek. New coach as well, as we see, Wim Fazette in the back, so always interesting to see changes to teams in the new year. So Team Poland in pole position. Chance to wrap up this opening set in this vital mixed doubles, all-important Group B. Winner of this match will automatically qualify for the quarterfinal stages here at the United Cup.
struggling again on serve, Swiatek.
Love 13.
And I just wonder whether they come up with a slight adjustment, whether they play I formation or we see something different. But so far, it's all been routine court positioning for Team Poland when they serve.
It's a tough call because against two good returners, sometimes when you play the I formation, it gives them a target. But you feel on this ad side, she does need to do something different.
They're finding it hard, aren't they, to win points on that?
Well, you just see the hesitation from her catch on the first volley. It's a good move. It should probably go back cross court. That was played straight onto Mukova's racket, and then he hesitates on the next one to keep going. You've got to just commit.
You almost feel the play on the ad side would be for Iga to maybe play a bit of I formation and then make Mahatch hit down the line. So it's onto her forehand. That's onto her strength. And it's his least favourite shot down the line on return. Got him. Too good. They're still alive. Great return game for Czechia. They get a break back. Still in trouble, 5-3.
Against Australia.
Couple of quick games. And they get it back to 5-4. Team Poland trying to serve it out.
5 games to 4.
Difficult assignment now to try and break the big fella. Herbert Hurkacz here.
Seems like they're discussing just that.
Uvidíte, možná zkazí třeba 2 nebo 3, jak se dostanete do hry a uvidíš. Škoda. Takový maličkosti. Kousí dobrý, jsme vyhrali si ty svůj der, no. Tak vám víme, nebo nemají třeba 2krát, při schodu a něco. Ale není že jenom konec. Co je to toho? Je to rychle, no jasně. Tě plynu do super, vole, smečné, ještě vanku.
So as we take a look at Group B standings here, Poland are sitting at the top.
Well, every game counts at the moment.
That's right. You can see the percentage on the actual right-hand side of games won and lost. So they just got their nose in front here, and they also have a chance to wrap up this first set. Big Herbert Hurkacz coming out to serve for it. 1-1 after the singles, and this is the deciding mixed doubles. The winner of this group moves on through to the quarterfinals. That'll help.
Yeah, you'd want to see Team Czechia go for some down-the-line returns here if they are going to play the traditional format. I don't anticipate any I formation with Swiatek at the net.
Yeah,
if you're just not used to it coming onto your racket.
Yeah, I definitely think Swiatek's a better volleyer when she's moving. Sometimes when she's stationary in doubles, I think she gets found out a little bit.
And when you've missed one, and you start to get a little edgy. Hurkacz has had his first serve disappear on him as well.
Well, this is a big turnaround from 5-2 double break. It's now 3 break back points to get level at 5-all here.
And that's what they would have wanted. Can't afford to have a bad game, especially on the male service.
Long game, and it's a great fight back from Team Czechia. 5-all.
They're pretty pumped down there. I just think back to where Hurkacz played this first volley from there. Not even a volley in the end. But he needs to get forward much quicker than that. If he needs to help Iga out of the net, that's one way to go about it. Just hustle a bit more.
Been a swing courtside there, Sam.
Yeah. Big change in momentum. One thing I've been thinking about there while listening to you guys on comms is Mahat, she's sort of the wild card in here because I love to see so much excitement about the mix, but he's the extrovert on court, around 3 introverts. He can play a major part in the outcome of this match.
Just in the first point of this game, there was that hesitation or lack of communication where the ball landed in the middle and then Swiatek went to go for it, then pulled back, and then Hurkacz ends up playing it off the back foot. You just cannot afford that.
match. 40-15. Let first.
Well, for the first time in the match, it's Team Czechia with the lead. 6-5 on serve, first set.
Team Czechia leads 6-5.
They got their tactics right, Team Czechia, in that last sit down. It looked like they came to the conclusion they were going to hit every return at Iga Swiatek, and it paid off.
You've got to say Hologic had a pretty bad game on his own serve as well. Just the energy from these two has really changed in the last 15 minutes or so. That Rakova looking a bit more confident out there.
Neboj se toho, ale když to dostaneš na turku, tak to klidně pošli do té liney. Neboj se toho.
Time to time as well, both of them at the baseline.
So a real shift in momentum here. Team Poland were up 5-2 double break in cruise control. And now it's Team Czechia reeling off 4 consecutive games and in with the real chance. As Iga Swiatek comes out to serve to try and stay in this opening set. Not the opening point they want. It just feels like things are just slipping away a little too quickly and they don't have a reset.
Let first service.
To lose a set from a double break in a mix, I mean, that's almost hard.
Especially with her catch. His huge service ability. You can see the frustration from Hutch. He knew how big that point was. Did the right thing, got the return in play.
Well handled.
30-15.
So nerve-wracking, isn't it? I feel more stress in the mixed than any other match. Oh, that's a very cheap error.
It's great having an extrovert on court, but sometimes he gets a little hot, doesn't he, Thomas?
Yep, he would have loved those last couple of points back, I'm sure.
Strong bounce back.
40-30.
And in this situation, Swiatek needs to go straight back to Makova. You see how Mahatch is closing down the net as this point goes on. Don't give him the chance.
Let first service. Team Poland.
Huge hold.
Six-game sole tiebreak.
Tried to get a little too cute, Sam, it looked like.
Team Poland.
Yeah, but you'd almost expect her to make it because she finds those volleys quite easy, doesn't she? But there is something very different about volleying in doubles as opposed to singles. A lot more going on that doubles court.
Got a call to leave it from the Hutch, but she plays it, gets it down low.
Iga's going to have a word with the chair umpire right now.
No, he was shouting out.
Just clarifying who was the one
1-all.
to make the call.
First service.
Probably looked easy. I'm sure there was a few nerves when she was underneath that volley, that smash.
Team Poland.
For both teams, first serve percentage is absolutely key in this breaker. You see so often that they try and overplay the first serve because they want an easy first volley. It's so much more important to just keep the numbers up.
Decelerating a little tight on that forehand from Iga here.
Enjoy the fact that they've got the mini break ahead of Iga's 2 points on serve here. Just a bit more breathing room. He's touched it.
3-all.
Feet just got a little stuck to the ground, didn't they?
Stuck in the mud.
Yeah, he sort of wanted to go and hesitated. He knows it. It's great reactions, isn't it? Great vision for these players.
And then you say to your partner, no, no, it's fine, don't worry.
That's what happens.
Don't worry.
You're playing not just for yourself, you're playing with your partner, for your country. You don't often get to see that from these great singles players.
It's a better volley, better commitment from her catch. Great timing for it as well.
There's a lot more involved. These last couple of points up at net, her catch.
5-3, Team Poland.
Oh, he's made it. What a turnaround from the missed volley to go 3-all.
6-3, Team Poland.
Well, they were in such control of this opening set at 5-2 double break, and you thought there's no chance they could lose that set. And these last 3 points have been very impressive. And he finishes it off in style. Herbert, her catch for Team Poland. They wrap up the first set, 7 games to 6.
That was nervy.
It's an understatement.
I mean, her catch was a different player for the last 4 points of the breaker.
She had some momentum swings.
5-2, you have to think if they lost that set. I don't know how you turn it around from there. If anything, both teams could just be doing better off the first serve.
Yeah, those first points one is
yeah.
very low, isn't it? Given how high their actual...
Given you've got her catch serving bombs, you need to be winning more than 54% of those first serve points. A lot of that was because Iga lost her serve twice. She had a really good hold to shift the momentum again.
Maybe just the quality of 4-class returners as well. But that had it all. That's for sure. First set highlights. You would have bet your house on the fact that Poland were going to win that, given the start they had. But Czechia, not to be outdone, almost snatched it at the last moment. Just calming down a little bit after what was a topsy-turvy first set there for Team Poland.
They can have a laugh on the bench now that they've won the set.
Take a deep breath and reset.
Match just on for a comfort break.
Well, I think they would still like their chances.
Yeah,
Team
they really
Czechia.
turned the first set around, grew with confidence. I mean, they're already playing much better than they were in their first mixed doubles match against Norway. We know how quickly, I mean, we just saw it in the first set, how quickly the momentum can change in the mixed. Sudden death juice, it's a third set tie break. To play for.
Sam, I just missed you with the Mexican wave there.
Oh yes, I wasn't alert to it, but I'm ready for the next.
It's coming around.
For the next flyby.
Here it comes. There you go. There you go. Good job.
One thought I'm still having is that Thomas Mahash, he's just popped off for a little break, probably just to recharge his batteries because he gave a huge output there. I still think he's going to have a major role to play here in this second set. Get the momentum back, as you said, lots of momentum switches, but also, Josh, you know, as you've alluded to, Daniel Varcek, I mean, he's our generation. He was one of the best doubles players in the world for a while, a Grand Slam champion. I think he made the final at the Australian as well in doubles. You know, they have real doubles expertise on the bench. How much that will count going down the track, but I can't believe there aren't going to be a few more twists before this is said and done. And I love how much excitement we're getting for mixed doubles. Great singles players on the court facing each other.
Yeah, you're right, Sam. We've seen it all week, haven't we? Every mixed doubles match we've pretty much showcased this week. It's gone the distance. It's been meaningful. It's just so good, isn't it, to see the great players playing in the mixed doubles format, seeing them under pressure, seeing what their responses are, and just seeing them have to work and problem solve together. It's fantastic.
But also for the women as well, Josh and Laura, to get this level of practice before coming in to the first majors, to get the opportunity. Here's Thomas, you know, you don't get the opportunity to play live matches against men very often, you know, outside of the slam. So that, I think, adds a lot to why some of the top players, you know, some of the top women want to be here. They're getting a hell of a lot of it. Nora, we watched Iga practice with one of the top German, with one of the top players. I'm not sure what country he was from, actually.
He is from Poland.
He's from Poland, but you know, the level of practice and availability here is unbelievable. Start of the season.
Second set. Team Poland.
Both bombing it down.
30-11.
Yeah, as Sam was mentioning, how good it is to get this match experience, but also how much confidence it will give to Iga to feel like she can come forward in the singles a bit more, to play a bit more doubles, feel like she can make a first volley if needed, and we saw a little bit of it in the singles already today.
That's a perfect start. After wrapping up the first set, A love service game there for
First game, second set.
Team Poland.
Not much for Zelensky to say.
Got a lot of cooks in that kitchen. You've got Wim Facet at the back there coaching Świątek, Nicholas Massou, former gold medalist, Olympic gold medalist, coaching Hurkacz. Got to get that messaging right in these formats because there's a lot of voices that can be heard, so you want to work out how you want that message delivered.
Let second service.
Oh, delightful. Don't get into a game of finesse with Karolina Muchova.
Game, Team Czech.
So 1 game all, second set.
1 game all.
And this is the game that Team Poland have struggled on. Świątek needs to focus on first serve percentage. Let Hurkacz get to work on the first volley.
I think that's when he's at his best, Hurkacz, when he's more active at the net.
30 love.
When he commits.
Yeah, when he's an imposing figure, when he's moving, even if it's a slight fake, but if he's looking to get involved, that's when he volleys best.
Another aspect of this mix in terms of going into the first major of the year for Świątek is how does that serve hold up under pressure when you've got Thomas Machac returning it, and I think it's as good a test as any for this modified movement.
Game, Team Poland.
No problems in this second set. We're on serve. It's Team Poland with the break, with the lead, sorry, 2-1 second set.
They'd like it to be, though.
They would. They definitely would.
You've gone early there.
I was foreseeing a break. All right, it's a great day for it here around Sydney. Some of the absolute iconic swim spots. A lot of these saltwater pools, saltwater swimming pools where you can actually go do laps and train. It's phenomenal. You ever been down to Bondi or some of these swimming pools?
Not this year,
saltwater swim pools?
Haven't had a chance yet, but it's on the to-do list.
Ideal weather conditions this week. It's been just perfect for the players. What about you, Sam Smith, courtside? I know you don't quite partial for a swim.
Yeah, I also haven't been yet. One of my favourite pools on Woolloomooloo Bay is under reconstruction.
Boyd Charlton Pool. Over to Hologic, new season, new rackets, new clothing, new coach. Big changes in his off season. Pretty to watch, isn't it? Got all the skills.
30-11.
Just holds the racket face at the back of the motion.
Touch.
Took it on the chin, no harm done. That's the one that both teams could be using more.
13-14.
Yeah, both of these guys are not the most natural of doubles players. They're not doing loads of I formation, although they're about to now. But if you just keep them honest.
Oh,
yes.
Had a real play on this. Iga Swiatek, it was a good return, picked down the line, committed to the return.
And they're going to go I formation again, it looks like.
This is where you really have to make your first serve. Oh, it's so vital, isn't it? too good. The quality of return and the depth of shot on that second ball from Iga Świątek was just so good. Team Poland, that's a handy break now. I told you before they were getting the break.
Oh, we need a replay of where that landed. Look how deep Mukova was. And it's an easy put away for her catch. He knew that he had to get involved there.
Just the man you want to serve after getting a break. Very much feels like the first set here, a bit of a replay.
It makes that game that he lost serve in the first set so bizarre, though.
Yeah.
Standing courtside, literally since he messed up in the middle of the first set, in that first set breaker, he hasn't missed anything then, has he? Since then, he's completely woken up.
Well, hasn't missed a beat and serving cannons out here. Herbert her catch. Team Poland just a couple of games away, a set and 4-1.
Poland leads 4-1.
No, you're right, Sam. It's been a great display. He's taken over the leadership role here, her catch, and he's dominated with his big serving and just a lot more involved at the net.
Yeah, he can be quite sleepy, can't he, as a personality? And I think he was so embarrassed by what happened in the middle of that topic, having Iga alongside him, that it's just the jolt he needed. Let's put it like that.
Good lead though, Sam, isn't it? A set 4-1.
And they won't be sitting on it. Interesting when they're sort of muddling their way through and losing that lead in the first set, that Zelensky got a lot more involved and a lot more vocal. I mean, they've got so much to draw on, haven't they, from that team bench?
They certainly do. A whole host of experience. So we are back here in Sydney, Group B, and as you can see there, the right of your screen, the graphic, it is looking good for Team Poland now with a set and 4-1 lead in this all-important mixed doubles tie, mixed doubles rubber, 1-1 after the singles. And Team Poland desperately trying to get through and win this match to secure a spot in the quarterfinals here of the United Cup. Team Czechia, they were down and out in the first set, got it back to a tie break. Can they do it again?
Love 15.
Just beaten for the sheer weight of shot and pace of Iga's backhand here. It's a brilliant backhand, particularly when she's in position, and she really leans into it. You can see her moving forward, going forward through the shot. And again,
Oh, even that's in at the moment.
Well, these feel like match points, don't they? It's 3 break points. It's effectively 4 if you get to a deciding point. So this is do or die here for Czechia. Couple of handy first serves, keeping them alive.
Can he make it 4 in a row?
Deciding point.
He went for it. Not to be. And that is a break for Team Poland and a chance to wrap up this tie.
Team Poland leads 5-1.
The last 4 points of the first set tiebreak have changed everything.
Yeah, they've barely lost points, haven't they? Team Poland from 3-all in that first set tiebreak, where it looked like it was anyone's. It's just been one-way traffic.
Classic jinx. It always comes back around. If you're going to miss a volley like that, might as well do it at setting 5-1, 30 love.
No, that's absolutely the time to do it. So a couple of match points now for Poland to secure top spot in Group B.
That's it.
Not just yet.
Yes.
And now a break point.
Deciding point.
point and a match point. Pretty high stakes.
Let first service. Please.
Not just yet. So they survive.
Team
Czechia. But it's Poland in pole position here.
5
Set and 5-2. Surely there couldn't be any more twists in this, Laura.
Well, things could get interesting though if Team Czechia could hold here at 5-3. It's a different feel to it.
Well, it turned around in the blink of an eye in the first set, so it can. A little bit of shift in momentum, Sam.
Yes, and there's been quite a few of them across the matchup between Poland and Czechia, but also within the mixed as well.
So a couple of match points come and go for Poland on the Climactic serve. Still looking good. 7-6, 5-2.
Left.
Daj, come on. Idziemy.
Has got nothing left to give after that point.
All four really involved in this epic rally. 26 shots, best point of the match so far.
Team Czechia.
We keep going.
Well, Hurkacz had a chance to wrap up the first set in the same position, same scoreline. This time it's serving for the match. Can he deliver for Team Poland? Great volley. Got it out in front and hit
30
with depth. That was the key. Looking likely here.
40 love.
3 match points on the serve of Hurkacz.
Again,
What a way for Team Poland to move on through to the quarterfinals. Straight sets win, 7-6, 6-3.
All right, topsy-turvy first set that ended up quite a clinical win for Team Poland, especially in the majority of that second set. They were everywhere on the court and they got on so well. You could tell that they just kept each other's energy levels high. And great to see Świątek looking a bit more comfortable coming forward. Team Czechia still in it. They could qualify as best runner-up still.
Absolutely, that's the beauty of this event, and still so much to play out as the evening session comes into play. Now, that was a pretty solid performance from all 4 players, but in the end I just thought the firepower for Iga Świątek and the big serve of Hurkacz really was the difference. And may well they celebrate, because this is a difficult group here at the United Cup. Group B.
Yeah, they've had to come through both deciding mixed doubles matches. This one, they'll be happy to not have to go through a third set match tiebreak. But the nerves were clearly on show at times. He's had a big day of tennis, Mahatch. He needs an ice bath, perhaps.
Huge campaign for Mahatch. A couple of long singles in warm conditions, going the distance.
And Hubie Hurkacz, well, he was a different player from 3-all in the first set tiebreak. Who knows what was said at the change of ends there, but he came out with complete commitment on his volleys.
Yeah, led the way when it really mattered in that second set. I thought he got a lot more involved, particularly up at the net. Used his size, wingspan.
But you got to.
Yeah.
You absolutely got to get involved in mixed.
All right, Just final celebration here for Team Poland.
Flamingo included.
That's very important. We've got Sam Smith courtside. Sam, chance to chat with our winners from today.
Hubie, Iga, congratulations, you're through to the quarterfinal. How tough was that mixed doubles match? Because Czechia came right back at you in the first set and the second set.
Well, honestly, I was sure that they're gonna play, you know, amazing tennis because they have always like great teams in doubles and mixed doubles. So they are kind of raced that way. But I knew that we have the game to win it, and for sure, you know, we were leading from the beginning. In first set, it got tight at the end, but I kind of felt that we were leading anyway. So in the tiebreaker, we just kind of used that, and yeah, at the end, it seemed like we had everything under control.
In those tight moments, who's the boss in this partnership?
Iga. No, I mean, Iga is just so solid, and you really can count on her shots.
Are you genuinely having a lot? I mean, do you enjoy this as much as singles, or even more so?
Honestly, I gotta say more. I mean, I love singles, and this is, you know, my game, but mixed doubles is something different, and it's more fun. Like, I don't know, like when I see Hubie playing these perfect volleys and hitting it so clean, and I mean, I don't see him serving because I'm up front, but I can imagine, like, it's almost like goosebumps. So I really, really like it, and for sure it was fun. And I don't know, especially when it's, you know, tight and we have 1-1, winning mixed doubles makes it even more special.
And what is it like having the team behind you? And you've got a very important member of your team there, your Flamingo, Flammy. What's it like having all that support?
No, having support from the Flamingo is awesome. No, I mean, the team is fantastic, and they really pay attention now. But no, they're really amazing, and everyone's supporting each other. So Jan was with us today, giving some tips, and of course the fans out here is really special, especially the first day of New Year, early match, and you guys show up. So Happy New Year to you guys, and we appreciate so much your amazing support. Thanks for being here.
Do you think they're gonna? Do you think they're gonna come back for the quarterfinals? Do you think they're gonna come back for the quarterfinals? Do you want to ask them in Polish to come back to the quarterfinals?
Well, I hope so. Yeah, for sure. You have to come, guys. After today, especially. But who are we playing?
Not yet. We don't know yet.
Okay. So we'll see what the schedule and everything. But yeah, come guys and support us. It's an intense tournament, so for sure we're gonna need that.
Team Poland through to the quarterfinals. Put your hands together for Iga and Hubie.
Very popular team here in Sydney. Huge support. And they will take some stopping, you would imagine, as they had to do it the hard way to get through to the quarterfinals here in Group B. It was a very strong group. Flammy the Flamingo, the ringleader.
Lacey doesn't have a hole in him yet. Got to get the team selfie in after a win like that, and I'm sure all the Polish fans will definitely be back for the next one. It'll be an evening match. We know that for sure, as the next couple of days, as the Perth teams travel over, we'll only have one session here in Sydney. They'll be keeping a close eye on the scores tonight, you would imagine.
That's right. Well, you've got to cherish these moments. Don't get the opportunities to play in mixed teams events throughout the course of the year on the tennis tours. It's a unique event, a special event, and they absolutely love it. Poland had match point last year to win the United Cup, not to be, and they're looking to go one better. As we take a look at the match summary.
Yeah, their first serve points won improved as the match went on, and Iga was able to hold serve more convincingly, and that totally changed the momentum. You just see how many break points they had, or both teams had really, but 5 out of 11. So Poland were just creating some more chances for themselves. Really not much in it, though.
No, it was tight all the way through. Just a little more firepower for Team Poland in the end. Okay, let's take a look at the city standings here in Sydney. That's Group B, so that's big for Poland. They secure the spot. Italy have done the same in Group D. Group F, well, still a lot to play out in the Group F. Matchups coming up a little later tonight. We'll have it. It's going to be Great Britain taking on Australia. Plenty of history in some of these clashes, and Alex de Minaur up against his fiancée, Katie Bolter. So that is the night session coming up a little bit later here from Ken Rosewall Arena.
Hello and a very warm welcome back to Sydney's Olympic Park and the Ken Rosewell Arena, where the stage is set for the remaining the remaining group stage match here at the third edition of the United Cup. And hot on the heels of the day session, we're heading into the evening session where Australia take on Great Britain. It's been very complicated in terms of who does what in all the groups. I can tell you earlier today, Poland have triumphed in Group B, and at the moment the Czechs are in pole position, if you just use the pun, for the best runners-up spot, so they may still be alive in the quarterfinals. We're going to be concentrating this evening on Group F, and it is very, very close. The simplest scenario is for either team to win, and they will go through to the quarterfinals. There's a little permutation on the side of that, but we'll get into that a little later. But it's the same format, a women's singles followed by a men's singles and potentially a deciding mixed. And Leighton Hewitt leading out his team. He's been in that position as Australia captain over various team events for almost a decade now. He hasn't got his hands on any silverware, and it would be wonderful if he was able to do it here in Sydney under the roof at the Ken Rosewell Arena. I'm Sam Smith, very pleased to be alongside former world number 4 Jelena Dokic, and as an Aussie, I have to say you'll be wanting success because they haven't started particularly well, have they, the Aussies?
No.
Losing to Argentina in their opening match.
They haven't, but we've still got a chance, and that's what matters. They're going to go out there and give it their all. There's no doubt about that. And to see the Aussies play again, especially here in Sydney, and let's go a match at a time. It's Olivia Gadecki up first against a tough task, Katie Bolter, who's been in great form, and she loves to play the United Cup. But looking forward to just watching the Aussies play. I love that in Australia. Doesn't get much better than that.
What we do know is that these Australia-Great Britain clashes produce some sensational tennis, so we'll look forward to that. We've got Andrea Petkovic courtside. Good evening, Andrea. I feel like the day session has rolled into the night session. It's all as one, but you're looking as fresh and ready as ever.
Yeah, I feel like I've been here all year.
Well, you have.
I just wanted to let that one sit. Yeah, it's very hot and humid still here, so that's something to keep an eye on. Who is going to be physically ready after a possible New Year's Eve celebration, but I'm sure all players are very professional, so nothing to worry about.
You and I only saw the 9 o'clock fireworks. What about you, Jelena?
I only saw the 9 o'clock, and then I started to fall asleep, and then the 12 o'clock fireworks woke me up. So I saw a bit of that, but I'm not a big party person.
we're all well, I have to say, we haven't put our best foot forward, but we're here on the new year, and we're very excited about it. Great start to the day with the Poland against Czechia match. And not too far away, it will be the two national anthems. And I'm going to pause for a second because they've got the countdown to welcome the players on court.
Please welcome our first team representing Australia, Leighton Hewitt, Ellen Perez, Matthew Ebden, Destiny Aiva, Omar Jessica, Olivia Gadecki, and Alex Di Manor. And their opponents for tonight, representing Great Britain, Alex Ward, Olivia Nichols, Charles Broom, Jan Chonsky, Yoriko Lily Hidaki, Billy Harris, and Katie Bolter. And now, if you are able, please be upstanding for the national anthems of Australia and Great Britain.
Well, this is one of sport's oldest rivalries, and two stirring renditions of Advance Australia Fair and God Save the Queen. And how this match has produced so many epic contests in the few years that we've had the United Cup. They've played in both editions. Those occasions it was Great Britain coming out on top. The Group F scenarios as just a little peck on the cheek for Katie, and for Katie from her fiance. And it all started over a latte.
Oh, really?
About 4 or 5 years ago at during the Australian. They're both staying in the same South Yarra hotel.
That's because we've got the best coffee in the world. Melbourne's got the best coffee.
So they got talking, and Alex plucked up the courage to ask her out for a latte. That is the modern world, and it has gone from there.
It was the latte, the Melbourne latte.
Yes, she was seduced by Australian coffee.
Hate to chime in here, but as an English person, that's not so hard to do, is it now?
Oh,
shots fired! Shots fired, Sam.
I'm staying out of this one.
Well,
about English coffee.
I am actually allergic to coffee, even the smell of it. As Yelena knows, she can't have it in the commentary box, so I probably wouldn't know that English coffee is maybe not quite up to scratch.
I love my coffee. Andrea, you?
Love the coffee.
Yeah.
Stay away with coffee from Sam.
Yes.
Because I still want her to be my friend.
Charles, we're going to take 2 photos, please. One with Ava here, one in this direction just for you. And the conditions are the same otherwise as in the previous matches. Any questions? No? Your choice, Katie. We have AO or John Newcomb? AO. Okay, Ava, go. AO it is. Receive? Okay, and the photo, please.
Very well, they're winning the toss and electing to receive. And young Ava doing a brilliant job there. And everything is so congested in this Group F that really every game, every set counts. And what we do know is that Australia cannot afford to lose any match by 2 sets. And Bolter coming out here, Yelena, the favourite. So the great thing is with all these clever people working out all the permutations, they come on court knowing exactly what they've got to do.
They do, and obviously you always go out there and you try and win and compete and do the best that you can. I don't know, though, to be honest with you, if every single player, if they want to know, and I think that's something, the communication you have within the team, because last year in Perth, actually, the Australians didn't know that they were through to the semi-finals. I interviewed them on the court and told them and let them know. They didn't know.
Okay.
The players didn't know. The mixed players didn't know. Matt Ebden and Storm Hunter didn't know. The whole team didn't know.
Really?
Yeah.
Interesting. Well, I wonder if they know. What, have to get Andrea to go and do some detective work down there.
Because sometimes it's actually better for players maybe not to know, not to have that pressure on them.
Katie certainly is the more experienced. At 28 years of age, after so many injuries and illnesses, she is finally playing the best tennis of her year. She is one spot off her career high, and she is eyeing up a top 20 spot, which I think would certainly be worthy of her talent. So we're all set here for Australia, Great Britain.
Yeah, had a phenomenal year, just outside the top 20. Got 3 titles to her name, 2 in fact she won in 2024, and the next step is doing well at the Grand Slams now, getting into the second week. I love how she plays, big game, technically sound, big serve as well. And as you said, Sam, now definitely in the peak of her career. They have played before, and that was in fact in 2023, and Bolter won that in straight sets.
Yes, that was on the grass in the run-up to the championships. Very different conditions here. It's been as high as, it's been plus 30 degrees today, and we sense that it's warming up in Sydney's inner west. Huge task for Olivia Gadecki, whose pre-season hasn't gone particularly smoothly, hasn't been completely healthy, and has had a few niggling injuries as well.
Done so well to get herself inside the top 100 this year for the first time. The 22-year-old got to the final as a qualifying Guadalajara, and got herself inside the top 100 at a career high right now.
Well, there's plenty of green and gold in the Ken Rosewell Arena tonight for Australia taking on Great Britain. And Alex, you're in the hot seat. Sam Smith and Jelena Dokic in the commentary, right behind you. Are you aware of all the scenarios tonight, or are you putting that to one side and just getting on with winning?
Yeah, hi guys. So yeah, I'm aware of the scenarios. Katie's not aware and Billy's not aware. I mean, their job, like in every match, is just to try and win every point, every game, every set. So obviously it didn't change much for them. If they know that, they're always going to go out there and give it their all. But yeah, obviously there's a few scenarios in play tonight.
And for Katie tonight and this match, she goes in obviously as a clear favourite. Does that create a little bit of that extra pressure going into the match tonight?
Yeah, I feel like she is the favourite. There's no doubt about that. What I will say is she's obviously played a brilliant match on against Argentina, the singles and the doubles. She's probably played like an 8, 9 out of 10 for a level. So I think her expectation isn't necessarily to play that kind of, top tennis, but hopefully go out there, give it all she's got and play a level that will get it done today.
What do you want to see her do well against Olivia Gadecki, who's another big hitter?
I think the first person in this match take the initiative, get the first hit in the rally, will win most of the rallies. As well as that first serve percentage is huge for both of them, I think. So yeah, those two things.
And from your team, on court, off court, what have you been most happy about? What's been the most enjoyable aspect of your role and this whole experience?
Yeah, I think getting to know the team as a whole better. I know them all pretty well, but spending some quality time. We've been in all of us pretty much like 8, 9 days now. Yeah, kind of getting to know them, helping them out, and just look at this stadium tonight and having these guys have the chance to experience that with me is pretty special. Okay,
well, thanks, Alex. We'll let you get on with your captaincy.
Yeah, thanks for that. Cheers. Bye.
Lead for serve.
That's a wake-up call for the 22-year-old from the Gold Coast. And a real statement of intent off the bat from Bolter. That is a bolter from Bolter.
Continuing where she left off the other day, especially in the mixed doubles. She played so well, returned well also. That sends a statement, doesn't it?
Love 13.
And both of those were first serves from Gadecki.
She currently ranked at 97 in the world, had a great year last year, vaulting into the world's top 100. Still a young and quite inexperienced and lightly raced player.
That 15, interesting. Captain GB said that they are aware of the certain areas, but Katie Bolter isn't, and that's what we talked about a little bit. I think the players don't want to know that going into matches and having that pressure of knowing, oh, I have to win a set or not. That's what we talked about.
And I wonder if Leighton has done the same thing, just kept that under his hat, just go out there and win.
30 all.
Has struggled in recent times with a few injuries. Pre-season didn't really go to plan, wasn't terribly well. So she certainly came into her first match against Nadia Podoroska of Argentina, probably not quite as ready as she was like to be, but she's had a few extra days practice here.
That type of point right there, Bolter doing the right thing inside the baseline, taking the return early, but also taking the risk out of it, going deep straight through the middle. And for Gadecki, she's going to have a big first serve percentage today. If not, this is what's going to happen. Bolter already putting on the pressure on the second serve.
It's a really tough opening service game for the Aussie #1. An ideal start for Team GB.
First game.
Andrea, how are you seeing this one? I know that you many moons ago, you might not even remember, you played Katie Bolter, but she's a different player now, isn't she?
Absolutely, yeah. I played her when she was still on her ascent, still struggling with injuries. This is a completely different ball game from Katie Bolter. She has the top 20 firmly in the eye and on the horizon, and maybe not so far away from the horizon. And Olivia Gadecki, she's right in front of me right now. I think she looks better than she looked in the first match, just nerves-wise. She doesn't look as nervous. She looks more within herself, but this is a tough ask. Completely different game. Katie Bolter just takes the ball so early, puts so much pressure on her opponents. And
Katie Bolter representing Team Great Britain to serve. Love 15.
28-year-old making her second appearance at the United Cup. And goodness me, didn't she come out here with a bang 12 months ago, beat Isla Tomljanovic on debut in 2 sets, and then came back from a set down against top tenor Jessica Pegula of the United States for the biggest win of her career, and very comfortable against Argentina's Nadia Podoroska a few days ago.
Yeah, I actually did a couple of those matches last year, the United Cup, including against Ayla Tomljanovic, and I really feel like this event set up Katie for the rest of the season. Watched her practice as well. You could see she was striking the ball beautifully, came off the off-season really confident, and I think has a lot to do with Alex de Minaur for me as well. I think he's really helped her go on to another level with her training and what she needs to do, and I think she's gotten a lot of confidence from him and just being around him and that environment and what she's doing. 30-15. To me, if I can call it, she's a lot more focused and has a lot more belief, and that comes from Alex and just being around him.
I think they both groaned when they saw the draws and that they were both put in the same group. It's not ideal, is it? Same thing happened last year as well.
So much firepower coming off the racket
40-15
of Poulter. You can see, just like the captain, the GB captain said, it's about taking initiative, being aggressive early on and dictating from early on in the point. She's aware of Gadecki and her power off the ground as well. Poulter starting this match phenomenally well, very focused.
Game, Team Great Britain. Team Great Britain leads by 2 games to 11.
The team originally was going to include Jack Draper, top 20 player. That would have been there would have been a tremendous duo, but he had a hip niggle in the pre-season and it's delayed his arrival into Australia. So it's really very much Katie, leading the team, very experienced now, doing a great job.
And I've seen her around. I've seen her on court as well, but just even in the players' lounge. And to be honest with you, she looks to me, she's very comfortable in that role. And that, again, for me, screams belief and confidence. After the years she's had, I think she's in her prime. She's speaking, 28 years of age, a lot of experience. I think she's set for a phenomenal year, especially what we've already seen on the court.
And right off the bat here from Gadecki, a lot more pace on that first serve. We saw her almost holding back in that first match against Podoroska. There's a lot more bite on the first serve and makes a difference.
It's beaten by the Argentine 2-4. Got into it a little in that second set, but it was too late. But Podoroska playing extremely well. I don't know how you both feel about the Gadecki serve, which looks technically very good. She's a tall young woman. Surely she should be getting a lot more free points from behind it.
I think she loses a little bit of confidence if her first serve goes. So this happens. She either goes for a second serve or she completely backs off and decelerates. So she's in two minds on what to do. And Andrea, you're there courtside. Sometimes to me she looks like she starts to or jumps backwards after her serve instead of driving and landing inside the court on that left leg.
Yeah, I think it has a lot, as you pointed out, I think it has a lot to do with mindset. You saw it just now. The first serve missed. It was a good first serve, and right away she takes off 8-9 kilometers per hour.
That's a better service game.
That's Team Australia.
Team GB with the early advantage.
Team Great Britain leads by 2-1.
Left of your picture is Nigel Sears, who has been on the tour coaching so many top players over the years, and Olivia works with him at the National Tennis Centre in London. There's also not very much you won't know about Katie Boulter's game as well, having been head of women's tennis many years ago.
Yes, no, she's trying to dictate the play at the moment. Yeah, flat straight away. So just be ready if she misses some first serve, or if she slice, and then we can look to do something on that. Yeah. It's good feet to get out of the way with the body and go after it. Yeah. That's good. Keep staying down to your base, yeah.
These days, Leighton Hewitt, former world #1 Grand Slam champion, hugely experienced in that captaincy role. Almost a decade he's been leading up Aussie teams. He's due some silverware.
Does a great job as well. For Katie Boulter, also a big improvement as well on the serve. I really like the technique. It's very simple, but the ball toss is perfect. I like the leg drive, the extension as well. She goes after the first serve. Great racket head speed. Very hard to read her serve. She has a really good steady ball toss. It's really hard where she's going to go, and a lot of her game centres around that serve, and then she goes serve and looks for the forehand, which is her weapon.
There's plenty of long levers, very close to 6 foot tall. Andrea, you're courtside. We watched 30-0. Andrea's going to do an interview with Ellen Perez
I'll go to you because we
this
watched Katie Boulter a lot. Do we feel like she's, even in the first match, she's pressing the issue a lot more than she used to? To me, that signals going, pressuring her opponents early on in points. Is that the next level for her, for top 20, top 10?
You would expect so.
and she's okay with making some errors.
Yeah, she doesn't seem to worry about that.
40-30.
She knows she's always been a big first strike player. I remember watching her as a junior. I mean, she was runner-up at the Under-12 Orange Bowl, which is the sort of unofficial World Championships. I think the biggest thing is just keeping that body in one piece and staying healthy. And that is another very good and confident service hold. Andrea, you're in the Aussie cap with Ellen Perez.
I am, yes. I'm here with her. Ellen, we talked about the ways Australia can move forward. You almost need a math degree for it. Are you players actually aware of what it requires today to go forward?
I don't know that we've discussed it as a team. I think individually some of the players are pretty aware. I know we definitely need to try and win 3-0. That would be the best scenario. I know if obviously it's 2-1, then I think we need to win a set while we lose one of those matches. So, yeah, we're just going to do our best. That's the most important part.
Well done. So you got the math degree, I see. And you had a tough loss in the mixed doubles, but it is a new year. What have you worked on to remedy that loss, kind of?
Yeah, that's been put behind us. That was in last year. So,
Nice.
no, I think it's all about chemistry and, you know, obviously returning the girls' serve is a big part. I think that was kind of the letdown in the last match. But, yeah, just serving well and doing what we can. That's what's in our control a little bit and maybe bringing up that energy. I think that could have helped us last time.
Nice. And last question, what do you think Olivia needs to do to win this match today?
I mean, it's big strike tennis. It's whoever can get the first big hit in. I think, you know, you got to weather the storm a little bit with Katie. She can hit some unbelievable shots. And just settling the nerves, kind of just getting a few balls back, getting comfortable, and then, you know, playing her game, which is playing big tennis and big first serves. And I think, yeah, she'll build that confidence as the match goes on.
Thank you, Ellen. Best of luck.
Well, Kedeki in trouble here again on her serve at love 30. It sounds like some of them know the scenarios and some of them don't, and some of them I'm not quite sure, like us.
Yeah.
We're still in the dark.
I've got to say, I love the way that Bolter is playing, and even if she has a couple of errors, but she goes for it, she backs herself, and we mentioned first strike tennis, and it's putting a lot of pressure on her opponent.
Chance here for the double break. Olivia did most of her pre-season on the Gold Coast, where she originates from, went to school there, went to Southport State High School. Her younger brother Thomas plays, but she's got 4 other brothers, so only girl in that household. Still break point. That's perfectly played.
I love that from Gadecki there. She was aggressive, but controlled aggression. And especially that last one, I like how she gets under and over the ball. A little bit more right here on the back of the ball and then accelerates to get that angle right here through the service line. Very smart, not just to go and hit hard up and down the court like this. She exploits the sidelines.
And just going back to that last forehand,
advantage.
that's what she's been working on with Coach Nigel Sears, to have a little more shape on that wing.
Yeah, just brush up the back of the ball a little bit more and not hit as flat. And she has the ability to do it. It's just that, can you do it consistently through the match? Because her instinct will always be to go for it and hit flat, a natural instinct.
That is a big hold from
Team Australia.
Love 40. And Australia staying close here in this first set.
Team Great Britain leads by 3 games to 2.
Ready to dig deep. Well done. Ready to stay in that game, Luke.
It was interesting, Elaine, on that last changeover. Leighton turned straight round to Nigel and chatted to him first. It's really interesting, isn't it, watching the coaching, the captains work with the personal coaches.
She's playing mid, second or third ball, she goes fast middle. Legs are good, a little bit faster hand. When you, I know, it's gonna get. Just keep moving, stay low, and follow the ball more.
It's ladies coach Biljana Veselinovic. Ken Rosewall Arena hosting one of the remaining group matches here, Group F, between Great Britain and Australia. Argentina are out, and Yelena, what have you got for us?
We've got the Bolter first serve contact points in the United Cup this year, and have a look at that little nest there that you see. That is a very consistent ball toss. The toss range is 14.8 centimeters. To put that into perspective, what a good ball toss that is and how hard it is to read the serve where it's going. The average for the tour is 24.8, so 10 centimeters more. So she will go off that ball toss wide, down the tee, body, second serve. So it's very hard for the player to read. Look at that. Good leg drive, nice extension, and the racket does the work. Perfect ball toss. Right there, you can see 1 o'clock. That's where you want it. If you put it into perspective, 14 centimeters, that is a very small area and margin of where she throws the ball. Say what I saw today online, I got it on Instagram. Carlos Alcaraz practicing his ball toss, where a coach is holding a very, very small little kind of basketball case for him to try and have that ball toss and go through that kind of net.
Okay.
Yeah, so that very small area, so that you have a consistent ball toss.
Wow. Yeah.
It was really nice to see courtside how Katie, from that defensive position, just put a bit more shape on it. That's why I jumped out of the strike zone of Olivia Gadecki, and she got the unforced error. And that's something she got so much better at, these defensive positions where she used to kind of panic when she was on the defense before.
Like that one?
Yeah, sometimes when she is she loves first strike tennis. So sometimes when she doesn't get that, she just rushes, goes down the line a lot. When she won in San Diego, it was the first time I saw her defending through the middle or cross court. It was really the first time. And sometimes she still goes back to that, to those down the line defensive shots. If she can remedy that, I think she has a top 20, top 15 potential even.
Oh, that's excellent. She was way out in the doubles alley there. Wonderful footwork after the first serve. Look at how she gets around, small little adjustment steps so that she creates that space between the ball, the body and the racket. And then goes with the smart shot, higher percentage shot off forehand. Beautiful.
Game, Team Great Britain.
Andrea, I was just saying as you were going off for that interview that Bolter to me seems like she's very aggressive, especially first shot after the serve and even off the return. We know she's got a lot of firepower. Is that perhaps the next step, even trying to go big with kind of the top 10 players, Sabalenka and Swiatek, maybe the next level of putting more pressure on the opponent? Because she's okay with making some of these errors. You can see that they're, to me anyway, that they've been working on that. She's okay with making some of those mistakes.
Oh, that is perfectly played from Bolter.
Absolutely beautifully done, and I think that's definitely her game, and that should always be her DNA. I do think that the next big step for her in her development will be those defensive positions. Once she plays a bit more percentage tennis, I think she even has a top 10 in her if she stays healthy. That's the #1 case with her. Can she stay healthy?
Oh, excellent. It's a great recovery. I like that return where she had to go to a little chip right here, had to take the left hand off the racket, but here she anticipates well. Maybe not the best approach shot, not enough on that, but still had to make that passing shot down the line. And that's the one that she gets around the ball so well. It was not a flat shot, a height over the net, the trajectory, beautiful.
Love 40.
Once again, Hideki looking at Love 40 behind her serve. Extracted her serve in her last service game. Not this time.
Game, Team Great Britain.
Bolter one game away from taking this opening set.
New balls. Team Great Britain leads by 5 games to 2.
All going well for Team GB. And I suspect not too many players stayed up for what is one of the most iconic firework displays in the world. So many packed onto the quayside last night. Spectacular. And even if you couldn't get a ringside seat, if you were in the CBD, you could hear them.
Do you know how many people were around the harbour?
It's million.
More than 1 million.
More than 1 million. I have to say, quite a few of them have got up here today early. Are still here this evening. We're out in Sydney's Inner West at the Olympic Park, the magnificent Ken Rosewell Arena, which got a 35 million Aussie dollar facelift about 5 years ago. The roof has been an absolute boon, and it's allowed it to become a multi-sport arena. The Swifts and the Giants, the netball teams play here. They have skateboarding events as well, but right now it's all about the tennis as we make our annual trip here.
I like that play though. That's what is also the next step, the transition to the net when she does hit her great shot, because she's got so much power off the ground and she does the right thing here. Moves forward, body weight forward, just overplays this volley. Didn't quite get down low enough, eye level with the ball, a little bit too upright. But right play. Really impressed with the Bolter serving already in this tournament this year. 78% first serves in so far in this match. And big serving and great placement as well.
Yeah, it's almost unplayable down here when she has that many first serves in, because they are so accurate and they fly out of the racket. Tough for Gadecki here.
Serving it's been quite a serving display, and have a look at this average first serve speed so far this tournament. Katie Bolter at number 1, 174 k's an hour. That's the average speed in a match. She's leading so far. So it's not just the placement and that accuracy, consistency, but power as well.
Still has a chance here in this game to close out this opening set. Captain Alex Ward used to play on the tour, got to around about the 200 mark. Was actually doing a few weeks, I think doing 12 weeks on tour with Jack Draper on the ATP circuit. It's been a lot of experience.
Big one.
Advantage, Team Great Britain.
Keeping it very straightforward is Katie Bolter. For a chance to close out this set for Team GB. She started brilliantly and has finished in style. Bolter takes the first set by 6 games to 2. That is what you call a zero stress first set. All very comfortable for Bolter, who I'm sure we'll see in the doubles, mixed doubles there with Charlie Broom, who's sitting behind her. Jelena, take us through these first set numbers.
Well, massive first serve percentage from Katie Bolter, 75% and winning 78% of points behind her. For Gadecki, very different story. First serve percentage below 50% and only winning 45% of points behind it as well. For Katie Bolter, a couple of more winners than Gadecki and a couple of more unforced errors as well, but that's because she's trying to take initiative and be aggressive. So Katie Bolter really first strike tennis from the serve and the return, putting a lot of pressure on her opponent. And forehand was the highlight for Katie Bolter as well, even though she did have a couple of extra unforced errors of that side, but then she did hit amazing shots like that. And for Gadecki, it was really difficult to even get into rallies. Very different court position. Bolter right on top of the baseline, pushing Gadecki back behind the baseline, but really no chance for Gadecki to get into the service games of Bolter, and that's what made it difficult. 2 breaks of serve, 6-2 Bolter.
For a third time at the United Cup, Australia taking on Great Britain, and it has been the Brits in the 2 previous years that have got the better of the encounter. And they are certainly where they're starting here, might be favourites to go through to the quarterfinals. There's an awful lot of permutations. Who might be the best runner-up, and that's also in the mix as well. So every game,
Australia to serve.
every set counts as much as the wins and the losses. What can Gadecki do here? Start of the second.
Love.
So really important here for Gadecki. Got to start off well, and you got to start that by lifting that first serve percentage up. That's got to go up a lot higher than 48%, what it was in the first set.
Did she make that? My goodness.
15 on.
Andrea, your court, I just want to get your thought on Gadecki, even this serve right here. Seems to me at times, even when that first serve does kind of go in, it's in the hitting zone. There's not enough placement, especially on the slice serve. She doesn't cut around the ball to get the slice, so he goes into the hitting zone of the returner.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. There's not a lot of angle on her serve. And another thing that I've noticed, once she finds her speed, she goes always with the same speed. So if Katie Bolter finds the exact right position of returning, she will always catch the ball right in the hitting zone. And then it's faster back at Olivia's feet than she has even landed after the serve.
Well,
here will be a real boon for Gadecki, looking to build some confidence early on in the season. But I think worth remembering, had a very good second half of last year, and that win over Danielle Collins to take her to the final of the WTA 500 in Guadalajara was something very special. To beat such a top player, former Australian Open finalist. She is capable of the big win.
Don't hesitate.
endless encouragement.
Oh,
from
always.
Captain Hewitt. It's wonderful.
Always. One of the best competitors we've ever had in the game.
Left first serve.
If you want to have anyone in your corner box, it's blatant. That's a great return. And
Yes.
as a server, you really feel that pressure when someone puts that much pressure on your second serve, although Katie's doing it on the first as well. It is so hard. You don't know whether to go after the second serve, whether to still try and make them and not go for too much. You know it's coming right at you. Smart from Bolt also to go straight through the middle hard, so you take the risk out of it. And there it is. That forced her to go bigger. She had to go bigger on the
Advantage,
second
Team
serve,
Great Britain.
and then even on the next brown stroke.
Walter eyeing up a third break of the Aussies serve here. Set and a break now.
Team
Team GB in control.
Another big forehand, and
First game, second
that was
set.
again behind the baseline, but she's not afraid to go for it. And have a look at this. This was Bolter forehand last year, United Cup, and you see nice variation. She goes cross, she goes line, and you look at those red ones. Those are those big errors. But have a look at this year. There's a lot more of those unforced errors that are really out by a lot, and that's what I was saying. For me, she's going for more, and she's okay with that. I think she's trying to build a bigger game, bigger weapons that can get her into the top 20, and she can go toe-to-toe with the top 10 players. So like Andrea said, it is about building the defensive game, but she wants to also center her game around that forehand, which is a beautiful forehand, by the way, and is not afraid to make some of those errors to make it an unbelievable shot.
Katie originally taught by mum. She's from the county of Leicestershire. Mum, very good, I'd say equivalent of a state player before Katie moved to London at age 14.
15 love.
And Mum Sue still provides an awful lot of, you know, so much support, don't you? As a player, Mum's always there.
So technically sound, isn't she? Right grips, nothing extreme, even the swings, compact. She's very balanced, the head stays still really good with the legs and the adjustment steps, love it.
Mum did a good job.
I'm a big advocate for good technique. I think it gets you very far. Even if it's later on in your career, it's less likely to break down under pressure.
That's the way.
And I think that could be a way forward for
13,
her. Nice
15.
moustache here on the first day of the year. Shocking sight, really. I think, and that's how she got back from that love 40 in the first set on her serve, going through the center big, Olivia Gadecki, and then getting a short one going for the corners.
Well, it's a little bit of what Katie's done to her, especially off the return,
40-15.
which also doesn't give your opponent any angle to work with. It's hard to create angles, so you're more likely to get a shorter ball or something through the middle. Think of the best even returner in the world, Novak Djokovic, goes through the middle so much.
Let for serve. Game at Team Great Britain. Team Great Britain leads by 2 games to love.
Yeah, that's caught the line.
Love 15.
It'll be interesting to see how Olivia builds on what was a very good sort of last 6 months of the 2024 season. And it was a time period where she qualified
15
for Wimbledon for the first time. That's a big breakthrough. Represented her country at the Olympics. And they made that final of that 500 in Guadalajara, which really vaulted her into the world's top 100. But it'll be interesting to see what there is to come this season for her.
Oh, well done. I think she's in a it's actually a very tough position, to be honest with you, to be in for Gadecki. Breakthrough season, a lot of firsts, amazing to get inside the top 100, but all of a sudden now you're Australia's #1, eyes are on you. You start to get a bit of a target on your back, the attention as well. It's not easy, and she hasn't been in this position before, and this big occasion, United Cup, and being the Australians' #1 women's player.
40-15.
So better. She could always have done with Daria Gavrilova or Ayla Tomljanovic still being, say, top 50 players and being maybe 3 or 4, being on teams with them, learning from them. So no, you're right. Not easy. That's a very good point, Yelena. Great. Yeah, it isn't an easy scenario, and she's a very young 22 as well. Hasn't played a lot of years out there on the tour.
And what this year might end up being is a year of learning and experience. And what I mean by that is she might have to go 2 steps back before she improves again in a year or 2 with the pressure and now the balance. You are getting into WTA tournaments and Grand Slams, but I think she should still play some ITF tournaments to get matches, and she has to work on her game as well at the same time.
Deuce.
Well, she knew the task in front of her. A couple of seasons ago, beaten very easily by Bolter on the grass in Surbiton in the lead up to the championships.
Advantage, Team Great Britain. Game, Team Great Britain.
That's gone away again, and Team GB very much in the driving seat now to set and 3-love.
Team Great Britain leads by 3 games to love.
It's an event that began 6 days ago, the group stages across the 2 cities of Sydney and Perth. Perth playing their quarterfinals today. Those spots still to be decided here over on the East Coast. Third edition of the United Cup, and almost a packed Ken Rosen Arena. It will hold about 12,500 when full. The awnings on one side of the arena are down just to stop the late evening sun. And we are all set here for a blockbuster night, but right now it's Great Britain who have put their best foot forward. Could all come down to the mixed doubles. Perez and Ebden getting themselves ready for later battles this evening.
Love 15. $15.30. 30 all.
Bolter got such a good bounce out of performances at the United Cup at the start of last season. Lost in the end in the second round in Melbourne to eventual finalist Jung Chin Wen. But then it was a couple of weeks later that she picked up a second career title in San Diego, and it really built the base for a very consistent year. Made it.
Good from Gadecki. This scoreline's really giving her enough credit. She's hit some great shots and changed a little bit things in the second set. He'd gone through the middle first and then looks for an angle to try and dictate. It's just like she's playing a player on the other side that's just playing great tennis.
Her first chance to break. And that is snuffed out very quickly. Goodness me, Bolter's looked sharp tonight.
Yes.
She made this look so easy, and it's not, because she actually had to not just go forward, but around the ball to actually still hit that as a forehand underneath the height of the net. So I had to get under and over the ball to get the topspin to make the ball dip in. Very difficult shot, razor sharp.
Advantage, Team Great Britain.
And it's not only the pace of Katie Bolter's racket, it's also the depth. Every ball lands just in front of the baseline. Really hard for Gadecki to do anything with it.
Game, Team Great Britain.
And Andrea, that was that stat that was showing us that she's got a few bigger
Team
errors
Great Britain leads
where they do fly a bit more than last year, but also hitting more winners. So she's definitely looking to make that an even bigger weapon.
Seen that a lot tonight, haven't we? Shaping up for that forehand.
Yeah.
And she is very aware that the men's singles, Alex Dimore, strong favourite against Billy Harris, ranked outside the top 100. So this had to win. And also, I think, keen to win convincingly out here. It all counts.
$15 love. $30.
In a funny way, Gadecki is looking over at the net at a player that she could become, potentially.
Literally took the words out right, yeah. I think she's got to look at Katie and go, that's what I need to strive for. That's a similar type of player. And the way that she plays.
$30-15.
The depth's incredible.
30 on.
Actually off that forehand, and I love what she's now doing also. She gets more confident. She's getting a little bit more, look at that shape on the ball, the trajectory. Just getting on the back of the ball underneath to get that top spin. Makes the ball dip inside with depth. Excellent hitting. Not giving up the baseline there. Gadecki going a little bit more through the middle of the court, not going for the lines. This would be great if she could hold here.
Something for the Aussies, but Team GB very much in charge of this first women's singles.
Team Great Britain leads by 4 games to 1.
Good stuff, good move. Well done. Way to get out there on a couple of the wide balls. Good stuff.
United Cup will come to its conclusion this weekend with the semi-finals, but right now it's all about getting into the last 8 and emerging from the group stage.
Time.
Alex de Minaur up next against Britain's Billy Harris. Aussie very much the favourite for that one. It could be all set for a deciding and blockbuster mix. We shall see. So many permutations out here to see who can emerge from this group. And the Aussie fans are dying to get behind Olivia Gadecki.
Let first serve.
Really nice. I like that she's brought her targets in a little bit, Olivia, so she's still aggressive, but going through the middle a little bit on the first shot and then trying to build from there.
She hasn't really been allowed to play out there, has she?
No,
I mean,
no.
I think Bolter would have given a lot of players a really hard time.
That placement on the serve, just incredible. The percentage, first serves in, still up there, 74% for Bolter. It's a big number, especially when you're serving big and when you're serving so precisely like she is.
(30-15). 40-15. Thirty. Game, Team Great Britain. Team Great Britain leads by 5-1.
I'll tell you what, she's doing a great job. And if this was a relay in the lead-off leg, isn't she?
I said Olivia's got almost a mirror image on the other side, just a better version of herself. Have a look at the average forehand top spin. Gadecki, there the RPMs 1,996 and Bolt at 2,390. So that's that extra bit of safety and top spin that she gets. So she still hits big, but for Olivia it's a little bit flatter. And you, Sam, said that that's what Nigel Sears is working on and will be working on to get a little bit more shape on the ball from Olivia.
Love 15.
Nigel hugely experienced many years with Daniela Hantukova, took her into top 5 in the world. As well as Anna Ivanovic as well.
Amanda Kutza when I was on the tour as well.
Yeah.
Top tenor.
Top
5.
Yeah.
And there's that just bit of extra top spin.
And this is a project that's going to take a few years with Olivia. All the ability is there. Been a tough one for her tonight.
Love 40.
Well, she's been under pressure, hasn't she, from the opening return from Bolt Up. There hasn't been any let up from the British number 1. And deservedly, after barely an hour out here, Team GB with their first match point. Still match point.
Game, set match, Team Great
A brilliant start by Team GB.
2 sets to love, 6-2,
Also
6-1.
putting them in the driving seat. Straight sets over the Aussie number 1. And an excellent opener to this Group F decider. And Great Britain now in pole position to progress to the quarterfinals. And what a lead-off leg from Katie Bolt. I'm not sure there was much Gadecki could have done out there, maybe served a little better.
Yeah, flawless performance from Katie, and she really set the tone early with those 2 return winners and didn't look back from there. Olivia, look, tough one, you can say, maybe first serve percentage bigger to give herself the opportunity to hold serve, but a lot of that had to do with the way that Katie was playing and returning. And captain of the GBT said, well, we're not sure we're expecting to go 8, 9 out of 10 like she did the other day, but I think this was not just 8 or 9 out of 10, this was 10 out of 10. And so that's at the top 20, but this was definitely at least a performance of a top 20 player. Loved the confidence, the smile. She knew had to come out here, play well, take initiative early, not allow Olivia to get into the points. And also she was a favourite in this match, so all the pressure on her shoulders, and she dealt with it beautifully, Katie. For Olivia, I always say it's not a loss, it's a lesson. She'll learn a lot from this to take into the rest of the year.
It's all going swimmingly for Team GB. Bolter saving her best for United Cup. Goodness me, she plays well on this fast hard court. Just leading the team off. Knew she had to get the win. Aussies the favourites in the men's singles. But we thought it was good. Let's see what she thinks about her performance. She's with Andrea.
Katie, you were very impressive in your first match. Somehow, you were even more impressive today. How would you assess your game on the first day of the new year?
Oh, I actually forgot it was the first day of a new year. Wow. Yeah, very happy to start my new year like that. I feel like I've actually lost a lot of sleep recently over the thought of playing my fiancé in doubles, so I'm so tired and just very happy to get through this rubber, I'm not going to lie.
Well, speaking of that, were you aware that by winning in straight sets, you just put Team Great Britain through to the quarterfinals?
I've been trying to avoid all the stats on all of this, and we were at dinner with Laura Robson last night, and she thankfully told me that I had to win in straight sets. So I was feeling the pressure from last night. Really appreciate that, Laura. Thank you very much for that.
Our beloved colleague, Laura Robson. Now, do not despair, Aussie fans, because there is still a chance for Team Australia to go through too. The only way it goes, though, is by winning the next 2 matches, as you have an invested interest in Team Australia as well. Can you help them out a little bit?
I mean, there's actually nothing I would love more than for Australia to come second, so let's see what they can do, but I don't know, I still want GB to win everything, so I'm selfish.
As you have every right to be, it is the new year. Any resolutions on and off the court for you?
Just to stay happy and healthy. I think that's always been the biggest thing for me, and yeah, that's all I hope for myself.
A tremendous performance by you. Katie Boulter with a great match.
Exactly what Great Britain needed. So the quarterfinals very much being divvied up, but as Andrea was outlining there's still an awful lot to play for. It'll be Dimonor and Billy Harris up next, and maybe Australia can extend their stay here in Sydney. It's always a quick turnaround here on the Ken Rhodes Arena, about 10 minutes away from the men's singles. But before we take our leave, a little run over the numbers. Excellent serving from Boulter, all helped by that very accurate ball toss. Gadecki, in that respect, down the track, we'll probably like to see a few more first serves in there, but a super clean performance from Boulter. Very few unforced errors, took her opportunities and did exactly what was required. So job done for Team Great Britain, but up next it's the men's singles, and still all sorts of things to play for.
Please welcome, representing Australia, it's Alex de Minaur! And please welcome, representing Great Britain, it's Billy Harris!
Well, very good evening, everybody, and welcome to Ken Rosewall Arena, Day 6 of the United Cup, and it's the matchup that in Australia we call the Ashes, Australia versus Great Britain, and it's the British that have got off to a great start thanks to Katie Bolter. But her fiancé, Alex de Minaur, he's trying to level things for Australia as he takes on Billy Harris. We're looking forward to this one. Todd Woodbridge in the booth alongside of me. A warm welcome to Jim Courier.
It is a warm welcome and a happy new year, Todd, and looking forward to seeing this one. Alex de Minaur was so impressive in his opening match, and Billy Harris is a great story. Let's listen in to the coin toss here.
Okay, gentlemen, like usual, we have a net sensor, TV changeovers, so please be sitting there at time, and the third clock automatically. So keep an eye on the third clock, okay? Any question or anything, towel boxes, you can get help as well, okay? So, AO or John Newcomb? AO. Okay, AO is called, okay? Then two pictures together. So up in the air. So up in the air. You see? Wow, good. Yeah. Receive. Receive. You stay. Okay. So nice picture together here.
So Alex de Minaur wins the toss. He elected to go with the AO, which is quite interesting because he was the Newcomb medalist champion this year, co-medalist alongside of Matt Ebden for their performances in 2024. It's the Night of Nights in Australian tennis. It happens every year. Community tennis honoured along with the elite of the sport. But he often likes to receive. He's going to put the pressure straight on Billy Harris. And this is quite a story, Billy Harris. Jim, why don't you express what you know about him and his endeavours to get to this point?
Yeah, sure. Look, we know Alex de Minaur has risen very quickly through the ranks and has now found his way all the way up into the top 10. Currently ranked number 9 on tour and has really come into the prime of his career. And it didn't take him very long. But his opponent, Billy Harris, is coming into the prime of his career. He's 29 years old and he's still, hopefully, on the way up, because while de Minaur broke into the top 100 as a very young man, Billy Harris at 29 years old still looking for that milestone. He was as close as 101 in the world September of 2024, Todd, knocking on the door. His ranking has dipped a bit since then to 125, but this is a guy who has been at it for a long time. $606,000 in prize money means you're not putting away any money. You're breaking even, and you're really working hard. But the good news is that 29 is still very much in the middle of these tennis careers now.
Yeah, very much a change. We were starting to head towards the latter stages, wasn't it? But given what Rafa, Novak and Roger have done, it's changed the mindset, and he really is looking to go further. Well, it's the first meeting for these two at ATP Tour level. They, in fact, have played, but get this, back in 2016. Alex de Minaur, 16, 17 years of age when they first played in a Futures event on clay in Spain. Alex won that one in 3 sets, 6-1 in the third. As we take a look at the temperature here tonight, still balmy, 27 degrees. And look at that humidity, 52%. And with a full house in Ken Rosewall Arena, it's going to be quite sweaty down there on centre court.
2 minutes.
Yeah, it was really interesting just to see that bit of the warm-up too. Alex really going out after the ball, almost trying to intimidate through the warm-up.
He was so confident in his opening match against Thomas Martin Echeverry, so aggressive-minded. really dominated the Argentine. 6'1", 6'4", so looking very strong right out of the blocks was the Demon. See if he can carry that form in to this one. Certainly expect him to.
There's the covered roof of Ken Rosewall Arena. And when you come inside, as I said, it's going to be quite balmy in there with a full house. And we're going to head down to Leighton Hewitt. He's ready to have a chat to us. Leighton, obviously a big effort needed here from Alex tonight.
Yeah, another big effort. No, but so impressive a few nights ago when he opening match here against Argentina. I thought he did everything extremely well. He mixed up all his shot selection, looked to come in on the right balls, used his slice backhand, but was aggressive as well and was playing on his terms. And I think plan A tonight will be certainly to go after and do the same things right from the start and try and put his authority or stamp on this match, hopefully early in this first set.
And Leighton, what's the scouting report on Billy Harris from Great Britain? What's Team Australia looking at from that standpoint?
Yeah, well, he looks like a pretty overall solid player, but even for his height, he doesn't have the biggest serve. So I still think we're going to get plenty of looks, and especially as good as Alex returns over there. But obviously trying to open up his movement as much as possible. Fairly big guy out there, and I feel like if Alex can use his slice backhand as well to change pace and then go after it and step on it, that's something he's been working on the last 2 or 3 years now, and it's got better and better. So hopefully he can do that extremely well.
Yeah, well, good luck to you guys. Alex is coming right to you, and we're getting ready to go here. He sure is right about that, Leighton. That slice backhand was a really nice addition, and it really proved to be important for Alex at last year's United Cup. He used it to great effect in his win over Novak Djokovic. And just that kind of a mix-up, it's really important for Alex to have so much at his disposal. And the early look at his serve, Todd, in his first match here was that there was a little bit of extra power in that as well.
Yeah, Alex's entire game has been small, incrementally moves up the ladder the whole way. And whether it be power in serve, muscle, getting stronger, moving faster, everything has been just small, but in the right direction.
There's nothing small about that win predictor, nor the heavy favorite in this match. He won the toss and chose to receive.
Team Great Britain.
When you're the best in the business of break and serve, that stands to reason.
$15 love.
De Minaur was so impressive beating Echeverry from Argentina in straight sets. Billy Harris was impressive in the opening set, taking that against Echeverry in that match before the big Argentine turned on the power and was able to pull away and win in 3 sets.
40 love.
This is a good start. It's a good nerve settler for Billy Bones. That's his nickname. And a love game to get things underway for Billy Harris. He comes from quite an athletic family. His older brother golfed for an American university, and he's got another brother who's the #1 javelin thrower in Great Britain. He's competed at a couple of Commonwealth Games, and his sister also playing college tennis. So an active family, to say the least.
Let's go, Billy.
And now we'll get a look at that serve of Alex de Minaur, what he can bring tonight, and also the return game of that man on screen. 6'3", big frame, got wide shoulders.
Alex de Minaur to serve for Team Australia.
Just on 6'4", in fact, at 193 centimetres in height, Billy Harris. But here we go, de Minaur, his opening service game. Well, courtside, it's a warm welcome to Mark Petch. He's made his way there from our studio.
50 love.
And I've waited for you, Petch, to get to here because I want you to tell the story of the journey of Billy Harris to get to this point.
I mean, it's wild. I mean, there's no question about it that it's one of the great sort of stories in tennis at the moment in terms of him becoming as close to the world's top 100 from a very unlikely situation. Travelled Europe in his Ford Transit van that he bought, put a stove in it. He had a pickaxe for safety when he was parking in car parks. He would stop off at fast food restaurants so that he could pick up the free Wi-Fi as he travelled around Europe, struggling to make ends meet. Stuck in Turkey during COVID time at the back end of 2020 and wasn't able to travel, but was playing a futures out in Antalya. Managed to make through to the final for the very first time in his career in that kind of situation where obviously couldn't make it home for Christmas. His parents were supposed to come out, but couldn't make it out, so he was there.
Some big hitting off the ground from de Minaur early on.
Just following
14,
on to your story,
15.
Petch, playing in those minor league tournaments that he was playing in, Billy Harris, as he caravanned around the continent of Europe. I mean, his prize money levels for the year, if you just go by year, in 2019, he made $3,000 US for the year.
Didn't cover his diesel bill.
9,000 in 2018, 2017, 9,000. As we see de Minaur hold serve, you got to realize this game is glamorous at the top. It's a grind on the way there. And Billy Harris is a story of perseverance, of digging deep and digging into his pocket and possibly some other benefactors, because it's just now in the last year that he started to actually make any kind of money. In 2023, just around 100,000 US, and then last year the breakthrough when he had some good runs on the grass of England, made over $350,000. So this is someone I'm personally pulling for, because if you're willing to gut it out for as long as he has, you want him to get that reward of the top 100.
Yeah, Jim, I think it helped as well that he came from a family that was very invested in sport. He's got a sister, a couple of brothers, as we chatted about the other day. One of them javelin through a couple of times for GB at the Commonwealth Games. His other brother played some golf, played under 21 for England, was also over in the States. I think that it's a viable journey when your family is invested in sport. For other people, they would have wanted him to pull the ripcord, I would have said earlier, because he wasn't depositing enough checks in the bank.
A different type of hex fee, really, isn't it? A lot of Finnish uni and still having to pay that off for years and years.
Yep.
And he's doing the same here now in sport.
And I missed that one, and here comes an opportunity for de Minaur. At 15-30.
Just talking about that run he had on grass. The grass court season gets underway with the challenge event in Surbiton, just on the outskirts of London. He made the semis there. Then went to the Nottingham Challenger, made the semis once again, and then at Queen's got to the round of 32. The quarterfinals, I beg your pardon, lost to Mazzetti there after winning 2 rounds. Semis at Eastbourne in the tour event. Went out in the opening round in 4 sets to Muna at Wimbledon, and then made and qualified one around at Newport, so it was a really good run. Made a lot of match wins that has built some confidence for him.
There's British captain Alex Ward watching on, and yeah, absolutely had a great run there. And while Alex de Minaur will be one of the big favorites and one of the top 10 seeds at the Australian Open, Billy will be in the qualifying next week, trying to win 3 rounds and make his way to the main draw. Jack Draper was intended to be the #1 male player for Team GB, but it's his hip problem was holding him back. That's what Petch told me anyway.
Yeah, I wouldn't believe a lot, I say.
I also read it online, and everything you read online is accurate too, isn't it?
Totally. I'll tell you what, these are not easy points for Alex to play at the moment, is it? Given the fact that it's not just about winning, it's about winning comfortably. Those pressure points are coming with an awful lot on them for him to produce.
Team Great Britain.
Well, it's another holder serve, and we're on serve in the opening set. 2-1, GB lead.
Team Great Britain leads 2 games to 1.
Well, it's been some week of weather here in Sydney. Sometimes it can get a little damp this time of year, but it hasn't been so far. And what a night it was last night when the fireworks lit up Sydney Harbour. It was just quite incredible, absolutely brilliant. Happy New Year to everybody that's just joining our coverage for the first time here today. Sun sets on the 1st of January 2025. Been a wonderful day's play here at Ken Rosewall Arena. Poland defeating Czechia 2-1 to win their group. And a couple of fascinating singles matches, as well as a very, very entertaining mixed doubles. Oh, look at that sunset. Absolutely magnificent. And what a crowd we've got here tonight at Ken Rosewall Arena. Just on 10,000 people fit into this stadium, so a big night of tennis. And all of them, well, the young Aussies anyway, particularly if you're going to wear a shirt with Vegemite all over it, are hoping that Alex de Minaur can get a win and settle the mark, if you like, against Great Britain. Katie Boulter, too good in the women's singles, trying to keep Australia's hopes alive.
A long look at the mark there. Just double checking that landed in. Live electronic line calling here. Everything automated, so no challenge system in place, no lines people. That ball skipping off the back of the line, it looked like. Ooh, down goes Harris. A little slip sliding away there.
15 all.
Just checking on him, making sure he's okay. It's fine. think they need to dry that court because he is perspiring. So there's a little bit of his sweat on the ground, which could be dangerous if he tries to change direction and lands on it. So doing a little bit of his own housekeeping is Billy.
At 30-15.
It's not an easy height, is it, the Alex de Minaur serve to get on top of, and pretty as aggressive as that as Billy was trying to be. It's a low trajectory off the bounce.
At 14-15.
One of the really impressive things that Alex de Minaur has been able to add into his game is that to get to this level, he keeps the pressure on his opponents so well. He takes time away from them. He's not scared to come forward. And he doesn't let them breathe. And when he gets momentum and gets the lead, he's very good at holding it.
Game Team Australia.
How about a nice little 212K ace? That is booming.
Certainly the biggest that he's served in the tournament.
2 games off. Love 15.
Pitch at courtside. With a full house like this, it's really warm in there. The condition seems bigger tonight, like 212 off de Minaur on serve, 203 out wide there from Billy Harris. We haven't seen those numbers.
Yeah, I was going to ask you guys, do you have the stat on who's hit the quickest serve here in Sydney? Well, I imagine that over in Perth with the likes of Zverev there and Taylor Fritz, they've nudged the speedometer above 212, but that felt like one of the quickest of the week so far.
Very handy passing shot to stay in front in this game for Harris, or get in front. I can tell you, Petch, as we dig through the details, that Todd Woodbridge was out hitting tennis balls this afternoon,
yeah.
But that's not a court that Bolt 6 is on to give us a read.
I don't want a 12 kilometre-an-hour first serve. You're missing the 2 off the front of it,
I'll tell you what,
Jim.
the conditions were quick. I found them very fast. Very fast. And that ball was bouncing so high.
Ooh. That forehand had a little extra gas on it because de Minaur was closing that corner, and Harris had committed in his mind to going cross court, so he adds some oomph to it. Didn't get it by Demon by much.
That's good ball striking from Billy Harris, but as he does so often, he scrambles an extra ball back that forces you to go for that little bit more, and eventually Harris gives up the error.
40-30.
We can confirm what the fastest serve of the tournament is so far here in Sydney. That's from Thomas Echeverry. He served 228 kilometres, the Argentinian. Over in Perth, it was matched by Alexander Zverev at 228. And Hubie Hurkacz, who's known for serving the odd ace or two, he's fired one down at 227.
Woodbridge in there, I think, at 88.
We take the 2 out.
You too kind, Jim. You too kind.
Pulls it back to Juice. But you know what none of these guys can do? They can't get the ball to bounce in around shin level off their serve. That's an art.
That's an art.
Yeah.
It's a skill.
Doesn't go too well in this modern game, but this is what de Minaur does so well, isn't it? He just is relentless, plays every point on its merit, no matter what the score line, which then builds pressure back at the opponent.
Yep. First stress test for Harris tonight.
Well fought from Harris to give himself the ad. It's rough. I get grief from both you two in the commentary position. And my wife sends me a text and says, "Oh dear God, could you get to the ball if you were hitting today? Lucky no hamstring pulled." Hey? What's going on?
To be fair, Natasha's not too wrong there.
Goodness me. I'm getting a lot of love.
Well, you can understand why Billy Harris would want to try that shot against de Minaur if you have him a little bit deep. But there's really a fool's gold there because Alex is so quick to get to it. And Billy, in his match against Echeverry, missed 3 or 4 drop shots at key times, and it doesn't seem to be a shot that he's totally comfortable with. I want to leave that one in the cupboard tonight.
Advantage, Team Great Britain.
And just have a look at Harris's shirt. 5 games in, absolutely saturated. Dripping wet.
Yeah, it looks more pasted on than put on,
doesn't it?
Yeah, one of the strange things about humidity is actually it's lighter air. It never feels it, does it, guys, when you're playing in it? Because, like you just said, he is absolutely drenched. He looks like he's just come out of the shower to hit a few balls. But actually, humid air is much lighter. So when you're talking about Alex's first serve being quick and some of the errors that we're probably seeing from the Aussie, it's just that the ball's travelling a little bit further than perhaps he's expecting at the moment. He'll get used to it, no doubt.
De Minaur able to do on that rally there what Leighton Hewitt mentioned at the beginning of this match of the tactics that they will try to do, and that's to try to get the big man moving out into the corners of the court to expose some of that movement. This was exactly what happened there. Look, he doesn't quite get to the ball, has to chop across it, loses control, and it gives De Minaur a first break point.
Left for service.
Overcooked it.
Wide and Australia. And Australia hit the lead. They got the breaker serve. 3-2 in the opening set.
Team Australia, please regains 2-2.
And a unique situation on the Australian bench in particular. You see Leighton Hewitt just sitting there. Alex doesn't like to get spoken to too much. He likes to engage occasionally, but Leighton's learnt to just leave him to his own devices, and unless Alex sort of is in search of something.
Yeah. Well, there's no room for Leighton on the backbench. They're packed in there like sardines, so he's got to stay up front there. But that's good management.
I do
know when to get out of the way, and just let your players operate the way that they need to operate. If they need your help, they can always come to you for it.
Welcome back to the United Cup. Australia, led by Alex De Minaur, trying to level things here tonight on Ken Rosewall Arena. Great Britain having taken the opening women's singles, and a full house here to support the home team. And they are certainly engaging. Some of the Brits there, outnumbered slightly. And how about the Australian bench there in the background? There's one man sitting in the middle there, Petch. Nigel Sears is coaching Olivia Gadecki, wearing the green and gold. How's he feeling?
Yeah, he's well, I suppose on one hand depends on what cap that actually is. That's a fairly neutral cap he's got. But yeah.
Should we tell people who he is and where he's from?
Go ahead.
Petch used to be your coach.
Used to be a fair few people's coaches. Oh, you can't coach that, though. Love to see it, don't you? Jim, you did that interview with him, didn't you? One year on John Cain Arena, wasn't it? 2023, second round, when he gave it one of those let's go at the end of it.
Oh, yeah.
Nigel worked with Amanda Kurtz, former semi-finalist, I believe, at the Australian Open. Hanchikova, Anna Ivanovic. He's been out there on the tour. There'll be a few that I've missed along the way. But
his son-in-law is getting into the coaching game, isn't he?
He is indeed. It is his daughter that is married, Andy Murray, who is skiing currently. Not very well, by the look of the social media posts that he put up.
30, 15.
Hopefully his après ski is a little bit better than his actual skiing.
For a Brit to be sitting right amongst all the Aussies as Great Britain takes on Australia is definitely...
It's uncomfortable.
Gotta feel
that's selling your soul right there. Yeah.
That's a little queasy.
Even working for you guys is tough.
I'll tell you one thing, this match right here, it's early, but this is such a good education piece for the depth of tennis, because Alex de Minaur is playing some excellent tennis already this season. He's playing well tonight, and the man he's playing is going to be in the qualifying next week at the Australian Open, and he is going toe-to-toe with him right now in so many of these exchanges. Yes, Alex is up a break. Yes, Alex is hugely favored to win this one. But you can see the level of play is very close. Biggest difference tends to be, how do you manage pressure? The players at the top just know how to manage the pressure better, and they're more consistent.
30.
Their bad days are better. That tends to be a huge difference maker. Everybody can get hot. But how well do you play when you're not? That's basically what determines your paycheck at the end of the day.
Nice to finish, catches the outside line to consolidate that break of serve.
Yeah, your bad days buy your mansions. And if you're good on your bad days, that's the difference, isn't it? And you can see Billy very solid in a lot of these exchanges. But he's actually playing well right now.
I think one other, and maybe the last vector to add, is how long you can play at that level and sustain it. And you have to get used to playing at these levels, and it's hard. Usually a time frame of around 40-45 minutes for someone ranked between sort of 100 to 200. Whereas your top players will last an hour, 15 hour, and 20 before they start to dip a little in their level.
First service.
It's certainly not the power of de Minaur that's the difference maker here. The foot speed, the consistency, that's his edge, apart from the mental toughness that he brings to the court every single time, the Demon. Closing the baseline for this return, right on top of it. Frustration from Harris, because he knows in some ways he has some advantages. He has more power on the serve, but also on the ground strokes. Look at those numbers, bottom right. He's out hitting de Minaur, but speed isn't the only asset. You got to be able to pick the corners, and de Minaur is so good at taking the ball early, isn't he, Todd? And that can add weight to his shots that doesn't show up in the stat board.
Absolutely. And I
haven't done a dive on this, and Pex, you and I are stat heads. We should probably do this at some point. Be fascinated to know if players, when they play de Minaur, hit the ball harder than usual because the court feels so small, because he's so quick. Do they go for more? I'm sure they make more unforced errors than usual. That passes the eyeball test easily.
Yeah, we chatted a little bit about that the other day with Nishikori's second serve having such high unreturned numbers because players would try and take it on because that was their opportunity to get ahead in the rally. But I agree with you. I think there's no question that that's going to be a mindset for most players. They were also against Leighton.
Example there of taking time away from your opponent, getting up on the ball so quickly.
Yeah, I would argue that going through the middle of the court against both those styles of players, Leighton and Alex, is almost a better play than giving them like the width where you end up hurting yourself. But more than that, they are so good at using space on the court when you give it to them.
Here's another break point for Team Australia and de Minaur. It's fascinating. It's so close. I mean, Harris has had 6 game points on his own serve in the last 2 service games and hasn't taken any of them. And that's putting pressure on his end of the court. And that's because de Minaur is so good at just staying in there. Never walks out of a game, no matter what the scoreline is. He just is relentless, de Minaur. He's got the double break. And Team Australia lead 5-2 in the opening set.
And Team Australia is 5-2.
Way to hang in that game, mate. Good.
He's made a bit of a career of hanging in at times, de Minaur. And this is where, as I mentioned early in the set, when he gets momentum, he's very good at giving nothing up. And you just start to feel at the other end of the court so much pressure to do more, which then, ironically, forces you into some more unforced errors and things get worse. Kinrose Arena at Sydney Olympic Park in Homebush, west of Sydney CBD. Perfect evening. And a full house to support the home team.
Fans of all ages in the building. Great to see on this opening day of 2025. The tennis season has been underway now for a few days. Started on Friday here at the United Cup. It's happening all over Perth, Brisbane, tournament in Hong Kong as well. Some challengers, everything stirring to life here in the tennis space.
de Minaur serving for the first set with new balls.
Oh, de Minaur A little bit of subterfuge with that ball toss. Threw it way over his left shoulder, which normally is the toss you use to hit a kick serve out wide, and then he stretched out and blasted it down the tee. Harris took the bait, wasn't there for it. That's straightforward, pure gas. Another big powerhouse serve. And in 38 minutes, Team Australia on the verge of pocketing the opening set.
And he needs the one, mixes it up with a drop shot. De Minaur takes the opener, 6 games to 2.
6 games to 2.
Well, let's take a look at the first set summary. And first serve percentage, well, that's a bit of an issue for Alex de Minaur. Only 40%. He's going to have to pick that up.
Not when you're winning 75% of your second serve points. It's not as big of a deal, but
No.
I hear you. But he'd like to, right? Because he's normally up in that sort of 60% range.
That, or Billy needs to do something more on those opportunities, that's for sure. But let's take a look at some of the highlights. And it's a typical de Minaur set, this one. He's been challenged, but he absorbs it all so well and then manages to turn that pressure around onto his opponent.
De Minaur with 6 clean winners in the first set, but his supreme defense was able to force Harris into going for too much. And 14 unforced errors would come off of the Brits' racket, including unforced errors on the forehand side and both break points. And de Minaur, as you pointed out, Todd, just fighting hard from game points down in those 2 games that he would end up breaking in. So the resilience paying a huge dividend.
Come on, Aussie. Well, Alex de Minaur's coming along very nicely here. He's taken the opening set 6 games to 2. Katie Boulter of Great Britain, fiancée, of course, of Alex de Minaur, defeated Olivia Gadecki in straight sets in the opener here. So de Minaur trying to see if he can level, and then we'll see what happens in the mixed doubles. Who is going to come out on court?
Didn't Alexei Poprin get engaged as well?
He did. It was a busy off-season for some of the boys.
Casper Ruud got engaged.
As did Felix Auger-Aliassime.
That's right.
Did you boys home run? Did you boys home run the proposal to your respective wives?
Yes.
Yeah?
Yeah, you can ask Suzanne. She'll give you the affirmative. How about you?
Team Great Britain.
Yeah, I've got a few regrets. Not going to lie.
Okay.
My wife's head was in the washing machine.
Okay, let's wait till the commercial break and you can tell us that one.
Petch, what do you tell Billy Harris? I'm going to move off the marriage proposals and focus here. What would they be telling him on the bench to try to get himself into this?
Do you know, I think, if I'm being totally honest, I think he needs to keep doing what he's doing. I don't think Billy has the repertoire of shots, the flexibility within his game to necessarily make some seismic shift in strategy. You know, from downstream from telling somebody to do something, you need to have been working on it. There needs to be the technical ability to do it. It's one thing to sit here and talk about it. It's another thing to be able to actually do it. He doesn't serve and volley. Even on the good run on the grass, he wasn't serving and volleying. He likes to stay back. He loves to hit 80% of his backhands cross court. If there was one thing I would say is to go through the middle until he has a ball where he can go radioactive and just go nuclear and try and win the point outright, because once he's getting extended into rallies, Alex looks very comfortable moving him around now.
That was a good opportunity for him to do exactly what you're laying out. Got the ball central, but he's feeling the pressure to do a lot with those approach shots because Alex is such a good passing shot fella. 8 times Harris found his way to the net in the opening set. He only won 2 of those points. That is astonishingly good for Alex. And the inverse of that is also true.
That one's gone wide as well, so you can see he's being forced to try to paint the lines and he's not finding them. De Minaur with the early break points in this opening game.
Yeah, he doesn't have a gnarly serve, Billy. He's got a nice serve, but he's got the break in it. It's not that
It's quite
fluid.
a rigid motion, isn't it? It
doesn't move off the surface.
No. I mean, it's in the right positions, that's for sure, but it's not fluid in its... once it gets back in behind his shoulder, he's got a little hitch in it. Too good. Patient, working his opponent around the court, eventually finds the opening, and it's an early break to Team Australia.
First game.
You want to talk about what's required to beat Alex de Minaur. It's usually going to be overwhelming force. You look at the players that have beaten him at the tail end of 2024 as we check out the mileage they're getting out here on the court running around. Yannick Sinner and Taylor Fritz a couple of different times. 2 guys who can absolutely unload on the ball on the forehand sides and have rock solid backhands they can change directions with, keep them off guard. Holger Rune, another player. Alex is he's worked himself into being one of the most difficult players to beat unless you can overwhelm him with force. And Harris, at this point in his career, doesn't seem to quite have that capability.
And I mentioned how good he is at playing with momentum in the 2024 season. When he got ahead and won that first set, he went 35-3. 2 of those losses only came to top 10 players, Alexander Zverev and Taylor Fritz, that you just mentioned. The other was Musetti at Queen's Club.
Service.
And he's on a good run at the moment because it's 26 matches in a row that he's won after winning the first set. It just goes to show how he manages to close things down. Doesn't let his opponent get a breath.
Second service.
That is some return, because that was about as perfect as Alex could have hit that serve into the hip.
First double of the night for de Minaur. Good stuff from Harris.
Probably should have come in on that backhand and tried to volley there. Waited one more shot. And it worked out well for him because that caught Alex off guard when he went behind him. So break-point chances for Team GB to get back level in this set. First challenge to Demon serve.
Both players heading over to the towel. That was a lengthy 26-shot rally.
Alex has got a lot of nice sponsor patches on his shirt, right? A lot of people like how he should have a shock absorber deal.
Certainly hard to get past him, isn't it? Well, Billy Harris actually got the ball that he wanted there. The let cord set it up perfectly. It just comes out of it too early, smothers the backhand. The short ball.
That's, again, just the intimidation factor of Alex's defense causing that mistake.
2 break points saved. Well done. Catches the line.
Oh, that is some scary good tennis from both.
Advantage, Team Great Britain.
Well, the pickup from de Minaur here off this ripped return was exceptional just to keep it in play. So a 3rd break point for Harris.
You know what's interesting about Billy's game is there's a lot of times when he actually prefers to hit his backhand from the middle of the court. He tried to hit his forehand there, and you can see why he likes to hit his backhand. There's something in the forehand that at times just fails him, even on the net cord, on the break point. I think if he'd have wanted to hit a forehand and that was his favourite shot, he had time to get round to hit it.
Advantage, Team Australia. Net second service. Net second service.
Oh, come on. You can't do that, can you? You bet he can. Almost a standing ovation stadium-wide for the effort of Alex de Minaur.
Petch, how much of the earth is covered by water?
Yeah, 70%. And the rest of it by this man, Jim. Oh my goodness. I had a box office seat for that one. I knew he was going to get there. I didn't know he was going to produce that gem. 10 out of 10 on shot 10.
Wow.
Everybody needs a breather after that last point.
Incredible.
And the crowd included.
I'm thinking, how does Billy react to that? This is going to be a good challenge for him. If he can hold here, that will be a seriously good mental effort from him. Very nice. He's kept his composure. That's all you can do, isn't it? Just keep stepping up, trying to play each point on its merit like he has. And you've got to think, no way can de Minaur keep coming up with that. Well, his ranking suggests he will.
Got bad news for you. If you're thinking, I don't think that's the thought you should have in your head.
I'm trying to give him something to go on.
What you go on is, this is what you've worked so hard for. Moments like this. I mean, this has got to be close to the biggest crowd he's ever played in front of. Playing for Great Britain. I mean, Demon has just come to take the weight of playing for Australia in stride, right? The guy is so reliable when he's playing, whether it's United Cup or Davis Cup. The guy, he's just a winner. The pressure doesn't bother him at all. It's all new for Billy Harris. Let's soak it up.
Well, when you talk about winning, his winning percentage on Australian soil is 67%. Outside of Australia, it's 60. He plays his best tennis at home, Alex de Minaur.
Yeah, he's playing exactly how we expected him to play. Billy Harris, Petch told us the story of him traveling around in Europe, making no money, losing a lot of money, driving in a van with a mattress in the back, a string machine in the van because he didn't want to pay other people to string, saving money at every corner, and get a chance to be out here against de Minaur. National television, full house. In the semifinals at Eastbourne back at home probably was a bigger moment for him in many ways, but from an energy standpoint, in this crowd, this I've got to believe this is the most excitable audience he's ever played for. It's the stuff you dream of.
Yeah. Yeah, these are those moments that you train and practice for, and
Demon dreamed of him too. He'd just become his norm now. He's earned that.
Well done. Manages to hang on to serve and get on the scoreboard in the second set. Alex isn't happy with an unforced error, but he should be happy with the scoreline. He's got a set and 2-1.
Games to 1.
Taking his time to get down the other end of the court, that Alex de Minaur. Team zones in each corner. As he makes his way to sit down, we're going to take a look at that incredible point once more. Who'd like to take us through it?
I'll give it my best. It was a good quality serve, and it was de Minaur who had the upper hand early in the rally, but that forehand didn't do much, and that was a stinger backhand from Billy Harris. So good sliding shots here. De Minaur hanging on for dear life in the rally, and this is where he hits the jets. But what is so difficult is when you're running at full speed to have feel at the same time to hit that lob. So he goes from that corner up here, full speed sliding, and to have finesse is very, very, very difficult. Not many would have gotten to that shot. Not sure if anybody else is going to make that kind of, maybe Alcaraz makes that type of shot, but that's about it. Giving the workhorses a little bit of giddy up, isn't he?
So Alex de Minaur serving up, set and 2-1. And this is what de Minaur does well. So when I'd say he takes your breath away, Billy Harris did a great job holding that service game after that incredible opportunity. It didn't break, but the points that we saw. And so you tend to, as a player, when you're coming up against this level, you take a bit of a deep breath, you catch your breath, you sort of, and then that causes you just to come down in your intensity. Your adrenaline drops just enough, and you've really got to somehow try to maintain that. And that's where de Minaur takes it all away from you, because he knows you're going to do that, and he just stays on you, he rides you, and then he can get this quick start again and breaks away from you. With that type of play that he's thrown in here in this game.
14-15. Game, Team Australia.
Sweet game from de Minaur. Pressure straight back on Billy Harris.
Beefy serving from de Minaur tonight. He is pumping him over 205.
So in a match like this with de Minaur, he's going out after his serve. The service percentage on the first serve, not great. Would you say that that's good for him to do that? Is this a time where you keep working on the pace and speed?
It is, especially when you have the comfort of winning a high percentage of your second serve points. It's not like missing first serves is putting his service games in peril. I'll tell you what has been perilous, though, for Billy Harris, and this is probably true for most players when they play de Minaur. Alex is so good at soaking up pace, maybe as good as anybody in the sport. And Harris has plenty of pace on his ground strokes, and when he's hit ground strokes over 130K tonight, de Minaur has only missed once. The pace is good to get de Minaur out of position to then be able to use pace to the open court and finish points that way, if you can. But I'm not convinced that, because we have the evidence, that going full blast all the time against de Minaur is going to work for many.
So you got to change up the pace, give him no pace at times, so he has to generate himself.
It's worth a thought. Or you've got to be as good as Yannick Sinner and be able to just also not miss at that pace for as long as you like.
Things crumbling just a little now for Harris, up 40.
It's not that he's necessarily crumbling. It's just there's no fissure in de Minaur's game.
Fifteen, 14.
'Cause nothing wrong with the point structure, but de Minaur just once again comes up with something that is too good, and he's got the double break. Australia leading 6-2, 4-1.
Team Australia is 4 games to 1.
Well, this is something I'd love to do here in Sydney. I've been in a seaplane, but never around my hometown, the town that I was born in. But these leave from around Rose Bay, and you can get incredible views of the harbour and along the coast of Sydney. A lot to take in. Magnificent, isn't it? The Opera House, the Harbour Bridge, the big cruise liners that come in to Circular Quay. And there's the man that the stadium is named after, the great Ken Rosewall, sitting there just amongst the crowd. So many even wouldn't know the great man, but what a legend of our sport. Four-time Australian Open champion. He won the French twice, 53 and 68 as an amateur and then as a pro. And there he is. He can see himself on the screen. Give us a wave, Ken. He would be very much appreciating this quality of tennis that Alex de Minaur is delivering. He's played some of his very best tennis on Ken's court. I guess at some point, Petch, for Billy, he's going to run out of confidence here. And time.
Yeah, he's second best by a long margin right now. Alex is just oozing class. I mean, this is This is seriously good. And I tell you what, there's a sidebar issue here for obviously Team Australia, not just trying to get through, but for Alex in terms of preparation for the Australian Open. He wants another singles match at least, if he can, ahead of that. So trying to win this as easy as possible is obviously crucial in terms of their potential chance of doing that. So with all that pressure on his shoulders, this performance has been sensational.
14-15.
I mean, Billy tonight, it may sound a little hard, he's just shown why he stayed where he did, but the fact that he's persevered, as Jim said, is astonishing. He was a set and a break up, incidentally, in that match in Murcia back in 2016 in the Futures, was Billy. There have been a lot of players that would have seen somebody like Alex de Minaur move through the gears as he's done through the rankings and think, well, this isn't my sport. He's here tonight. We know who he is, but this is Alex's night.
And it's just a game away from levelling for Australia against Great Britain.
It's been so impressive on so many levels, de Minaur tonight, but I'm really just flabbergasted at the octane coming out of his right arm on serve. I cannot remember him hitting his first serve as consistently hard as he has tonight. Now, he hasn't made a huge amount of them, but a little under 50% for the match. That's less than normal for him, but that probably correlates, right? More speed, more risk. But that's what these opening weeks of the year are so interesting to observe. What changes are the players making? What are they adding to their games? It's not enough, is it? Perfectionists are everywhere in this sport. Up 6-2, 5-1, and de Minaur still scolds himself for missing that. It's a good thing to have for this sport, but I would encourage him, based on my personal experiences, to give up on perfection when it comes to a marriage. Just, you know, say yes a lot. Say yes. You're going to eventually get to it early. Save yourself the stress. Sound familiar, fellas?
I'm concurring all the way down here, Jim.
Filthy himself for missing a ball by a couple of inches. Perhaps being a bit too hard on himself there.
That may be sort of the stress of understanding, as Mark has laid out, that it might come down to the amount of games won and lost, and every game might matter. As far as whether it's going to be GB or Australia making their way into the quarters. Australia finding their way in second place. He's just 2 points from shaking hands now is the Demon. Oh, so good.
He's actually shown us the full repertoire, whether it be movement, ability at net, slice backhands,
14.
perfection with lobs. And it's delivered a match point for Team Australia. Not yet.
Advantage. Team Great Britain.
Harris has lost 4 service games, and in 3 of them he's actually had game points to hold. Only in that last service game, which he lost to 15, as it looked like he wasn't in it. And another game point in this one, just not playing those points when he's got his opportunity solid enough. And the relentless pressure back on him, and he doubles, and it gives Team Australia a second
advantage. Team Australia.
Match point. It's a demolition by the Demon. He wins for Australia yet again.
6-2, 6-1.
That's going to give you a ton of confidence. Beats Echeverry 6-1, 6-4 in his opening match. Gives up 3 games tonight.
And so what will he do next? Is he going to come back out and play the mixed doubles? I believe he is. I think he wants to be the one in the court that's in control as the #1 player for Australia. It's actually his decision of what happens with team selections. Although the captain is Leighton Hewitt, Leighton is just simply there to help. He's not the decision maker in this situation, as it would be in a Davis Cup or Billie Jean King Cup. So we'll find out shortly who Australia's going to put out in the court to see if they can make that decision and win this tie. He's ready though. Maybe Mark Petchey might ask him.
Alex, Happy New Year. I'm not sure if the fireworks display was better last night or yours this evening. That was phenomenal.
Oh, thank you, thank you. Happy New Year's, everyone. I tell you what, no other place I would rather be than right here, right now with you guys.
Alex, it was kind of a strange situation for you. Obviously, Team GB have gone through, but you still have a fighting chance to get through. You had to win as easily as possible. It wasn't just about winning tonight.
Yeah, no, there was a lot going on, obviously. I shouldn't be knowing all the different scenarios, but it was in my head, so it made it a little bit tough, but I'm very happy with the win today. It was against a tough opponent. I had to play some very solid tennis, give us a fighting chance, and hey, we got one more to go.
I'm not getting my phone out to have a look. I just got a message. I'm trying to figure out what you have to do in the mixed doubles to try and get through, because everybody, that's how tight it is. Nobody's quite sure. You've known Billy for a while, actually, haven't you? You've known him since 2016.
Yeah, he's a great guy. I mean, it's great to see him playing on the biggest stages, playing some great tennis. And he's a very dangerous opponent, and I had to be on my best game today.
And you certainly were, there's no question. I'm hoping that we might be able to just pick out one of the points from that match where you were able to come up with something just a little bit special. Can you talk us through it?
Well, this was the old me. I got my legs back, everybody. I'm back.
To be honest, I'm not sure you've gone anywhere. One thing Jim Curry up in the comments box tonight was saying, and we were all looking at your numbers, you were serving huge out there tonight, over 15 kilometers faster almost than your normal. Was that something you've been working on in the off-season?
Well, I got sick and tired of everyone saying I don't have a big enough first serve, so I did my best. I tried to get a little bit more muscle into me, and I'm glad it paid off today. I still would have loved to make a couple more first serves and have that percentage a little higher, but yeah, if I can get those 3 points, a little bit more oomph, I'll take it.
So you won't be offended if I call you a serve bot?
I've got a long, 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 long way to go to be called a serve bot, but I'll take it. Thank you.
Alex, congratulations. Well played tonight.
De Minaur, rock solid on the mic as well. Unclear whether he'll be back on court for the mixed doubles. It's meaningful, no question about it. And it would also pit him against his fiancée, Katie Boulter. So we'll all find out together when the team selections, the nominations are made in the next 10-15 minutes, because it won't be about 20 or so before they're back out on court and ready to go for the decider. But De Minaur, so good at this United Cup so far. And we'll take a wander through the statistics, take a peek at the numbers that will just indicate how well overall he was playing. He extracted the bottom left number, 30 unforced errors. Those are really forced by the foot speed of Alex de Minaur. Billy Harris trying desperately to create some space and find a way to win points, but more than anything, just ended up overhitting, which is totally understandable against de Minaur. There's the first serve percentage. He mentioned that, not quite as high as he'd like, but the success on his second serve more than covered for that. And when he did make them, he barely lost a point. So de Minaur primed here in the summer of Australia. And that is all she wrote for the singles. Coming up, the mixed doubles here at the United Cup.
please welcome, representing Australia, Olivia Gadecki and Alex de Minaur. And please welcome, representing Great Britain, it's Olivia Nichols and Charles Brew.
Well, there is a lot of change tonight. Alex de Minaur said in his interview it wouldn't rather be anywhere else than in front of this crowd. Well, he is back out in front of this crowd, and a big change on the Aussie side from Ellen Perez and Matt Ebden. Olivia Gadecki also returning to the court. There is Matt Ebden out the back there, the Olympic gold medalist, the Grand Slam winner. But this is the preferred pairing for Australia. And of course, significantly absent on the other side is his fiancée, Katie Boulter, from the British team, who have qualified. The Aussies have a lot of work to do tonight. I'm joined by a couple of Aussies, Jelena Dokic and Josh Eagle, courtside. Are you guys surprised?
Look, yes and no. I'm not sure. I think at this point, yeah, maybe with Ellen Perez, maybe not playing. I don't know. I think it's only they know the reasons, but also Katie Boulter. To be honest with you, I don't think Alex and Katie were ever going to come up against each other, to be honest.
Just a couple of reminders before we start. 2 photos after the coin toss, please. One with the kids and then one just you as players. We have the timeout button, which has to be pressed by your captain, and it can only be taken during your service game or before your own serve. Any questions? No? Okay. Your choice with Australian Open or John Newcomb? Australian Open. Go, Oliver. It's John Newcomb. Serve. Okay, and the photo.
Okay, they're going to serve. They need to lose just 4 games, or if they win 7-5, 6-love, or 6-love, 7-5, Australia can progress. Josh Eagle.
Yep. Well, it's a big move, isn't it? And I think they're just, they've got to throw caution to the wind here. And I think with selecting this team, Alex obviously in such great form, I think they know what they're going to get with Alex de Minaur. And, for Liv Gadecki, I think they're looking at it going, well, at least she serves big. She may not be in the best form necessarily on the singles court, but she serves very big, which is such a key ingredient on the mixed doubles court. So they've got to go for the knockout punch. They've got to try and not drop games. So I think that's the rationale behind picking this team.
Gadecki's had some success on the mixed doubles court with Mark Polmans a couple of times. Jelena, she's made the semi-finals of the AO in the last 2 years. Yeah,
that's another thing, is the fact that she's top 100 in doubles as well, but made the semi-finals of the Australian Open in mixed doubles 2024 and 2023. So she knows her way around the doubles court and mixed doubles court, and does have that big game and the big serve as well. And Alex de Minaur, look, he doesn't play a lot of doubles and mixed doubles, but certainly knows how to get out there and play. So, yeah, look, do you go with maybe a bit of a surprise tactic there? But I have to say, look, if I was Katie Boulter and Alex de Minaur, I would kind of be making the same decision and not playing against each other. It's not easy. It's not an easy position to be in. You keep laughing at me.
I'm not laughing at you. When they say that love means nothing in tennis, they don't know what they're talking about. A very tricky situation. Also for Katie, looking ahead to the AO, looking ahead to GB's ties that they've got coming up in this competition. You can read into it what you want, but this is the reality. Charles Broom, he's been somebody that has been a multi-sport player. He is a very intelligent man. He was from Gosling up in North London to start with. He ended up going over to Dartmouth University in the US. He then went over to Baylor. and studied a subject that, to be honest, he is so much brighter than the person sitting on this side of the commentary box. I can't even get into it. And he is out there on the tour at the moment, plying his trade at 26 years of age.
He is, and he's doing well. And I've got to say, I was very impressed with his performance in that mixed doubles a few days ago. I mean, I was courtside for that. He was impressive with Katie Boulter, so I'm not surprised that he's playing. And this is the change with Olivia Nichols going in instead of Katie.
Yeah. Up there in Norwich, 30 years of age, and has got herself inside the world's top 40 briefly, has Olivia. She has had a little bit of a sample of the big time in recent months. Of course, played in the Billie Jean King Cup, lost to the Slovaks in the deciding doubles, didn't she, with Heather Watson?
Yeah, and also made the semi-finals, though, at Wimbledon in the mixed doubles. So, same thing, plays a lot of doubles and mixed doubles, and has got a couple of titles as well on the WTA Tour in doubles as well, so knows her way around the court when it comes to this format.
It's all to play for under the roof at the at Ken's house, and will it be Australia's night as it was last night as they welcomed in the new year, or will it be Team GB that puts paid to it, not necessarily with a win, just with enough games on the board?
Do you think at this point that the players know what's going on?
Yes, they do, because I gave it to the Aussie team when they came off.
Oh, you did?
I didn't quite have it. They were about to get it, but I was just happened to meet them and converge as they come off. So they are well aware of what they have to do.
Because we were doing the interviews in the singles, and the captains were saying that actually the players don't know what's at stake.
Well, I did ask them if they wanted to know.
Oh, okay.
I didn't just drop my phone into their conversation and say, have a look at this, guys, just in case. Alex de Minaur with the one title in Cincinnati back in 2020 with Carina Busta. It was the COVID Cincinnati that he won with Carina Busta, but as Jelena and Josh well know, that a man like him transfers his skills from the singles court onto the doubles court. Hideki, of course, won a title with Olivia Nichols, so they know each other. There won't be any surprises on their side of the court. That was in Austin of last year.
I think it's fair to say for Olivia Hideki, she's probably a little more comfortable on a doubles court than a singles court, given where her ranking's at. Just you know, that uncertainty at times we see with her at this very high level on the singles court. I think she enjoys the support she gets from her partner in ladies doubles, and she'll certainly get it tonight in the mixed with a big bench there supporting her as well. Big ask though, isn't it, to just drop 4 games.
Yep, it's not easy when you got to hit the ground perfectly.
Alex de Minaur,
and son Cruz, his wife Beck, and all of Australia watching on. Can this man produce another miracle for his country? Yeah, it's an important start here for Hideki. Heart rate will be high. Well, he introduced that ball to the line, did Alex de Minaur on his second serve. That was tight.
And a big come on as well, second point of the match.
A different route through the university's system, and that was in the UK at a very sports orientated one up near Leicester at Loughborough.
Flat. Second serve.
A little bit too far away from the net for me, Gadecki. It's now that second volley, and just got to get a little bit closer to the net. That was a little bit tentative. Got to also cut off the angle, go forward instead of just horizontally there. Maybe some nerves.
Whoa. The whole of Australia holding their breath as that ball was in the air.
I mean, spare a thought for this British pair. I mean, they've got to be a little nervous. They don't get to play on a big court like this in front of a packed house that often. It's a pretty good start so far, though.
It's the worst possible start for Australia.
Team Great Britain.
And Gadecki coming up short on 3 volleys. And there is Katie Boulder taking her place. She knows how important this is to her fiancé in terms of what it means for his AO preparation, some potential matches and points, but they only can lose 3 more games or turn this around and win this set 7-5. So it's some big moments.
And that could also be another reason why Alex is out. Out here playing mixed, regardless of what happens. He's not going to get the same amount of matches that he got last year because they got through to the semis. So it's about the preparation for the AO, and every extra match that he plays makes a difference, including this mixed doubles.
Salzburn will revel in this situation to some degree. He was part of the pandemonium that is NCAA college tennis over in the US. Played the championships there in 2021. Took on a well-established star of the men's game right now, Ben Shelton. He pushed Ben to 3 sets, so there is some quality on Team GB's side.
Well, that was the right play. He called it straight away, didn't he, Alex? That he was going to take that ball. It was a forehand as well, which is what you want, and the right play as well, not to go at Charlie. Because right here, the speed, just too much for Nicholls. Oh, ho, ho, ho. Talk about taking the ball early. It's almost at the service line when we make contact with this. Have a look at this. It's not even a bad second serve. Wow. Takes it early. He was actually in the air almost. Just redirects down the line.
30-14.
Can he find another first serve to haul them back to deuce? Tucked it in nicely.
That's a smart serve into the body, because Alex is so good, such a good returner. And when he has a target as well, and when he's got the ball on the racket, so to go into the body and jam him with a fast serve, very smart.
Team Australia.
Josh, when we look back in an hour, I wonder how big this point is going to prove to be.
Yeah, I mean, the roof nearly came off. It's so loud down here, so much atmosphere. Alex, he's urging the crowd for some more support, but look, stranger things have happened, haven't they, to try and just lose 4 games. But that's just what they needed.
Olivia Gadecki representing
Sure, Olivia
Team Australia.
Gadecki's certainly feeling a little better after that return game.
Dartmouth, of course, is a place that Roger Federer made his a speech recently that made global headlines. It's where his agent went when he was learning the business trade. In fact, just recently at the NCAA, Michael Zhang from Colombia became the first man representing an Ivy League school to win the NCAA singles title. That hadn't happened for 102 years.
30-11.
They've been the bastion of academia, have the Ivy Leagues, but not necessarily the sporting prowess. You don't get scholarships to go there. But things are changing, as they are in this match.
I'm loving just the odd glance that Alex is giving over to the Team GB. He's just glancing over to Katie and the team every now and then. It's adding to the theatrics.
Massive 5 minutes for Gadecki. Slow start. You can see the kind of relief on her face. And Australia move in front 2-1.
By 2-1.
There's plenty of buzz in the box and plenty of buzz last night as Australia welcomed in New Year. It was a very special night. There's over 1.5 million visitors to this iconic venue to welcome in the New Year came. And yeah, the underwater theme. There's always a theme. This year it was a 12-minute underwater theme. And look at that, from the barges, from the Opera House, from the Harbour Bridge. It simply doesn't get any better than that if you want to come and party your way into the new year.
Yeah, 9 p.m. and 12 p.m. fireworks, and more than 1 million people just there around the harbour last night.
Were you one of them?
No. I watched it from my hotel room at 9 p.m.
There's going to be an awful lot of PA action over the next hour, trying to rev this crowd out, keep the energy, get the DJ going.
Olivia Nichols representing Team Great Britain to serve. 15 love.
Oh, he's landed it.
Oh, it's a big overhead. He was moving backwards. Not easy at all. Great racket control, especially to get it that close to the line or on the line. Good effort from Charlie.
Scramble from Gadecki.
30-15.
Alex here with a chance to keep the pressure on Team GB.
Oh, it's huge. We knew it was coming as well. 124k an hour second serve.
30 all.
That will be punished. And straight into the feet as well.
And one of the reasons perhaps that they picked Alex to play this, I mean, Matt Ebden's such a superb doubles player, world class, but he's more of a kind of feel player. He'll fade that forehand rather than do what Alex has just done, which is detonate it.
Yeah.
Super return from Gadecki.
Same thing, low into the shoelaces pretty much of Nichols right here. And Alex with that volley. I just wonder with Nichols, they're going to have to change something, even with the serve and volley. Unless she gets first serves in or great placement, I think Charlie's going to have to help her out. Like that.
Here's deciding point.
Okay, gender to gender deciding points in the mixed doubles. He missed his target here. He knew Broome was going. He just mistimed it.
Game, Team Great Britain.
I have to say that's smart.
2 games
High
off.
formation, which they haven't done yet, but also to serve through the middle, which doesn't give your opponent any angle to work with.
Teresa Halkova is her current doubles partner for Nichols. They picked up on the grass. They've been doing a nice job of reaching quarterfinals of 3 WTA 1000 events in Cincinnati, China and Wuhan. Was the lady she lost to on the other side of the net, though, at the Billie Jean King Cup semi-finals.
Love 15.
No nation loves a catch more than Australia.
Oh, good catch.
So the percentage was a little low in the singles. Didn't hurt him, though. that trend has continued here, and it may well hurt him.
Love 30.
I think he knows the importance of, obviously, him holding serve. He got broken in the opening game, and he wants it so much. Obviously, nothing wrong with that, but sometimes you can just start going for way too much, a lot more than you need to. Not often going to see Alex hit 2 double faults in a row. Oh, lovely. Like that, Alex came back straight away from the back of the court to put pressure on Team GB right here. And Olivia there, she cuts off the angle on that volley, doesn't hesitate, looks for it right here. Excellent angle. Angle's just that racket face just enough to be able to put it away. Oh, lovely.
Great to see Liv with the big smile on her face. She's really relishing this opportunity. Just looks a lot more comfortable in doubles currently. And this is a real confidence boost for her for the remainder of the summer.
Not up.
Game Team Australia.
As Australia sit down, 3-2 up.
Team Australia leads by 3 games to 2.
So much pressure.
Feel as though it could be a little closer to net. She's done extremely well to feather that over.
Yeah, she did. Great racket work there, but you can see how she goes across. She goes horizontal, doesn't go forward to cut off the angle with that first step. Does have the ability to do it. She's done it a couple of times. I guess that will also come with more experience, more that she plays. She does play doubles, which is great. I love that.
Hideki made a nice move in Guadalajara in September, didn't she, last year?
Yeah, all the way from qualifying to make not just the WTA final, but WTA 500, which propelled her into the top 100. A couple of semis and finals at big challenger events also, and I really like that she went on the tour. She went on the grind, played a lot of tournaments, played a lot of matches. Got a big game. I really like she's technically sound, and now it's just about working on some of the other aspects, getting more belief and confidence.
so good.
That's great reflexes. It was straight into the body. Wow. No, she got out of the way of that one to still control it.
Come to a halt for Team Great Britain.
3 games on.
Not often you test Alex's foot speed and come away with the point.
Such a good move by Nichols once she saw that Alex wasn't able to cross there. It was such a good return. Knew that it was unlikely for Decky to go down line off that low ball. It's great recognition and awareness. Such a good serve there down the tee, especially when she can get the placement. Doesn't give your opponent any angle to work with, and she's got a big enough serve to get a shorter reply from Nichols, where Alex can then try and cross, just like they did there.
Clutch second.
30 all.
Smart serve into the body as well, jamming Nichols. Alex is doing great work there at poaching at the net. Looked like he was going to cross. Just did a little fake to the left, but actually stayed on his side. That stays in the mind of your opponent, especially when they're returning.
Just a reminder, if you're just joining us right now, that Australia still have the opportunity to go through at the United Cup to the quarterfinals, but they can only drop 4 games or win 7-5, 6-love, 6-love, 7-5. So they are right in the danger zone right now. Good stab volley. And they'll be looking to get after Nicholls' serve. 4-3 to Australia.
New balls. Team Australia leads by 4 games to 3.
Great serving, Liv.
7-5, 6-love's looking good. Petch?
Yeah, I was going to say, what would you... Yeah, I mean, it's tough, isn't it? You kind of want to you want to run away with this set, give yourself one game, Charlie Broome serve at some stage, and hope that you just hit the ground perfectly on everything else.
I've been impressed with Team GB. They've come out, handled the occasion well. I particularly, as I mentioned before, that they don't get a lot of exposure in on big matches on big courts, but I like Broome. He's got good firepower for his size. He can let it rip. He's crafty around the net, and Liv Nicholls is doing a wonderful job showing her skill. So it's an entertaining clash so far.
Big moment coming up, of course. Still a lot of prize money for these players in this competition, so all the incentive in the world for the likes of Charlie Broome and Olivia Nicholls to get the win on the board tonight. And Tennis Australia have done a very nice job throughout the course this week with the fans not just enjoying everything outside, but many kids on those outside courts that are getting maybe a little introduction into this wonderful sport. New balls for Nicholls. Can the Australians get it back to her a little more quickly?
Great effort from Charlie. That was smart because he knew he was out of court. Went into the feet of Gadecki, the shoelaces, and that's where, again, you made a point. Maybe just a step closer here. She would have got this. That would have been a volley. So maybe just a little bit of inexperience and hesitation at the net because the technique's good. But there you've got to be able to decide quickly. Is it a half volley? Is it a volley? And that was a volley. Just one step forward.
15 on.
Pulled a bluff there with a little fake to his right, and then he got Gadecki to drive the ball at him, but he was waiting for it here.
Yeah, he moved to the right. She saw it, but he then came back. Been really impressed with him. This is what he did the other day as well, and he did say in the post-match interview there were nerves, but just comes out and he's got a big game. He swings through it. His natural instinct is to hit big, and the other day he had a couple of misses early on that were big, but he continued to back himself, and he's doing that today as well.
Josh? You liked a bit of mixed doubles. Where would you like your partner here to return to?
I think if they're going to play I formation, I'd love to see Liv just go hard down the line. I think, you know, she's a good ball striker. She can do that.
Yeah, they're doing I formation here. This is where she has to pick her spot and go for it.
It almost gives the returner greater clarity about what they need to do when a serving team does play I formation. It really takes that thought process out of it largely.
This is potentially set point here.
Just lost a rhythm here on the serve.
Charlie trying to do the right thing to help her out, but that was just too much velocity.
And they now get to serve for the set. So how good was that return from Alex de Minaur, the off forehand like that? Oh. Look at this, he was already moving. He knew what he wanted to do. There wasn't much space there. And look at where he took that. Because he took it so early, that's why Charlie didn't have that time to react.
15 love.
If they can serve this out here, they've got a one-game buffer in the second set. And if you look at after Alex got broken in the opening game, they hold here, that's basically a 6-2 set.
Yeah, and Nicholls had to win the deciding point.
So stranger things have happened than losing one set in a game. Just one. Oh, sorry, just one game in a set. Getting confused with all the calculations here.
First one was a delightful slider out wide off pace. Then he drops the hammer, as he has been all night, including in his singles. And Australia have a chance. That is set one. Can they win set two, dropping just one game? If they do, they're through.
By 6 games to 3.
Yeah, if you stay back when she's returning, even second serve, then she can hit anywhere, and even if he volleys it, you're back, so you'll be in the point.
So Matt Upton just saying that. To Alex de Minaur to stay back when Olivia's returning. We have a look at some of these stats here in the first set. And the big difference here is first serve percentage for the Aussie pair at 50%, but they're winning 85% of points behind it. And also creating a lot more break point chances, which is the majority is on Nicholls' serve. That's where they've been able to make the inroads. It puts a lot of pressure on the other side when you get that many opportunities to break. But if you look at it, it was all Alex de Minaur as well here with the serve, with the return, gave Olivia Gadecki a lot of confidence. She returned well, had some great play at the net also, and I like that the belief and confidence is there for her. Not easy to come out after playing singles and not winning, but She's really enjoying herself out there and really aggressive. They've gone with the serving, they've gone with the returning and not getting into too many rallies and just putting the pressure on their opponents. And after losing the opening game, they've won 6 out of the next 8 games.
Just gone 10 o'clock on another full day here at the Ken Rosewall Arena. There's been some absolutely stunning tennis. Well done to Team Poland earlier on against Team Czechia. Terrific contest between those two wonderful nations, and they're still very much in play. Lovely nudge. If they can break here, things are going to get exciting.
Love it in.
Josh, I don't know if the crowd actually know.
I was about to say, I don't think they...
I don't think they do either.
No.
I mean, I think they would probably understand that Australia definitely need to win. I'm not sure they would know that they need to win, only losing 4 or 5 games.
15 on.
Charlie Bryn played Stan Wawrinka at Wimbledon this year. Was another introduction into the big time. Had a couple of chances in the second set to nick a set off Stan.
This is so good from both Gadecki and Demonor.
She's settling, isn't she?
Yeah, she's doing a great job, though. This is the difference for me. I'm already seeing compared to the singles. Alex is giving her so much confidence. It's so good to see. Great return, deep. Alex goes, but this is phenomenal for her long-term as well, experience, and to be out there with Alex on the court and to see the intensity and the communication, what it takes. I love it. He really wants to break here, doesn't he?
That's a couple of good serves from Charlie Bryn into Demonor. Not easy with that psychological battle when you know you're serving against such a great returner. Three missed returns, that's a rarity.
First game, second set.
And the man that was good at biology, chemistry and maths will perhaps be able to work out that all they need is one more game.
Guys, any smashes or offensive shots, they go straight back to Gadecki. Yeah, program it, yeah. Anything back to her.
At the end of that, it was basically any offensive shots. Is that what he said?
Any ball, basically.
To Gadecki.
Any ball, straight to Gadecki.
Let's keep things simple, right?
Yeah, and I know he meant it in the nicest possible way, but that's how you play.
Yeah, that's how you play mixed.
He's done a good job, Alex Ward. He's kept them nice and calm.
15 love.
It's pretty simple for Australia now. They need 6 straight games.
And that's what Alex Ward was wanting.
15 on.
Every ball to Gadecki, try and keep it away from Alex.
Yeah, even if she didn't cross there, that return was going to Gadecki at the net. Oh, well done. That was excellent. I like the commitment to the volleys there. She got down a little bit lower as well, eye level with the ball, the first volley. And then this was good because she was ready for this one right here. She already made a step to the right to cover the middle. Well done. What a return from Nichols there, and then again drills it straight down the line at Gadecki. No, that was a good volley. There's no way Alex could get to a drop volley from Charlie.
Just going to see if he goes with the pace down the tee, or given the setup here, or pulls it out wide.
Team Great Britain.
And that
Team Great Britain
is that as far as Australia go at the United Cup. Couple of tough misses in that game from Gadecki, just as there was at the start on de Minaur's serve. And there will be no quarter-final place for Lane Hewitt's team. And for those that will continue to watch, that means that Poland will take on Team Great Britain tomorrow night, and then Italy will fight it out with Czechia on Friday night in the other quarter-finals. Of course, we've had a couple of quarter-finals happening in Perth today.
I love from Alex, he does this in the singles as well. There's no letting up. If this is what he can do, he'll do it 10 times out of 10. Commitment, taking it early.
And 30.
Nice solid match here, Nichols. Doubles semi-finalist to Wimbledon with Johnny O'Mara. Well, that's the secret sauce. Just got to make it harder for Gadecki, and she makes it.
15-14.
None of these sitters on top of the net. Sensational reactions.
This is for here. Whenever Nichols serves down the tee, Charlie goes. So this is where, if you can, pull it down the line. Like that.
Game, Team Australia.
Well, if you want to know what a tennis ball sounds like when it detonates, just go back and watch that point. He has turbocharged that
Team
return.
Great Britain leads.
de Minaur
5-2.
puts a game on the board in the second for the Aussies.
Great recognition and awareness here, because he knows Charlie's going to help out Nichols. And then he just pulls it down the line. Look at this. How early he takes it, unloads body weight into it. That's how you follow through towards a target.
Time.
Good court time for Charlie Broom this week in the opener, with Katie Bolter getting a good win against the Argentinians, and that's really what was ultimately costly for Team Australia, that loss in the mixed doubles against Calais and Echeverry.
Yeah, not the loss hurt, but just even not winning a set.
Yeah,
that really hurt.
Love 15. Love 30.
Trying to wait until Nichols had committed to running fast and then just nudging it deep, just misjudged it.
A smart thing to do, though, because he waited for both of them to do it. See how he waited just for them to move. He just overcooked it a little. Almost too many options as well. Could have gone short, could have gone with a drop volley. So good. He closes the net so well, doesn't he? Starts a step back and then he keeps moving forward and forward. Have a look at this. Cuts off the angle and he was ready for this one as well. So that he doesn't start static. See how he goes forward, almost like what you would do on a return. So your body weight's going forward. Excellent.
That's why you want to be as tight to net as you can. One thing that perhaps Gadecki will take away from this match, despite her success, her relative success in doubles, is this kind of movement. Look at this from Alex. Just makes the volley that much simpler.
Ridiculous.
Two games off.
Movement, athleticism, but have a look at the racket control. Almost knew he was going to have to hit a bit of that backspin there to get it over.
He just wanted it so much, didn't he?
Are you giving him that for the control, or are you thinking he got a little bit of thrown there, Jelena?
No, fortune favours the brave.
He used every part of the frame.
Oh, you guys. Hold on, let me just take your rose-coloured glasses off.
When you make a lunge like that and you move like that, you deserve it.
I don't disagree with that. Broom sweeps it into the space. Any players out there, Josh, you think majored in biochemistry?
I wouldn't have thought too many, if any. Yeah, you talk about college tennis. Olivia Gadecki's brother, Thomas Gadecki, goes to college. Oklahoma, I believe. Just finished his first year.
Game, Team Great Britain.
As Charlie Broom finishes second service game of this second set and keeps GB ahead 3-2.
Completely meant that. I'm sorry. Have a look at this backspin on this volley. He knew exactly what he was doing, angling it while he was lunging.
No, now you're being ridiculous.
Thank you, Josh.
That got nothing but the frame. And the very top bumper guard of the frame.
I think even Caddy would be hard pressed to back him for that one.
Time. love
He was absolutely flush that.
He's got a lot of power, doesn't he? Effortless power. Short backswing, look at the depth.
$15 all.
Great recognition from both de Minaur and Gadecki. He called that high one, that it's his. This one right here, Gadecki got out of the way straight away, and then she closes the net here. Excellent.
Far too nice.
I was about to say, yeah. And maybe at times that's a little bit where she almost is at times too nice.
30 on.
It was traditional route, playing a lot of junior tennis along the way before heading up to Loughborough to study. UK university scene just not as competitive as the US.
Actually, I mean that in the nicest possible way, because Olivia is such a nice girl, and I think at times she is on the court as well. I don't think she's quite aware of her power and what she possesses.
Game, Team Australia. Three games on.
That's why I think a match like this, obviously we know Australia can't get through anymore, but this is a career-changing type of match, an opportunity to be on the court with Alex, such a big occasion. Smart. That's what we said. She's got to go down the line to keep Charlie honest. Because that serve from Nichols is getting attacked, and he was helping her out. So great recognition here. Go down the line, keep him honest, even though he got back in the point.